हेलो बॉयज, हेलो हेलो, की हाल चाल, कैसे सारे। कैसे हो सारे गाइस, कैसे हो। वेलकम गाइस, वेलकम। आज हम करने वाले हैं पीएमडब्ल्यूसी का गाइस, पीएमडब्ल्यूसी का फाइनल, जहां पे गाइस एक नई इंडिया की दोनों टीम्स जिन्होंने पार्टिसिपेट किया दोनों ही फाइनल्स में क्वालिफाई कर चुका है। सॉरी गाइस, हमने लास्ट में जो गॉडलाइक के मैचेस थे वो हम कर नहीं पाए थे, हेल्थ इशू था बहुत ज्यादा। मैं वॉच पार्टी में गया था एक दिन, दूसरे दिन बहुत ज्यादा हेल्थ इशू हो गया था क्योंकि बारिश में मैं गया था। बहुत ज्यादा क्या बोलूं, बहुत झंझट था, समझ रहे हो, बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल करके गया था। मेरे को जो सिंपली एक बस में जा सकते हो और ट्रेन में जा सकता हूँ, मेरे को मतलब इतने ज्यादा वहां पे प्रॉब्लम्स आए ना जाते टाइम। 3-4 बस चेंज करना पड़ा, बस खराब हो गया बीच में, फिर आधे रास्ते में रुक के, ऐसा सीन हो गया, बहुत ज्यादा दिक्कत हुआ था। फिर वहां पे भी बारिश ही हुआ, फिर रात को भी थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम्स हुआ, बहुत लेट हो गया रात को भी, तो थक गया था भाई। इतना ज्यादा हेल्थ इशू हो गया ना, तबीयत खराब हो गई भाई, क्या ही बताऊं। तो उसे दिन नहीं कर पाया। एंड भाई अपने टीम्स क्वालिफाई करके तो भाई 2 दिन और क्या ही करना, तो छोड़ दिया। चलो गाइज, हम पर आज फाइनल में आ चुके हैं, एंड फाइनल का गाइज तुम लोगों को दिखाएंगे क्या सीन है क्या नहीं है। उसके लिए जस्ट मिनट गाइज, जस्ट मिनट, बस हम ऑन कर रहे हैं पीएमडब्ल्यूसी का, एक बार चेक कर लेते हैं। गाइज अपन का इंडिया का मैं देख रहा हूं थंबनेल पे, देखो लाइक सारे इसका दिया है, लेकिन इंडिया का भाई एक भी नहीं दिख रहा कि भाई इंडिया का इसका रहेगा। कोई भी एडमिनो, कोई भी बोलो, मतलब यार कसम से यार।
What they're up to. And here we have it. We are here at the analyst corner for some good old PMWC 2026 at EWC 2026 breakdown. And I'm going to be joined by some co-analysts here to break down everything that might be happening this following weekend. First of all, we got Michael Niptura Jackson right here at the stage. How are we doing, Niptura?
Very well indeed. I'm not going to do what you wanted me to do. I'll save that for later. I'll save that for later. But for now, yeah, we're looking very good. Excited for the finals. We all dressed up for the occasion. We are ready to go.
Yeah. With that said, looking at the teams, I know that Niptura, you really want to jump in on Godlike
क्या हुआ था
because
भाई?
this team came out of nowhere in Group B and made it straight into the finals.
I mean,
चलो भाई, चलो चलो, हमने कर लिया है, ऑन कर लिया है। चलो आप लोगों को दिखाते हैं। अभी तो एक्चुअली कुछ वैसा हो नहीं रहा है, बस इंटरव्यू वगैरह क्या तो चल रहा है, ठीक है, बाकी चल रहा है अपन का। भाई एस पावर को दिखा रहा है, रुको दिखाता हूँ।
very well. I mean, we had them coming in second in the groups overall, only by 1 point ahead of Aurora.
ये देखो गाइस, अपन का टीम को दिखा रहा है गाइस, क्या ही सीन है, ये क्या सीन है। ओहो, मजा आ गया भाई। ये स्टार्टिंग में देख मजा आ रहा है।
They play more compact. They look for those positions and
really excited guys,
this is working out very well. So yeah, I'm excited to see what they got today.
I feel like a lot of people, especially when it comes to Godlike, are highlighting, they're looking at S-Power, they're looking at Admino. I want to say Some in particular has been doing absolutely fantastic for the entire Godlikes. You can see a lot of the shot there. They're getting ready for this event. You know what? Godlike's one of the many teams that are going to be trying to compete for that trophy this weekend. But you know what? I feel like we need an extra analyst possibly to join the desk right here. But we have to summon it.
S-Power भाई अलग ही
3, 2, 1. Vitality. Oh, no. Oh, didn't work. Okay, wait. Time 2, okay? Wait, we're going to do it one more time.
Yeah.
Vitality! So Vitality, what are we thinking, Blank?
Hi there, my name is Blank, special reporter coming in for Vitality so far, doing incredibly well. Razy and Razak, my boy Ray, as well as Federales and Axel, looking fantastic at the moment. I think Axel's been in a huge amount of work, as has Federales, hoping of a completely new style
Vitality
of
अच्छा खेला
play,
भाई.
which looks completely ridiculous in game 2. But that's my special report for Vitality.
Oh, thanks for the insight. Also, Axel, by the way, the IGL between some big numbers, especially on that one game against Tora on the beaches west of George Pole. So this team, with how impressive they were in the opening day of their respective group, which was Group B, right, Niftra and Blank, can we see something similar going into this one, Blank, Mr. Vitality?
Ooh, Mr. Vitality. Yeah, I do think that bigger, I mean, Vitality is going to do very well here. The spiritual successors, of course, but I do think they're going to do very, very well. I think that there is not a player on that team that doesn't look incredibly good at the moment. And the funny thing for me right now, Neptura, is that Razy and Razak aren't particularly the guys that are stepping up the heat, despite so much talk about them. Axel and Federales have come in looking very hot, and I think that's the most promising thing.
Absolutely, I think if you look at any of the stronger teams in globally, just the global circuit, you're going to see players that all have very, very aggressive gunplay skills despite their various roles, right? You don't have just one or two. It's very, very nice to see that come through for them. So, yeah, it's very, very strong looking. And also the fact that they can get so many wins, we were talking about that in the group stage, right? We get so many of those wins.
मतलब कसम से गन पावर बहुत ज्यादा स्ट्रांग अभी के टाइम पे वही चल रहा है ना गन पावर के बगैर नहीं होगा भाई तो इको क्या नो छे इको हो रहा है मेरा इको की तो बात पे इको हुआ
You know what? I think Orangutan for them,
माइक खराब हो गया क्या
now they're looking very, very good. I think a lot of the emphasis though has to be on Aru though. I got to talk to him a few times this event. Lovely guy, by the way, really, really lovely guy. Great chatter. I mean, I talk a lot. I talk a lot, you see. I think that's sometimes a problem for other people, but for Aru, goodness me, I could just sit there and listen to him all day.
हेलो 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 हेलो
A lot of the eliminations, he's also bringing a lot of the guidance.
अभी भी इको हो रहा है क्या
Now, there were a couple of moments. I think we're actually seeing on screen now one of those moments, which was a little bit difficult right now for Orangutan. They moved up on this one versus Flash. They struggled a little bit on the gunfight. However, they ended up winning that game. It looked a little bit shaky. I think that they solved a lot of the issues coming after that. But yeah, I do think the rest of the team needs to develop around Aru, essentially.
lot of teams do, they saving it for the finals. And so I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm not going to hold that against them. I want to see what they got here today.
They do kind of remind me of Fourth Rights in the sense that every player has that clutch factor. And it's especially interesting. They go from PMGC last year to qualifying because of an airdrop on Miramar, barely able to squeak their way into the finals. So now, actually being a team that consistently are able to qualify straight into the finals of these big international events. So Flash, I feel like, could be a big surprise, especially as they picked up the mantle of Deep Xavier earlier this year, right?
Yeah.
Could be.
Could be happening.
Also, last thing, chicken.
Whoa, chicken right there. There you go. Check him out. He's very cool. Check out the booth right here at EWC 2026. With that said, thanks so much for joining the analyst corner here for PMWC 2026. We'll throw it right back to Lace and 7WG.
Yes, thank you so much to our special reporters, Max and Neptura. I don't know where we got the budget to fit Blank in there. I thought we spent it on him saying Vitality 100 times. However, our players are now arriving and getting ready for the show. 7, I do believe we are missing one caster.
We are, oh, not again. Not again. He ended up missing last year on the final day of PMGC. We cannot have that happen again. Let's send our special reporter, Kalares, who's going to be looking for none other than John Allen.
RCA reporter for PUBG Mobile here at PMWC, and a major problem has occurred. It seems we've let one of our commentators out in the wild here, and we've got to actually wrangle him and get him back in. So it looks like maybe a little bit of movement's going on here, actually. I don't know if they're actually going to be able to capture him. This is the problem with commentators. A lot of the times, they just go wild. They somehow get... He's on the move! He's on the move! Okay, no, we've actually got to be able to try and find him as quickly as possible here. He seems to be hiding. I'm not exactly sure if we're going to be able to capture him. This specimen, in fact, actually has a microphone already. You can see he's dangerous. He's very dangerous. He has a microphone already. That means he's actually ripe for the commentator desk already. They might be able to actually capture him here. They've caught him cornered a little bit. I don't think he's very interested in it, but he might take to it. Let's see if we can place down some bait or something like that. Some bait actually might be able to work. Usually chicken dinners are the prime meal of a commentator here for PUBG Mobile. Will they be able to make it happen? This is a tense moment.
John Allen?
It looks... I think they might actually have it. They might have it. They might have the John Allen. It looks like, oh, did you see that? Get a close-up of that. Get a close-up of that. I think they've got him. I think they've got him. Unbelievable scenes here at PMWC. Oh, that was close.
As an Australian, I would have caught him a lot faster.
I'm just glad we caught him, okay? This man was on a loose. We weren't able to find him yesterday during the day off, and I'm just glad we're able to set some bait to actually find him.
Absolutely, he needs to lock in just as much as our players, 7.
They really do, because there is an alert right now going on, and that is that the players are ready. We are ready to rock and roll here at PMWC at EWC 26. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the finals, baby. I'm ready.
अभी भी एक हो रहा है क्या देखना पड़ेगा अभी भी एक हो रहा है I guess up echo नहीं
Months of preparation, thousands of hours played, and sacrifices have led to this point. Life-changing money sits on the horizon, and a legacy that dreams are made of.
We saw it in the group stage, we saw it in the survival stage. These teams are here for a reason, and every single one of them can actually clutch it all and become our PMWC champion.
Today marks the beginning of a 3-day gauntlet that each of our teams have to navigate. Each day more intense than the last.
Barney, I think we don't have to wait. The players look really ready, and it is time for us to welcome our finalists on the Giria City grid, starting with Arena!
Oof, eSports! Shim Red Force.
Al Hula Club eSports.
Tianba.
S2G eSports.
Nigma Galaxy.
Hula eSports.
Team Flash.
Godlike eSports.
Aurora Gaming.
ये बॉयज अपना टीम आ गया भाई। गॉडल अभी गया है।
Orangutan.
आई गेस अब प्रॉब्लम नहीं होनी चाहिए, अब प्रॉब्लम तो होनी नहीं चाहिए। ओ
Team Vitality.
लेट्स गो ओजी एंड गॉडल, लेट्स गो।
And finally, for Thrives eSports. We can't emphasize enough the importance of the next 3 days. On Sunday, we will crown the greatest team in the world. So start as you mean to go on.
Absolutely no room for mistake. If you want to be the best team in the world, you need to prove it from the very first day. The BMWC Finals at AWC 2026 starts right now!
अभी आई गेस नहीं आएगा, अभी आई गेस नहीं आएगा। एको का मैंने तो थोड़ा सा ठीक करने का ट्राई किया है, साउंड वगैरह कम थोड़ा किया है, उसके कारण से अगर हो रहा होगा तो।
Laser focused on one thing, the title of PMWC champion. Fight smarter, adapt faster, and deliver when the pressure is at its peak. That is what it takes to keep this dream alive.
So welcome to the BMWC at EWC 2026.
And RRQ are looking to do it here. Pushing up close to personal. With the nade! Turning the tables! And he's doing this all by himself! It's the squad wipe! 1v4 from Milu!
2 मिनट guys बस।
on the board. Looking for TZ, is it a self-denial? It might be. Get to double digits on the E-list and burn yourself down to the ground. What a shutdown. 108 points in 6 matches. Nate misses, Darkin peaks. That's on target. Good shot. Follow-up there. HG takes him away as Turney K falls. Mormon closes the gap in the shotgun standoff, but will he win it? No!
Are you kidding me? What a finish! It's Ida! S-Power is just insane. He's been throwing heat-seeking missiles all game long and opening the fight for his team. A full 4v4. S2G tried to catch a couple of their players off guard, but it's S-Power, baby. You can't shut him down that easy.
You can't stop S-Power, and you cannot silence Godlike in this moment. Adamino for the closing play as Godlike take this chicken dinner with ease!
That is how you do it here, folks. And you can see the look on their faces. Say, give it some noise, Ferris. It's Godlike's time to shine.
See on Rondo, it is madness in the Ox Factory. A big nade threaded on up, and it's finding 1 and 2. Falak charges on forwards, and they're cutting the rosters in half. Another one right up in his face. They go wide. Top's moving around the side. Aurora, a difficult beast to handle.
through from India, but it's not happening. They will not be silenced. They will not be shut up here. Aru still going strong. A tanky underneath, looking to get the shots in, but Flash moves around the side. He's whipping the shots, unfortunately. But finally, they will hit the last shot, and India grabs the back-to-back. From day 1 to day 2, this team looks clean.
It's time to crush some dreams of 10 teams. Can I get you to press this button and open up the iris? Oh, with a bit of vigor. I like it. I'd like you to pull on this in 3, 2, 1. Send them home. Let's go. There we go.
I don't think we could have set the stage better ourselves. So it's ironic that we were featured in that nice little collection of replays there, Blank. An incredible way to give you a glimpse into what's gone on over the past couple days. But it's going to get even more climactic here. The best of the best return.
Let's go, boys. Let's go.
And this is where dreams truly do become reality.
I'm slouching, but hopefully the players aren't, because this is a day, right? Day 1 always gives you the most freedom, the most chance to get a big buffer online without that stress, because we saw that come through in survival stage.
Yeah.
Teams were sweating, teams were shaking in their boots, but it's time to get boots on the ground over on Rondo very, very soon for our first match of the day. Who's gonna grab that gargantuan point total? Can someone try and repeat something similar to E-Arena? Maybe not the same, because that's once in a lifetime type of a deal.
Well, if there was a time to pull it out, try and elevate a world record even further? Hey man, there's no better stage for it, no better crowd, no more excitement and anticipation than right here, right now, live from the Qiddiya City grid at Pmwc, at EWC 2026. 3 years of intense competition, twice we've had brand new champions crowned, and this year we'll get another one.
Never going to be the same here at this rate, with Yangon being Yangon. It is time to crown a new victor. Who's the defending champion? Will they be able to defend it next time? But right now, all that matters is getting those points online. Playing path is in the air for day 1 of finals. Match 1, Rondo. Let's get it started.
Grand finals day 1, guys. Let's go.
Good to hear you, Paris. Let's keep that energy going throughout the day. We'll set the stage for you as we get our playing path on board for this one. We've had some pretty good games of Rondo, mate. You touched on E-Arena there. That was something to be remembered. But the consistency and the level of aggression we've seen from these teams back in their respective groups was intense. Now we put that all together. A big hodgepodge of talent. They're going to be stepping over each other, Blanks.
I mean, they will. They will have to, because there's going to be bodies on the ground shortly, as soon as these players start dropping in. E-Arena here, though, teams do need to be worried. They've been taking this little odd stadium drop where they've been searching out players from different teams on their res beacon positions. Now, if you are remembering our game versus Alpha 7 just the other day,
क्या ओजी के साथ हो सकता है क्या गॉडल का, या इन लोगों ने अलग किया है? देखना पड़ेगा एक बार। ये चीज बहुत ज्यादा कंफ्यूजिंग है। तो ओजी का और गॉडल का मैंने जब देखा था ना, लाइक ड्रॉप लोकेशन दिखा था, दोनों सेम लाइक क्लोज था, तो लाइक ड्रॉप फाइट हो सकता है, ऐसा सीन है।
Just how hot are these drops going to be, and how much aggression is going to come out instantly. We see that opening knock from the side of 4 Thrives as Razy on Vitality starts to let some bullets fly. 2 players on Orangutan instantly being knocked off their feet as well. That's 3 points achieved for Tiamba in a matter of seconds here, Blank.
QZZ already hitting the knocks left, right, and center. Milu up to 4, QZZ on 2. 6 eliminations in 1 minute 47. That is an
आरू को थोड़ा सा ये करना पड़ेगा भाई। आरू का जहाँ पे जा रहा है ना भाई रिकॉल के लिए, वहाँ पे मिलता है भाई। आरू को थोड़ा सा चाप है आरू का।
Yeah, that's an unbelievable start for Tiamba. A powerhouse in the survival stage, and again delivering early into Rondo. Orangutan being forced out as well as Hora look to try and claim a few more points for themselves. 3 points for Hora, 3 in the back pocket for non-ship Red Force, and that big 6 total for Tiamba already.
Oh my days, I mean, just coming through, Milu was just slashing at them. He pretty much cut through the entirety of 4 Thrives there, left them in ribbons by the end of it. I'm pretty sure he was up against guns as well, but he just brought the knife close quarters outside the pagoda. Real samurai here on Rondo.
start as you mean to proceed, it seems, then, for Tiamba on today's games. Sleepy taking the clash back over to Zizzy there from Nonshin. Going to be able to force him out early.
Nice.
Oh, that's a great lineup, bud. Lord coming swiftly in with that one onto S2G.
Gorgeous stuff here. But for S2G, got to chat with him for a little bit. My boy was actually getting a haircut when I was talking to him, but they were saying that they have the aggression, and that's what they're bringing here in the finals. It's what Ulf kind of lacked a little bit of. But for their Turkish team, they were looking to bring that aggression over in the group stages. They're looking to bring it again here. They've had a lot of time to study those teams, but Lost moves up and already is down. It's Kamikaze, the man with it all to give. One nade, one dream.
Ooh.
Good damn.
Yeah, it's nice bit of chip damage on the peak. Oh, wow. Lord trying to lean into it, but the pre-fire back from Kamikaze on low HP will at least secure that one. Ralph goes in aggro, though, with the shotty and absolutely pumps them full of buckshot.
Good stuff there. Solke, at least at distance, is able to recall the team back into action. We do have a Western circle. We didn't get to talk about too much. Flash already has tops in that region, so Jiao Ting currently covered, but that place can hold a lot of teams late game. Aaron now coming against Win, bears them out, HP, but at distance, it's Milu once again. Tiamba up to 8 probably after this.
This is the dream start for Tiamba. And Milu, the fact that he's got 6 individual eliminations alone, mate, he was just popping off back in the games we'd seen previously. If he feeds the hot hand and can keep this going throughout the whole day, good luck.
It's the buffer that we were talking about. And there's no luck involved, but there is luck involved over on the Lucky Spin, which you can join in with us in-game right now for the 2026 PMWC, for the exclusive 2026 PMWC tournament set, which you can see on screen regularly in-game. Make sure to try your chances just like QZZ, and this spray down with the S12K. We are looking at 2 eliminations per minute.
Unreal reactions as well. Coming out swinging today. We know mechanically they're very gifted as individuals, but they're putting it all on the line. And hey man, that's the way to do it, right? We were touching on the fact if you can have a huge pop-off game on Rondo, the extra buffer of points from the sheer quantity of additional eliminations you can garner from this battleground, it's worth its weight in gold, especially in a 3-day finals environment like this. You gotta get in there and get stuck into the thick of it, and Tiamba are doing just that.
Again, for Tiamba, their biggest success in the survival stage was the fact that they started out so incredibly hot.
चलो guys, let's go. अब सब ready है, सब सही है.
Milu making that 1v4 look real easy. I think that came from the fact that they
आवाज वगैरह सही है तो एक बार बता देना, ठीक है? आवाज वगैरह अगर कुछ दिक्कत होगा ना एक बार बता देना.
We haven't talked about it too much so far on the cast, but we do have Smash ruling this event. And not only does that mean that, yes, you can win technically, game 2, but it also means the further you are ahead, the harder it is for teams to catch up to you to also get that Smash ruling. So,
चलो अब देखते हैं ओजी का क्या सीन है, गॉडल का क्या सीन है. गॉडल कहाँ है गाइस? गॉडल 1 पॉइंट निकाला है. पंटल लोग 1 तो पॉइंट निकाला है.
Difficult for any team to catch up to really engage that Smash ruling on the final day. Might be coming down to match 6, honestly.
It will be a fun little storyline to see how that affects things going into the last day of competition. How big of a barrier that'll be, and really if other teams will have to rise up to the occasion for it to even be a potential pipeline.
भाई एडमिनो भाई आज पेल दो भाई, आज उड़ा दो उन लोगों को. जो लोग बोल रहा था ना कि भाई उनको ये नहीं करेंगे ये वो करके, कुछ तो लोग बोल रहे थे भाई, गाली दे रहे थे भाई. उन लोगों को भाई देना है.
They were dominant in both of their respective groups. Easily the best squads we saw when it came to how consistent they looked and how aggressive they were. Yeah. Vitality even kind of completely blowing away what we thought was the upper limit when they then played their group, right?
I think they knocked it out by 1 point, but even that 1 point is a hard point to squeeze out in such a short amount of games. For Tiamba, it's a little less impressive, I would say, just because you are playing with the dregs coming through from the group stage. We already did send what we assumed to be our best 10 teams forward there. Yeah. Even so, Tiamba still looked very strong, and for them, it was more a case of switching it on in those moments. And they've done exactly that. It looks like all the lights are on at home right now for Tiamba. They are burning the midnight fuel. It's crazy. Like, actually wild. Speed at which he... The speed at which he was like... Was that a 1v4 again, actually? Now I'm thinking about it. Technically...
It feels like it is, especially when you then factor in, by the way, we had the one clean 1v4 he won. We then had a 1v4 attempt towards the end of survival stage that resulted
let's go, guys, let's
winning 3 elites and going out as the last guy. Yeah, like the conversion rate we've had on raw 1v4s from him has actually been unbelievable.
I think we're more astonished that might be a 1v4. I mean, we didn't even clock it because it's like, is he just doing this repeatedly now?
Just full-on butcher blade coming out from Milu, chopping everyone to bits. Crazy.
Love to see it. So goes over towards that northern side. A bit of an awkward res beacon on this one as well, down towards the lake.
गॉडल क्या सेंटर तो नहीं ये करेगा क्या लग रहा है? क्या लग रहा है गॉडल क्या सेंटर तो नहीं ये कर रहा है?
Jackie, and also there will be teams playing around that spot, trying to hold teams out. Orangutan though, nice rotate on the north side, will be able to get them further.
माने मैंने पूरा एकदम सेक्सी एकदम सेंटर ले लिया भाई एकदम मस्त सेंटर में भाई. बाकी पूरा टीम अगर वहां पे रिक्रूट हो जाएगा ना तो भाई एकदम मस्त पोजीशन होगा भाई एकदम खतरनाक वाला पकड़ समझ रहे हो तुम खतरनाक वाला एकदम वो लोग साथ में हो जाएंगे ना तो एकदम मस्त गेम जाएगा भाई बस साथ में होना है उनको sorry I forgot easy clean up on the opening 2 players Aaron Wizgod down in a matter of seconds अबे
down to a duo once again 4 thrives taking down a tanky there as well leaves Orangutan just on
OG का भाई 3 किया भाई
who is sending for a res beacon. I think he might go far Bailey on this actually, Jackie. I don't think he's going to stop off early over towards the lake. Like we said before, you get a res off there, teams know it's happening, they will hold you out. So
recall है शायद OG का भी.
But honestly, for Orangutan, it's not terrible because they can just swing back in from that northern side, and it's fairly free with where most of the teams dropped off down towards the south.
Yeah, thankfully he's got just enough time. Pulls slightly further out as well, hedges his bets, he goes up towards the top of the north side, going to get that recall in. See Vitality on screen here as well. Just the one elim to start us off with Brazy. I mean, you said it yourself, mate, doing your little special report.
कर दिया Frozen last week को कर दिया.
That's been a hell of a duo. I like the Cray twins, bro. You're just terrified when you see them coming at you.
Yeah, you are. I mean, one of them bringing the double hammers as well. It's a bit of a nightmare, honestly, and they are always looking for a proper shootout.
सब सही आएगा, सब सही है.
But it's nice to see Axel as well as Federal.
Guys, सारे बंदे एक बार फटाफट जगह लाइक कर दो guys. सारे बंदे फटाफट लाइक करो guys और साउंड वगैरह अगर कम करना है कुछ ज़्यादा करना है बताना एक बार guys.
A massive amount of tenure throughout the entirety of PUBG Mobile, but Axel was just swinging and not missing. So that's what gives me a lot of hope, and I'm very, very excited to see this team perform as this tournament goes on, just because of how good all of them have been playing individually and as a unit. Take a look at Godlike though. They're over towards that center side. I think Godlike showed us something different from their region. Honestly, they had some great aggression. I think they've been making
OG का लिया recall. आरू का recall था ना, आरू का recall था.
OG का. As they go along, but genuinely overall we're impressive. We're impressive. They were second best.
Nice. Gordon, nice.
Only beat out
Zone ये तो हुआ है. Let's go, guys.
Fair play. I mean, fair play.
Vitality really did get it there, mate. You got a little crunch down the zone here as well. Pulling further down. A couple big names amongst the dead center of it all. Godlike, as you touched on, 4 Thrives, Vitality, Enigma Galaxy as well. The representation from Aurora, another side that could have some surprises in store for us the longer this one goes on.
Yeah, Aurora, they just seem to have this capability to choke in the finals.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's their major issue. Every single player on that team has greatness inside of them. It just seems to dwindle a little bit once we get to a final. And we've been asking for that not to be the case for the longest time. I'm getting to the point now where I just don't believe it. Which is sad. But they are consistently always here. You can't really put them down too much for that. The fact they're in most of the finals is like, that's already a big achievement. Reefers though opening up over towards Yasser from Alola. Tiamba's cut out on that eastern edge. Now, there's a lot of these big pillars involved inside the circle, as well as stadium over towards that northeast side, which is a bit open on the outer edges. It slopes down into it, so if you are here really kind of swing past here. They also know this area very well. It is their drop spot, but Forthrise have beaten them to the punch here now towards their southwest from stadium.
Excited to see what the form of Fury is going to be looking like in a final situation again as well. They were massively coming alive, dude. Felt like it was way better in terms of the decision making. The communication was on point in a lot of the fights we witnessed from them. Igor as well, just playing so brilliantly with some of the individual plays. Feel like a whole new man showed up. We spoke about this big man though, and he's back on our screens again. Milu scouting around, seeing if he can get a line of sight potentially. Just playing close towards the geometry here in the cliff face. It's off that aren't too far away.
Eagle and Ake desperate to get some Elums on board. I mean, man, every single one over on Milu and QZZ, but these guys are the fraggers on side. Aking a lot of times playing off the back of him. Eagle very, very good at playing that anchor style. Generally is the last player to go down. Plays a survivalist very well for them as well. Yeah, you're right, Furia looking good. Igor's, I think, was a big surprise. Yeah. They've got big names on that team like Chi, Ayala, Silence also doing a lot of good work. But yeah, Igor's was just really giving it to a lot of these squads. Now we're getting in towards...
मॉडल के पास सही जगह है भाई. Oh, zone में है भाई अपन का.
We talked about Jaltin earlier on. It can house a ton of teams. It is uncomfortable.
Nice by nice.
And swinging from apartment to apartment is not always easy. And there's a lot of difficult windows and little places to pitch nades in. We can't quite get those full finishes on. So I'm curious to see how this will play out. I think it could be a little bit of a passive game going towards the end. But you do have to get
NS पर तो Godlike के बैक पे और NS का भी फाइट है भाई. थर्ड पार्टी निकाल सकता है, बहुत ज्यादा किल निकल सकता है अगर सही जगह से है वो.
But meanwhile, amongst the battleground, it's S2G that feel the hammer crash down on top of them from Nonshin Red Force. The hero of Hyunbin starting it out well. And only one man in last, forced to bail out.
जो guys चाहते थे वो होगा, already fight चल रहा है.
As he breezes out of action. There's Aurora as well, clashing against Ida Blank.
I mean, Eden tried to get in on the northeast side, which I think is, at this point, a little bit too late. They got crunched in by Vitality as well as Aurora.
Godlike का बस एक बार बैक क्लियर हो जाए भाई, फाइट वाइट हो के बैक क्लियर हो गया ना Godlike का, तो भाई कड़क है एकदम. मतलब सामने जो भी रहेगा सामने रहेगा ना, तो फाइट के लिए इजी रहेगा एंड निकल सकता है भाई अच्छा खासा.
You do see a lot of teams confirming here early, but you sort of want to be on that end where Aurora is, Vitality, where there is those clear exit points across the road. A lot of other teams have to take something a little bit more unfortunate. Forthrise though, Joker stepping up to the plate here, spraying through the smoke. There's one close. He's giving himself away though, Jackie.
Yeah, this is risky, bro. IQ had to be so swift with the shotgun here. It's Joker just teasing them, dancing around on top of the rocks. So much damage already done to Forthrise. This would be a hellish way to go down. And that's how they fall in our opening game. E-Arena.
Hearing it down, but back on board.
Boti का तो खत्म है सीन.
Milu fighting the first as per usual. Scarface desperate against it, but he's just pushing up. Aking will find another shot. Solus is down. This is looking very, very bad for Oath. And Tiamba puts up more points. Milu on a fat 7 so far.
It's not going to stop either. They want even more. Squeeze whatever points they can get out of this one. Aaron had to tuck his tail and absolutely bolt it. Finds a lone rock in a field and gets his head down. Turns his attention back up onto him though. Few shots as he dumps the magazine towards Milu. Someone needs to stop him back.
Milu is just out of control this game. You're right.
वो जी दिया रे, दिया. बुला को दिया है.
I'm kind of curious from where. Look at Fury actually taking a couple of pot shots over towards them. Aaron not letting up. Just about press over the top of that bridge side. They're going to take the blue for a little bit to try and deny those sightlines to make their way over towards the pagoda. Just about in here, Jackie. Difficult spot to play. Curious to see how it does work out. Aurora, it seems like both them and Vitality have been tossing a couple of curveballs at one another.
भाई सही पोजीशन है भाई, सिटी के अंदर एकदम मिडिल ऑफ द जोन ही ऑलमोस्ट। ओजी अगर होल्ड करके प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट निकाल सकता अच्छा खासा, पता है ओजी एकदम। यहाँ पे S2G है गॉडल के साथ, तो क्या होगा? इंडिया टीम के हिसाब से गॉडलाइक पास बेस्ट। ओ गॉडलाइक एकदम क्लोज जोन है भाई, क्लोज एकदम क्लोज जोन है।
Yeah, Vitality's actually in a really good spot here. Like I said before, it does give that capability to move out.
दोनों टीम्स के पास गाइस, दोनों टीम्स के पास है पोजीशन, दोनों टीम्स के पास मतलब जोन है। ये वाला जोन तो दोनों टीम्स के पास है।
It is dark in. He's over on the eastern side of Joutin, just hanging out for the time being. But it does kind of save grace for Vitality.
अभी सिटी के अंदर अरोरा एंड वाइटलिटी इन लोगों के पास अच्छा खासा जोन है। बात बाकी ये वाला जोन तो अपन के फेवर में आ गया।
Reassemble and reassess how they want to play off on that eastern side. Replay here for Federales, just instant shots. I think this has been a key factor for Federales throughout the entire tournament as well. Reaction speed. He is quick with it.
बस ये प्रे करो कि नेक्स्ट जोन उधर को शिफ्ट हो, लाइक कंपाउंड पे ना हो। कंपाउंड वाली टीम्स के लिए अगर प्रॉब्लम हुई ना तो बहुत ज्यादा मजा आ जाएगा। फिर तो भाई एकदम इनको बाहर आना पड़ेगा और उनको एडवांटेज मिल जाएगा।
What's gone on there?
This is an insane push from Tiamba, by the way. They have practically mostly lived it. Only QZZ goes down. I don't know how Tiamba is here. They immediately scarpered from that south side, and they took the most bold push. I was like, goodness me, Vitality's going down. And I was like, goodness me, Vitality's going down to Tiamba of all teams.
Mate, this is lunacy. Milu's looking for the nade as well, wants to really commit to this. Meanwhile, the last man from Ulf goes down. They fall second into our first game. Milu priming the nades.
Oh, nice. Good nade from them. Hits it back. Axel and Razak still up and kicking. That nade looked dangerous. Milu's down, tries to crawl his way back in.
मार इधर, मार
QZZ still alive. Last of a player up, probably the one you want to see as well here for Tiamba. 14 eliminations this game so far, though still decent. That is greedy. Vitality's gonna let it happen?
Oh, mate. He's gonna get it in. The res is gonna get him back up. The insane bit was as well, it was the nades from Aurora from all the way in the backline that got that initial knockback over onto Milu. Vitality have just been caught in the middle of it all. Most aggressive game of badminton with nades being bounced over the top of their heads. Molly in round the corner, QZZ with a nade back.
We're just going for it.
Tackle, good no!
Oh, भाई बढ़िया भाई।
This is what I can't believe about QZZ.
भाई
Like, I've run out of grenades. You see so many players just step back and be like, that's it then. But he's like, if I can't do it with a nade, I'm just facing. I'm fully facing. Now Aurora, they're pushing on the sidelines. Can Tiamba hold? 2 versus 4 here. It's a top one. The opening grenade is not good, but Reapers is taking a ton of damage. Top will at least find QZZ, and it seems like Milu will also go down. But 16 eliminations.
ए पावर दिया रे, पावर दिया S2G को। S2G खत्म। S2G को खत्म किया। S2G को दिया है, खत्म किया। S2G का कहानी खत्म यहीं पे।
A spectacle to start here on game 1 of Rondo, and it's Tiamba that lead the charge. Now out of the running.
बस NS को मारना है भाई, NS को मार दे, बस NS को मार दे एक बार भाई। पूरा वहां का पोजीशन हो जाएगा भाई।
On the south side, they're kind of fighting for nothing on this one as well because they need to leave at some point in the near future. Jiggle, fair bit of damage. Flash still got bows in the back line here, lining up a grenade inside the warehouse. Hard to pop these off the wall though because of all the concrete inside.
Oh nice, दो डैमेज है, ले सकते हैं। ओह एडमिनो को लिया है।
God damn. Shotgun straight to the cranium.
अरे सौम्य भाई यार सीन तो दूर से पड़ गया भाई। कितने प्यारे नॉक थे भाई। NS का लास्ट है भाई, NS का लास्ट है।
Nongshin Red Force has not got the reset online at all. Still priming nades upstairs. There's going to have to be a big hole. Tizzy on the outside. Luckily,
अपना उला भी आ गया इधर तो अपना तो सीन
just going down. What are we doing?
Mate, this is nutty out there.
चलो गॉडल का एक किल पॉइंट तो मिला भाई.
Spamming the shots.
अब आप थोड़ा पॉइंट के ऊपर
You just get the res in, bro. Drop the smokes, get the res in. They missed the first molly.
Mania.
At least challenge the res. Goodness me, Mania going to go down to a perfectly placed Molotov here from Alula.
Mania भी इसके साथ था.
Hats off to these guys. They currently control the entirety of the northern side to themselves. Irina looking to put up another good point here. Aurora playing with our hearts right now. Opening up with maybe a gargantuan game.
उला भाई अलग ही खेल लिया भाई. उला एकदम परफेक्ट टाइम पे एकदम लेफ्ट से आया ऊपर एकदम भाई. NS के यहाँ पे आके ये किया फिर
Might have been a bit quiet in terms of the overall aggregate elims we've seen to this point, but we know it's a team that can deliver with some consistency late game. They've got nades as well. Oh, the red zone forming on top of the arena.
आरू को नॉक किया.
A bit of deployable cover will make all the difference. Turney K in the back trying to keep his eyes on what's going on, but if you flick to the elim feed, you can see Doc's doing damage. The scalpels come back out for Aurora. And Black, it was 16 for Tiamba, but Aurora now on 14 elims. They might be able to lap them.
Aurora have been just stamping away here. Reefus again does find Aru, leaving AKOP inside. Will be able to grab win. Actually didn't even grab that. Top was able to steal it. But for OG, they live a lot longer than expected. But with 0 eliminations, they will not get a huge amount off this game other than the placement points involved. AKOP inside. Has to move soon. Might just end up denying the point here. Reefus spraying in. Has 217 bullets as well. So they have had a lot of loot crates to pursue.
सारे किल चोरी हो गया गाइस. OG का भाई सारे किल चोरी हो गया.
Akop just trying to keep himself sustained and run the clock down on this one as long as possible. See if he can deny it out to the blue potentially. Because if he goes running in there, that's just another point for Aurora.
Just try and get an extra placing on this one, but I don't think anyone else is going down anytime soon. Still more.
Shit.
Yeah, unfortunate. I think he thought that the angle was bad for him. So
वो चिकन कौन मार रहा है वैसे?
Sadly not able to rank up once again. If he'd waited a little bit longer, maybe he would have ranked up over E-Arena here, who will go down shortly, I imagine. Turney K not able to weather the pressure here from Alula, who have been impressive this tournament for a team that was kind of down their look last year.
Aurora भी है 4-man, NGX भी 4-man है.
They have come into EWC looking fairly decent, like a lot of work's been going
उला
on.
का 1 knock है बस.
A lot of practice in the meantime. But Enigma Galaxy up in top 3. A rocky group stage for them, but we're still able to grab those points. And I do attribute some of that to Coops. He is a nuts player on side.
He's been big. King Cooper for this team, bro. Wearing that crown with some of the plays he's making. He wants to slam down on the off-angle peak behind the vehicle here. Alila trapped, cowering. One by one, they eat the bullets and they fall. Huge step up for Enigma Galaxy.
And Ula khatam bhai.
Time to fix their HP as well before any other fights are forced. The only solo player from Furia, he got just trapped in the ditch between our two teams that are going to scrap for the
And
dinner.
Furia khatam bhai.
Top finds that one for an extra elim.
Just instantaneous shots coming through. So we're down to Aurora. Reaper swings very wide here over towards the northern edge. And hold both positions. An awkward angle like that could make them very worried. Has a little bit of hard cover here, but it is outside the zone. Going to wrap back, but at least got the info on side. Coops trying to hit the shot. Has to go for the reload here. Going to go for another. And he passes on by.
अरोरा लग रहा है कि भाई इतने टाइम तक अरोरा लग रहा है कि भाई वो लोग जस्ट वार्म अप कर रहा था भाई. भाई तुम देख रहे हो इन लोगों को अगर 4v4 फाइट अगर जीत गया ना अरोरा, कसम से बता रहा हूँ 21 किल चिकन डिनर निकालेंगे भाई. मतलब 31 पॉइंट्स लेके जा रहे हैं भाई. क्रेजी भाई क्रेजी.
A teaser potentially from Aurora, and we'll hold our breath for it. Ooh, nice, just unreal.
It's great.
Oh, NGX का एक knock.
The shrapnel hitting hard.
He knows. He knows, Jackie.
Look at the lineup. Wants to get it behind the cover flare. Barely, but they bait him out enough. That's what.
भाई एकदम ये बचा है.
Could be good.
This is annoying. This is very frustrating for Coops. It's really slowing them down. Giving him quite a bit of time for Aurora to reposition off the back of this as well, because both the front targets have been distracted. Discombobulated in the chaos. thought it might be a little harder for Aurora to get back into the circle. They also know the north side's free after that original rotate from Reefus. Ralph had to go back up that angle. But they have all the knowledge in the world going forward here. They've opened up the full library on this game.
A lot of nades being baited out here by Coops as well. He's down to 2 nades and 1 Molotov. Ralph actually being isolated from his off-angle peek round the backside. That's half his HP gone. The vehicle detonates in front of him. One Blessing, he's got a little bit more cover to try peek off of, but no easy rotation.
इधर डॉग पे सबसे ज्यादा बेस्ट एंगल है भाई. डॉग अगर नॉक हो गया तो भाई थोड़ा चाप हो जाएगा. थोड़ा चाप हो जाएगा भाई.
It will just be a dry gunfight, and honestly, on top form, I do think Aurora beats them out on that. Coops and Lord, though, deadly duo. Prime with the 2 nades. Doc is up front. Is this the docketing once again? Takes 2 nades. Just will tank them. But there's 2 more coming, and I'm not sure he'll be able to do the same on the next. They both go wide. He's going to push forward into the smoke. We'll have to swing back, but one player goes down the back line. It is home, and now Aurora's down to 2. Enigma Galaxy
Top and top knock hai.
They're standing tall right now. They want to convert this one into a chicken dinner win on game 1 as 2 of Aurora's players buckle.
Oh, अब तो चांस भाई. NGX क्या आता है भाई? NGX.
They need to isolate the peak as he hits Lord heavy.
NGX भाई, NGX. Nice try भाई, nice try, nice try, nice try. अच्छा निकाला भाई, अच्छा निकाला. भाई अरोरा nice try.
Enigma Galaxy, what a good game. Did say though, Aurora do like to choke.
The crazy thing is, it was probably the most fitting head-to-head.
NGX अच्छा खेला भाई, अच्छा खेला NGX. बहुत crazy निकाला भाई.
The way they split off, confident their 2v2s, the off-angle aggression, but I started to get worried, man. Pointing to the map feed, seeing Doc charging in. Slight timing on the nades, the docketing collapses.
It's the docketing.
And Nick alive, bro. Just absolutely come alive on that one.
Yeah, wonderful stuff. Absolutely wonderful stuff. I still think Aurora played that game very, very well, though. I think when you watch them in those moments, they are so clean on the shots here and there. I think it's just a little bit of a stumble towards the end there where you're trying to pull yourself out of those buildings. That is hard, getting back across the road. They don't have a huge amount of space to play with. Enigma Galaxy also has the high...
अगर Godlike वो NXT फाइट निकाल लेता ना भाई उधर उला के जगह पे, तो भाई वो गेम बहुत अच्छा निकलता भाई. Godlike के लिए बहुत अच्छा निकलता.
Great duo. We're seeing a lot of fantastic duos be born here over at EWC and really spread their
अब सोमय को अलग साइड से पड़ गया ना, सिटी साइड से पड़ गया उसको, देन उला आ गया भाई. मतलब अलग ही सीन हो गया वहां पे.
Everyone in the arena popping off with Enigma Galaxy taking game 1. Stay tuned for even.
अब ये क्या सीन है?
More.
थोड़ा स्प्लिट जो लिया था ना वो थोड़ा भारी पड़ गया भाई.
Welcome to the front of stage. My name's Barney Banks and I'm joined by S2G's very own Banish. Banish, how's it going, man? I'm very well, thanks. I mean, let's talk a little bit before we get into the nitty-gritty of the teams and how things are going for you guys. Let's talk a bit about Paris. How's the eSports World Cup been for you so far?
Paris is amazing, bro. Eiffel is so good. The castles are Notre Dame, the Pantheon. Everything is good at the Paris. But Arena is more than good. There is, I don't know. It's my first time at the World Cup and it's been so good.
It's amazing, right?
Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about your team, S2G. Let's talk about the preparations coming to EWC. Were you guys, you know, preparing here on site or did
चलो गाइस, पहला गेम तो बहुत बढ़िया गया. ठीक है, दोनों टीम के लिए थोड़ा ओके सीन है. थोड़ा सा हो सकता और अच्छा हो सकता था. ठीक है, लाइक गॉडलाइक वहां पे अगर एनएस का निकाल सकता था, ठीक है, थर्ड पार्टी के बगैर अगर पहले थोड़ा जल्दी निकाल सकता था और वो लोग सरवाइव कर सकते थे वहां पे, तो उनके लिए ये गेम क्रेजी हो सकता था। लाइक वो लोग अच्छा खासा पॉइंट निकाल सकते थे, लाइक टॉप 5 तक पहुंचने का चांसेस था। एंड या और ओजी का भाई, ओजी का वहां पे थोड़ा फाइट हो गया, फाइट का सीन हो गया, एंड ओजी वहां से निकलना मुश्किल हो गया भाई। ओजी के लिए मतलब उनको चारों ओर से वहां पे पूरे एकदम घेर लिया गया, तो ओजी के लिए तो भाई वही सीन है, थोड़ा सा अच्छा कर सकते थे और बट जो है भाई अच्छा है। फर्स्ट गेम है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, फर्स्ट एक ही गेम है। अबे आज 6 गेम्स हैं टोटल, 18 गेम्स होंगे 3 दिन में, तो भाई क्रेजी यार, क्रेजी हो जाएगा गाइस, कोई दिक्कत नहीं, अपन का टीम कर सकता है। आई नो। एंड गाइस सारे बंदे जो भी देख रहे हो गाइस, एक बार जाके फटाफट लाइक कर दो गाइस, जो भी चैनल पे नए हो एक बार जाके सब्सक्राइब कर दो, क्योंकि गाइस अपन 3 दिन करने वाले। ओ गाइस एडमिन होगा हो रहा है गाइस।
And I have Aru here as
चलो
well.
सुनते।
And of course, Orangutan going to be representing from India. So I guess I'll ask you, Amina, first. You guys must have watched the survival stage. What did you think about the teams and gameplay overall from the survival stage?
It was kind of a little passive, like the previous group were too much aggressive, or maybe they were one more chance, that why they were aggressive, and this was a survival stage. But I think Tiamba got the momentum, and the top 6 were expected, as we have decided already in the podium thing that we have a fun activity over there. And I think Alula gave a little bit surprise, and I hope so they perform good in grand final also. But I'm hoping for Tiamba to carry forward the momentum that they have already got in survival stage.
How about you, Aru? What did you make of the survival stage?
We tried to grab as many things as we could from the playstyles and the lobby structure to get a better understanding and to be able to predict better what the structure of the finals lobby would look like. And obviously we don't really fear anyone, but yeah, there are many respectable opponents that we need to respect in the game as well, as much as we should, not more not less. So yeah, we are confident coming to the finals and looking at the survival stage. We know that when teams have like only one last chance, it's like they play more in pressure, and yeah, that's it.
Alright, so I wanted to actually ask a bit of a fun question, since we've got two fantastic teams here. I'll start with you, Aru. If you had to take a player from Admino's team and add them to your roster, who would you pick and why?
Maybe Escar, because he's really consistent.
Okay. Same question to you, Amino. Who do you take from Aru's team and why?
Aru because it's a good idea.
Oh, bhai.
What do you think about that? You think she's a good idea? You think that's fair?
I don't know, I just work.
Alright, so kind of final thoughts, look
damn,
at the finals as a whole here. I'll start with you, Amino. What's your expectations here for the final? Obviously, it's an amazing lineup of 16 teams. Arguably one of the best lineups of all
Mania
time
feel
here.
betrayed, yaar.
So how do you think your chances are here?
Well, I wouldn't be saying anything. I'll just prove it by performing over it.
Perfect. How about you, Aru? What are you thinking for the final?
I'm just here to play and enjoy the 18 games because I love this game. I don't want to feel any pressure or set unnecessary expectations from myself. If you're going to enjoy the game inside the game, then we're definitely going to perform well as well.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining me, and best of luck today.
Thank you, Kalaris, for that amazing interview there with Admino and none other than Aru. But it does end up coming down to Aurora at the end. Even though Nick Galaxy won, congratulations, Nick Galaxy. I gotta give this team some props because we're finally seeing the MVPs show up for that squad. But Nick Galaxy, Coops, especially at the end, what a surprise for them being able to come out with a win.
It's so nice. Just in my notes, I just have Coops because that's all you got. Hey, Garlic. I do. Can confirm. Yeah.
Confirm. I can't read that.
Yeah, my handwriting's not great. But Coops was awesome. I really love the jump that they're coming through throughout that game, right? They
give this team some. But Nick,
that's all you got. Hey, Garlic. I do. Can confirm. Yeah.
Confirm. I can't read that.
Yeah, my handwriting's not great. But Coops was space inside the zone.
This is just pure speculation. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but I'm like, maybe they slowed down the fight in the arena, hoping Ula would go for a third party, and then they could let them fight each other and pick off the rest. I don't know if that was the actual reasoning, but it's how it worked out in the end, and because of that fight in particular, they get a 23-pointer tied with Aurora Gaming.
And we get just pure aggressiveness right off the bat. This feels like a PMWC finals, baby. As 3 teams were able to get 13 or more eliminations. Aurora with the 17. Tiamba started off hot as well.
Man, I didn't know. Like, I mean, you know, we came out of that survival. It's just so. I just love the fact, right? I'm just getting so excited, so passionate here. That the fact that they carried on the same momentum that they had. I mean, it was exceptional from them. Obviously, took the hot drop seriously, which, you know, shout out, love a hot drop taken seriously, and were able to capitalize and obviously recover the team. And this is, it's just a crazy storyline from them, from bottom to the top. And I mean, I'm so excited to see what they can do next.
Yeah, for Tiamba, they're looking to carry that momentum that we saw out of them in survival. Something that you actually enjoyed watching that game is the plan B, the adjustments that Tiamba was able to do, Max.
Because they had a great hot drop, right? I think it was, what, 9 eliminations after the hot drop? Absolute mad start for these guys. And then they start using players, they want to go for the recall, which is usually Tenglong Garden. But then Hora, coming out of nowhere, looking to chase down the recall player, which usually is Eagle in Tenglong Garden. And Eagle instantly, instant response, seeing we don't want to go out to Hora, we're going to go for an Eastern rotation a bit out of their way, but by doing so, it gets the entire team back up, and they get 16 eliminations off the back of that. Eagle, definitely, maybe not in terms of elims, but the MVP of the game in terms of what he allowed his teammates to do this match.
Allowing the team to be able to come back, allowing the team to just be able to just be there for sport. Allow the other players to just frag out. And for anybody that had Tiamba, Enigma Galaxy, or Aurora in your predictions, congratulations, because those teams have been performing quite well. If you haven't already, make sure you check out the EWC Play app. Go put in your predictions. You can end up getting some rewards there depending on what your predictions are. And no surprise here that it is Milu from Tiamba with the MVP once again, 8 eliminations. This man is just non-stop right now.
He is, you can't stop this man. He's just gonna go from better to better to better performance. Here we go, the head-to-head. You're seeing here 16 eliminations versus 17 of Aura. And if I'm not mistaken, Milu had at least 8 or 9 of those. So,
you know how you just had some notes and it was just,
yeah, just Milu.
Man, this man's just chasing that MVP at this point.
He is. He absolutely is. QCZ, though, shout out to QCZ, at 1v2 onto the rest of Vitality. He was wiped out by Aura like seconds later, but yeah, it's some really, really good stuff there. There's a lot more players on the team than just Milu that are really fragging out.
I mean, I was wondering going to this, are we going to get group stage champion? Are we going to get survival stage champion? Clearly, with its opening performance 7, it is survival stage champion in the finals.
And we're hoping that that's going to be the case. If you're a Tiamba fan, you're going to be looking really happy. If you're a Fourth Rise fan, Fourth Rise is looking for a comeback here. Same with OG, but let's see what's going to be happening here on the second game of PMWC at EWC 26 Finals.
Thank you, Seven. Great breakdown there. Recap of what we saw on our screens live in Game 1 of Rondo. Starting to get a little bit louder in here, but Paris, I want to know how loud can you get? Let's get some noise going! It's a good crowd. It's a real good crowd here we got here in Paris. Supporting all their teams. I mean, the Enigma Galaxy crowd, they've been loud. We'll see if they can get louder. As Enigma Galaxy are doing fairly well here so far. It's really, really nice to see. I think, again, mad props to the Coops. First of all, mad props to actually being here. The guy's done so many events at this point. Finally gets to play some matches. But yeah, the rest of the team's also looking fantastic. Ralph looking a little bit more reserved, I would say, in the gameplay, which is good to see. Holding those angles. I actually liked where he set himself up. It became a real nuisance. The big thing was, didn't immediately go down either. And I think a lot of times that's all he needs to do, because he knows the layout of the land. He knows where he needs to be playing. It's just sometimes he'll play those spots and then fumble. And that's bad. So he's just letting in the rest of his team work those angles whilst he plays that off angle in a really, really strong and quite frustrating spot to deal with.
But we're heading up to our angle now, so probably a little less action involved, a little bit more calm, chilled out as we head in towards the first portion of the day.
Chalo guys.
Last game did come down to Eagle.
Let's go guys, let's go Team India. Let's go.
I think you'd favour him in kind of positions like that where if he had to step up.
Irangle match start.
It's just how late in the game it was and how strong everyone else he was up against was looking, right? Uncomfortable position to be left in, but hey, they still squeeze some extra points out of it. So it's better than it could have been. For some of our other talented squads, they're far down the standings, but like you touched on, Rondo is Rondo, and now we get something a little bit more normal. Opening playing path established here, all the way down the middle.
Down on that eastern side, yes.
One minute, guys.
The teams to move into Gakra a little bit harder to get towards on that western side. North George.
देख लो गाइस एक बार पॉइंट टेबल चेक कर लो 10 नंबर पे गॉडल है गाइस और 13 पे ऊंची 4 and 2 गाइस पॉइंट का लीड तो थोड़ा ज्यादा है गाइस ठीक है तो गाइस एनजीएक्स एंड अरोरा भाई दोनों बराबरी में चल रहा है दोनों पूरे एकदम लाइन बाय लाइन चल रहे हैं बस
There is definitely fire in those bellies today. Because to make that push, to make that decision, to just be like, let's have a straight fight on this central compound when we're playing Edge, I don't know what's gotten into them, but I love it.
It is so good. So many E-limbs already, and they just go, I like the look of that position, let's take it off. I'll be having that. Fairly watery circle, mate. Starting off one of these. This is a consistent trend, at least around survival. We have quite a few very similar to this on our start. Obviously, a little bit worse for Vitality with a late rotate all the way down from Stauber with their instant drop from the plane.
Yeah.
वैसे गॉडल और ओजी में थोड़ा सा इशू है कि भाई दोनों का मतलब ड्रॉप जो है ना ड्रॉप एरिया क्लोज बाय है तो फाइट हो सकता है ये बात है
Creating a little bit more of a passive game for them, a slower game for them. Fourth round though, looking like. And they get down towards Ferry Pier, yellow's on the eastern side, there's no one around here, it's chilled out, it's peaceful. You get yourself set up nice and early on one of the prior compounds as we head into zone 2. I think the scary thing about this one is it does eke in a little bit of Sosnovka and there isn't there is a
grand final
0% possibility that this doesn't go down towards Sosnovka in the future. It still can, could even set up around Bridge. Satan on our screens. You know what, last game, first time I've seen Satan smiles, Colin, by the way. Even when they win, he usually looks like something's gone wrong.
He enjoyed that one.
He did like that one. That was a nice win for him.
Yeah, they were chucked to bits. And to be fair, it was great. You know, nice head-to-head. Two very talented squads. Lots of contrasts of play styles, but Enigma Galaxy proving that it was on the money today in that first game. So low on utility, but made every bit count. Can they keep it going though? You start well on Rondo, how does it look then moving in here to Erangel? Another chicken dinner, big placements, what are we looking at from there? That'll be a nice, I suppose, a litmus test of what the quality of this team's going to be looking like throughout the next 2 days here.
Ida, these guys kind of crumbled. They made the similar approach to Tiamba actually last game, but I think what Tiamba did very different is they isolated the Vitality compound away from Aurora, whereas Ida kind of came from that north side and just sandwiched themselves. I thought that was a very strange play for Ida to make. I think most of the time most teams would understand that probably don't want to place yourself between those two squads or those two buildings. They're very popular in that location on Rondo. But I don't think either of them had them badly before. They had some really cool clutch moments, some super awesome 1v3s right at the end of the games. Like they have what it takes to be a champion, but not like that. Or stop making silly mistakes.
I Godlike अभी कोचिंग की में है.
Obviously, we touched on Vitality going down kind of early into that one too.
I guess rotate करेगा Godlike.
At the end of the day, will be in a very different place to where they are in the standings right now. Would be both Fourth Rides and Godlike. Teams that have got so much firepower, even just individuals as well. Yeah, Valak gets some of that old fallback out immediately, mate. You won't only see it, you'll hear it from the crowd.
I mean, he looked happy when I saw him this morning. They're ready to go. He's got a little shy smile as well. Yeah, cheeky. He is cheeky. Everyone I was talking to him yesterday seemed like he was ready and raring to go. The rest of the team all look happy. IQ is in high spirits, which is very, very good news for the team. Be able to give that advice and those crucial bits of information where the team wants to go.
Godlike taking on Tiamba. Milu on his last leg, suffering a casualty there for the Tiamba squad. It's a decent start, but Godlike have received one knock onto their roster. This is the establisher. You can see the fight here from the top down. QZZ with a nade into the ditch. Manya very low, but backpedals into safety with cover to play with.
First nade goes long here. Power holding down the fortress, keeping that drawbridge pulled up. Takes a fair bit of damage here, but he's refusing to move. Manya will reinforce the front gates. Actually, he goes for a swing by, try and get some information on that. So Eagle's going to move around, understanding the position has been compromised.
Slowly trying to take some space back. Faint smoke wall goes up. Ooh, only gets worse for Aurora as well. That's quick from Alula finding them. This was the other team that was on the island. There's now a third party that's joined them with that late rotation round from S2G. Looks like they did go back to grab the rest of the squad. Yeah, it was Kamikaze in the hovercraft. That's paid off for them to fight towards them. Ulf, interestingly, taking the hit over as well to Godlike. So that battle turns into a third party fight.
For Godlike there, quick swing around. Take shots over towards Ulf. For them, Ulf should be able to pick the players back up. They've got a good spot right now. It's not as safe as they might like it to be, but it is decently central. It feels like the circle's peeling away from Sosnovka at this point. They have very limited space to work with. Alula trying to make the cross. S2G, Hamzi at distance. Will find a shot over towards Aurora there, leaving them at 0. Out of the game early, 23 points is where they'll end. On a single point earned on this one.
Sorry, इधर तो माइक था भाई, क्या ही बोल रहा हूँ मैं। पता नहीं गाइस किस लिए मेरा अचानक से स्ट्रीम बंद हो गया था गाइस। आई डोंट नो क्या सीन हुआ ऐसा, लाइक अचानक से स्ट्रीम वगैरह सब कुछ एकदम मतलब पूरा ये हो गया, मतलब समझ रहे हो, स्क्रीन ब्लैक हो गया फिर अपडेट होने लगा भाई, पता नहीं वो वाला सीन हो गया ना। वो एक रील वायरल हुई थी ना कि विंडोज में वो लोग कंप्यूटर में कैलकुलेशन कर रहे थे, रॉकेट लॉन्च हो रहा था और भाई बीच में वो रॉकेट उड़ने के बाद प्रॉब्लम आई तो वो लोग कैलकुलेट करने बोल रहे हैं, फिर भाई रिबूट में चला गया, कुछ हो भी नहीं रहा।
Alula also took another casualty from STG on the backside, so they've called it quits and actually rushed over the bridge now into the mainland. Yeah, that's only a trio blank. Damage onto Yasa as well.
Oh, Enigma Galaxy might try and trade up. They're just in. They're just in. They're absolutely playing a different game at the moment. I mean, I'm glad finally there's some shots that go towards them now. It's just such a wild play from Enigma Galaxy. Coop's taking a hell of a lot of damage. Slowly careening back in towards his team.
Only one loss लिया है। ईडा के साथ फाइट सही है नहीं।
Vehicles are smoking, flaming. Flashes dash with Gal. I mean that's 3.
OG भाई only 1 point निकाल पाया, लास्ट में 2 point निकाला था, इसमें only 1 point भाई।
Go on. Give it some welly.
Tiamba doing Tiamba things once again. Tony K low on HP on the top floor, upside in the attic. Looking for an angle here, but Falak with the distance shot claps back onto Eagle. A-King gets a little bit high octane as he charges through the ground floor. Nade on the stairs. Mormon's cooking one of his own to bounce down. Godlike getting involved with the fight. That's Manya. Just outside the window. Big Papa pump in his hands.
भाई गॉडल आ गया है यहाँ पे।
Crunching in.
Good Molotov here, but really good timing from Godlike to move into this one, just leaving A-King alive here for Tiamba. Irina on the upstairs with the 4v2v1. Really good stuff. I mean, this is a good entry point.
Fight निकालो भाई।
Godlike, and they understand if they can get rid of 2 teams, they're going to be opening up a lot of space down here. Edmino. Still high HP count, but Manya finally does fall here to a nade from Mormon. Tiamba
बहुत ज़्यादा crucial है भाई।
Smoke on the stairs. Mormon's going to clear it.
Oh, bhai.
With the clothesline. Whoa!
Oh.
Turn around, Mormon! Saying feed me more as Godlike charge into him. Quick decision, but not fast enough on the mantle. And Sume will save it. But at what cost? The only player left alive.
अकेले ने भाई बहुत मार दिया भाई. 3 बंदे को ले लिया अपना. सौम्य अकेला बचा है. वाइटलिटी का पुश होगा अब सौम्य पे.
No qualms. Now Vitality, they're up into it. This place has been the graveyard of 5 separate teams so far. Vitality finally just come over towards the dregs. The funeral's almost over. Can Salme stay alive as the sole participant?
The Vitality a victim from the top floor.
पूरा बमबारी कर रहा है भाई. ओ वाइटलिटी को दूसरे जगह से पड़ा. सौम्य अगर निकाल सकता भाई ये यहाँ पे अगर थर्ड पार्टी लेके निकाल लेगा ना तो भाई क्रेजी हो जाएगा भाई. ओ भाई सौम्य भाई मुंह पे नेट ये पकड़ के ये हो गया. ये फाइट थोड़ा सा लेफ्ट राइट हो गया भाई.
So Razak goes for the risky play to keep them up as 4, understanding they'll need that amount of players to push through the next couple of compounds. They got Aura in front of them and Forthright after that. Alula down towards the south side. Circle finally moved away. Still a lot of water on this one. Beachhead as well. Ida as well as
4 पॉइंट ही ले पाएगा guys.
Play from off downstairs is not. They have 4 players up though right now. This is very easy to recover from. And he should be.
Whoa, you run straight into that one. Catching the Ida try and clap back. Is good damage. But such an awkward setup between both of them. Casualties on either side. Scarface looking to go for the pick-up play. Meanwhile, outside, Emre charging round with the SMG. And denied out by Nonshin Red Force. Tizzy takes that one.
अरोरा अब तो इसमें गेम में खत्म है. NGX के पास चांस है ये गेम में टॉप पे पहुंच जाने का. ओ भाई पूरा उड़ते हुए आ रहा है भाई.
That was a speedy rotor. I like that. You know, cut your losses. Moving through Aura as well as Fourth Rise is going to be hard. And eventually you get third party by one of them. You hear the engagement happening on the north. You send it. Now Wolf is in a very tricky spot. Cut between 2 strong teams in Nongshim as well as Vitality.
Quick decisions. And shades of the Vitality that we were so impressed by prior.
यार दोनों टीम का थोड़ा इधर उधर हो गया भाई. गॉडल अच्छा निकाल सकता था भाई. वहां पे गॉडल थोड़ा अच्छा निकाल सकता था यार. थोड़ा सा खराब हुआ भाई.
The Naruto skin in game as well as the Ninetales Fury org, both looking very cool here. Wolf's going to hopefully have to drop a substitution jutsu here to try and get out of this one because it is going to be hard. Vitality, Razak move up, quick shots over towards Souls. He tries to move around the corner. Nongshin still in play. They're the ones getting the most of the damage though. Federales at least will confirm one. Quick switch around the side. Denying some of the sight lines. Wolf does go down.
कोई बात नहीं भाई, कोई बात नहीं. अपन का होगा भाई. अपन का टीम मारेगा भाई, मारेगा. 2 गेम बस खतरनाक निकाल लेना भाई. 2 गेम खतरनाक निकाल ले, एकदम टॉप में चला जाएगा भाई आपका टीम. समझ रहे हो? टॉप लिस्ट में एकदम ये होगा.
Although maybe he wants to go for it from a slightly different approach. Runs back out. Meanwhile, attention turns onto Federales, and that is another knock going the way of Nonshin. Oh, Razak.
Oh, yeah, good shot.
He's got so easy, very low. Nade right on top of him as well, following up from that. Oh, mate. Cubin with the instantaneous conversion. Now it's a raw 3-on-3. Luckily, they will save Federales, but he's got to top himself back up.
Razak understood the idea. now. Tries to get up towards the wall, create a different angle to deal with. Nongchin was quick to it. Gyunbin pushing up right now. It's a little bit close for comfort here. But I think they know they want to get rid of this guy sooner rather than later, but he has pulled these kind of antics before. Getting a little too aggressive without the help of the rest of the team. So easy goes down the back lines as Flash starts to move on through.
Tizzy tries his might, rapid shots coming out, but not enough to finish Vitality. The end of Nongchin Red Force, but it does leave Vitality slightly weakened. And Flash, they are next in line to try and keep them pinned here, knowing eventually they'll have to move. Slightly paranoid about the other teams that could be behind them.
Blue is ushering Vitality forward, swinging in on the same angle as Flash. How will they make this work? S2G, you were right. You were actually right. They had 2 hovercrafts.
क्या बात है भाई? दो ओवरकाप लेके बैठे हैं.
He's alive all the way through to this end game. He's giving them a lot of pressure. Lost isn't quite able to get it up though. And the hovercraft is stuck on the side. And just about. We'll take it.
Oh, nice bhai.
Just letting it happen. Come on, bit more gas.
Got to give it some welly. His teammates taking a fair bit of damage.
Injects पता है injects हो सकता है कि निकाल सकता है.
If you say like this, man, if you can get him into the zone, there could be a lot
Inject 3-man है और Inject अच्छा position hold किया.
Been able to guard this for so long, make it look uncomfortable. Nade after nade as well, just trying to soften him up.
Vitality do move over to the side. They're looking down over towards 4th right. The shots are pouring in. S2G, they brought repair kits as well with them. Got the blowtorch in play. I mean, that's bold. On fire. Get out. Balak down. Aura, no fear. Drops them all up top.
पता है इसमें एक अच्छा चीज है कि लाइक टॉप में देखो टॉप 5 जो भी टीम है ना उसमें से बस इंजेक्ट छोड़ के बाकी सब एलिमिनेट हो चुका है. सारे नीचे के टीम्स ना ऊपर जाएंगे तो ये बात एक अच्छी है कि बैलेंस बना रहेगा. लाइक बैलेंस बना रहेगा इसमें. नहीं तो ऊपर का टीम अगर ऊपर जाता रहेगा फिर तो भाई मतलब वही सीन हो गया भाई कि ऊपर वाले ऊपर जाता रहेंगे लीड होता रहेगा फिर लीड क्लोज करना बहुत मुश्किल हो जाएगा.
Bit of a weird one.
It was a weird one. I'm glad you picked it up strong though, because I mean it is an important fight. It's just interesting. Vitality go down in the meantime as Flash continues to push the advantage, but it is majority of 4th Rise doing that damage.
भाई S2G ने क्या तो भाई लिया है भाई. ओवरकप लेके देखा ओवरकप लेके भाई गेट इन गेट आउट करके एकदम भाई ले लिया भाई.
Flash has been all over the place so far. Next circle will pull in.
ओवरकप का फायदा है भाई. ओवरकप का बहुत ज्यादा फायदा है. ओवरकप मतलब नॉर्मल क्लासिक में भी खेलोगे ना भाई ओवरकप का बहुत ज्यादा फायदा है. उसमें ये नहीं है ना तुमको उतार नहीं सकता है गाड़ी फोड़ना पड़ेगा. तब तक तुम्हारे पास बहुत ज्यादा चांसेस तुम्हारे टीम के पास बहुत ज्यादा चांसेस मिल जाएगा जो फोड़ रहा है उसको उतारने का. समझ रहे हो? तो ये एक चीज है ओवरकप में बहुत ज्यादा फायदा मिलता है.
But it should be at least the top 5, which I think, you know, we've already achieved. This is a good game from 4th Rise. It shows that they still have it in them.
And with them being able to have enough timing here to get IQ back up once again, the 2-2 split from them can still pay dividends massively. It's been a very elongated firefight between them and Hora.
इंजेक्ट जाएगा लग रहा है. इंजेक्ट जाएगा.
Movement up along the ridge into the zone. A little bit more split here. No fear in the back, trying to protect some Overwatch. Right above you in the building as well. Meanwhile, that's an engagement over onto Enigma Galaxy. S2G after moving in and cleaning out Alula.
Oh, इंजेक्ट को खत्म कर दिया भाई.
And they find the final blow there. Goodbye, Enigma Galaxy. S2G stealing points here, there, and everywhere.
Do we have to call
nice by nice
from now on, where S2G just launch him out like a rocket to center circle and leave him there on his own? This is the kamikaze. This is crazy stuff. The rest of S2G trying to regroup with him, but it's not likely. Kamikaze in play right now. The other hovercraft does go down, not really any other vehicles, might need to regroup, pick it back up again, but Kamikaze, he's going to hold that spot, he planted the flag, the S2G flag, T24 goes down, jiggle around the side.
Ooh, Sleepy, top side of the stairs, but you can't weather the storm as 4th Rise arrives, and the brain of the operation kicks in the brawn, the shotgun does damage, Falak there in the back line to assist, but no fear, charging up. He's going to play on the edge, wants to run in now with the timing, see if he can shut them down. Falak charges back, can't do it. No fear, holds on. Quick switch to the primary. Gets himself onto an off angle. With one more play, if he can shut down IQ, he can take out 4.
Oh!
And that's how he does it. No fear from Hora stands on. Absolutely not frightened.
अच्छा खेला भाई.
As he moves downstairs, pushes up into the dark, and 4 tries will fall.
भाई क्या क्लच निकाला भाई.
Right now, DPS at distance. He's fighting all of them, but S2G falling in the meanwhile. No fear. There's a possibility.
अरे भाई.
If he wants to push out right now. Get involved in the action. Everyone's weakened.
क्या मारा भाई.
Doesn't have all the info we do right now. He's going to top himself back up, play the slow game. That's Flash. Losing their last man there with Kamikaze continuing to punish. Oh, a horrible spot. Tries to get
भाई नो फियर बहुत अच्छा मारा भाई.
Kamikaze's got a single nade in the back pocket if he chooses to dash it. They've got clear vision now. Peppering the bullets. This is it. Pulls the pin, looking to cook. Let's see if he can land it.
Kamikaze looking for it now. A bit of splash damage. But not just there yet. Kamikaze keeps spraying the right location with the bullets.
होरा का भाई एक ही बचा है. S2G के पास chances है.
Solke in the back lines. What's left out here? Quite an unfamiliar target. Solke will take down tops.
फिर भी 1v1 है भाई.
We're down to a 1 versus 1 versus 1.
लेकिन S2G का सर्वाइव करना.
Solke looking at both angles.
1v1 होगा I guess. 1v1.
The battle of the solos.
भाई क्या सीन है भाई इतने बड़े स्टेज पे 1v1 भाई.
No fear already picking up that big clutch. He's amped up as an individual. Got a rough read on where he believes Solke can be stationed, tucked in behind this burnt-out hovercraft.
I don't think he knows. I think he knows there's a team in that general direction, but he does not know where No Fear is. Hamzy finally goes down. I think No Fear has a rough idea that he's playing on this hovercraft, though. He has the information. Watching both of them. This would be an unbelievable double clutch up versus 4 tries into the last 2 teams. Zeus is just pushing forward.
Oh, No Fear को दिएगा. No Fear को खत्म किया. खत्म.
And now Zeus.
Nice भाई nice.
Flash who had swept everyone aside.
1v1 situation है भाई. क्या सीन है 1v1 situation.
Potentially here versus Team Flash.
Zeus. The lightning reactions for Flash have guaranteed them a 2nd place, but can he take it to 1st, or will Soke get it done for S2G? A smoke wall, giving him limited play space.
भाई बहुत intense situation है.
For the peak for Flash. He's going to make his move. Starts charging in, wants to close the distance. Here's the peak up, bullets on target.
Whoa! S2G निकाल लिया भाई. Overcraft वाले निकाल दिए.
S2G Kamikaze with the Kamikaze play toward the center.
बहुत अच्छा खेला भाई. इन लोगों ने जो रोटेशन मारा भाई 2 ओवरकप लेके रोटेशन मार के आए. फिर वहां पे क्लच करके जो निकाला भाई बहुत क्रेजी खेला भाई. बहुत क्रेजी खेला. They deserved it यार.
Feeding the crowd energy. A celebration in unison for the nation as they pop off on that one. S2G locking it down and everyone's living it up.
And it's all in the name because it is all gonna be okay at the end of the game for S2G. They had a lot of confidence coming into this one. They look good on the stage. They look good in the game. Is this the S2G comeback that we were looking for?
Aggression, confidence, some brilliant gun skill. Showing us a lot of the moves we needed to see on that one. A smart rotation from start to finish as well, playing by their own rules, Blank.
I think the thing for me is just, man, 2 matches so far, they have been both electric. I mean, this shot from Zeus.
Oh, the quick reactions, dude. That sent me.
His eyes must be going 2 different directions, man. He'd be seeing everything.
He was so locked in for an S2G fight. I don't even know how he clocked him, but instantly.
He said it, lightning flash reactions. That's what it is. I mean, it's so good from this team so far. I mean, they were involved in everything. I think Horror, honestly for them, yeah, it's a tough fight versus 4 tries, but you've got to be happy with the way that No Fear clutched up there. That is an incredible finish up for those guys. Yes, Horror had a good spot on the sideline, but it's so many teams constantly pouring in, cycling out time and time again. I don't think that was an easy game whatsoever.
लेकिन भाई कसम से यार होरा का वो बंदा भाई क्रेजी खेला यार, मजा आ गया भाई देख के। वो जो वहां पे क्लच निकाला भाई, होरा का बंदा क्लच जो निकाला भाई 40 का, बहुत अच्छा खेला भाई, बहुत अच्छा खेला।
Feels like we're all on an equal footing here, and they're giving it their best. It really has changed the dynamic. But let's get down and hear from Kalaris himself on the stage about what they have to say.
Thank you very much, Shaki. Yes, you can cut the tension with a knife here at the moment for our first two games. And I'm here with our winners from Game 1, of course, Ralph from Nigma Galaxy, to talk to about them. Some of the games that have happened so far. So let's talk about that first game, in that late game against Aurora there. What was your anticipation as a team? Did you think Aurora had maybe moved a little bit earlier? Or talk to me about the late game and what you guys were experiencing.
I mean, we didn't really know. We didn't have much info. But we just played it slow. We took our fights that we need to take, and we just secured the win at the end.
I mean, it looks good at the end, right? Of course, getting that many points off of a Rondo, not a bad start at all for a grand final like this. That second game, a bit harder, I think.
Yeah, second game was a bit harder. I mean, we have the team hard dropping us, but they're scared to fight. I don't know they're camping. So we'll see next game what they do.
I was going to say, were you surprised by that? Because it was in the back, we were a little surprised that they were going to come your way. As we've talked about multiple times, it's your territory. So what are they doing?
They know we won't change, so they're just wasting their time. And they're coming to fight, but they don't want to fight, so I'm really confused right now.
All right, well, thank you very much for joining me here, Ralph. You heard it out there. He's got his eyes on you.
My name's Blank, and I've had 4 coffees, and I'm testing my reaction time right now.
I'm Hot Jukes. I just had a massage, and this is my reaction time.
Let's get it.
भाई ये क्या वही बंदा है क्या? दबरी दबरी दम दम दम।
I actually don't think it has something to do with anything else or anything like that. But what about you, Jukes?
I don't care. Cut.
वन पीस के साथ हुआ है, नेक्स्ट कोलैब शायद वन पीस के साथ होगा। इससे हिंट मिलता है नेक्स्ट कोलैब शायद से वन पीस के साथ होगा पबजी का। आई गेस पबजी के साथ होगा वन पीस का कोलैब, बिकॉज नारुतो का अपने लोगों को देखने को मिल रहा है, नारुतो का कोलैब, ठीक है।
S2G in hovercrafts. That is like white on rice right now, because my goodness, what a performance out of that.
गाइस सारे बंदे फटाफट जाकर लाइक कर दो गाइस, सारे बंदे एक बार फटाफट जाओ लाइक करो गाइस, जो भी चैनल पे है वो जाकर सब्सक्राइब कर दो।
We do have the fan experience that you can check out here at EWC. Make sure you go check it out. You can check out the new mode, Brain Rot Royale. Check out the collaboration right now that PUBG Mobile is doing with Naruto, and so much more. And you can win some really cool shirts, which actually we've been wearing them. Not right now. I think Jukes does have one on, but you'll be able to check out so much stuff. Yeah, check out that still Brain Rot. I mean, Brain Rot Royale. I've been playing it. I think I got to level 7. I've seen people being able to get to level 11. I gotta grind some more.
Wow, 7.7.
Yeah.
Hey.
Gotta keep it on brand, baby. Now that's it. I'm not gonna be playing it anymore. But S2G, Juice.
Bro.
My goodness.
Oh, dude, that double hovercraft play right there at the end was absolutely insane. They were able to take out Aula in a very nice way. And then just, I like to see that they kept one player there, right by the water, behind the hovercraft, just in case. And he was able to clutch it up at the end and get that chicken dinner. Finally, an S2G win, and nice and early.
Yeah, really nice, and the momentum they were able to pick up on after getting those hovercrafts. Very quick side note here, while we're on this fight, 4 Thrives are looking, I hate to say it, very shaky. I don't know what happened because group stage they were looking really
वैसे
solid,
guys अपन
just not able
मैप
to
का
get
फीड
that
भी
win.
एक बार शो
Here,
करते हैं
the
ना, अपन
splits
एक बार
are
मैप
kind
का
of
फीड भी
off.
शो
They're
करते हैं.
pushing one by one, they're not really communicating, it feels like. So the last 2 games I've not been super impressed with
एक बार
them,
मैं
but,
चेक करके
hopefully that
बता रहा
changes
हूँ
in the
मैप
next
का
game.
फीड.
And for 4 Thrives, I felt like it took him way too long, Neptura, to engage the fight there with Hora, just coexisting for too long, and No Fear came in clutch with that 1 versus 2.
He really did, and he continued to come in clutch for a lot of the game. Actually, he was a big part of the team this game.
Yeah, I just think he just made a big play. I mean, what can you do against that? When No Fear comes up and clutches it up, I mean, Aura fans are screaming these guys' names at the top of their lungs, and to be able to clutch it up like that is just huge. So yeah, fortunate for 4 Thrives, huge for No Fear.
Another team that has been performing quite well today when we talk about eliminations has been none other than Nongshim Lace. This was the biggest feedback that we gave this squad during groups and also survival, and they're finally starting to put up those eliminations. As you can see, Nongshim Red Force right now with 9.
Yeah, absolutely 7. I mean, they're finding important fights on their rotation to solidify that position, especially on that northern side. They were able to sort of catch Furia off guard, and now I do want to kind of segue into Furia and to why I need to highlight this. But one of our most aggressive playstyle teams is prioritizing the rotate on Rondo. We actually saw them grab utility, move into zone, and Max actually made a good point about this when NGX was sort of on the, I think it was the eastern side next to E Arena. Furia should have just pushed them into it, caused that fight. They would have had control over that whole entire side because they just sort of stopped the revive from Ulf. Then again, on this map, they found themselves in the position, and Nongshim from the northern side just obliterated their defense. This is just unusual for Furia. They are the power play team. They're the ones that get in the goddamn vehicle and shooting out the window and making that position them. It's just unusual.
They're right. They are supposed to be that aggressive team, and they're currently not showcasing that in the opposite, like you just mentioned, and I was mentioning too. Nongshim is putting up those eliminations, but something happened at the end of that last game. With the hovercrafts and S2G, that was a little bit sketchy now.
It was a little bit, it was a bit touch and go here, but the momentum they've been able to build with these hovercrafts, they had 2 or 3 and they just went, let's go for it. And it's this replay that I want to talk about here, because look how they're going to play this. It's like my driving. First of all, Secondly, look how they take that first hovercraft and they deny the sightlines of Aula, right? They separate them one by one.
Nice.
They can no longer play as a duo. They try and get as many of those sightlines abolished as possible with those hovercrafts, and to be honest, S2G with those hovercrafts have been actually insane. It feels like because they take more damage to explode, and they have it's just a tank, and so they are able to just run with it. They were making crazy rotations from the very beginning of the game. They had those positions on the rocks in the middle of the water, which are normally inaccessible, but having 2 hovercrafts, I wonder if other teams are going to start picking up on that, because that was an insane game from S2G.
I mean, we've seen it happen in the past too, and you just sounded like Max there for a second. I was going to have to double check to make sure it was Michael Natura Jackson or if it was Max. Looking at the overall ranking here, Nick Galaxy is currently in first place with those 26 points. Aurora, top. What happened at the top of that bridge? That man ended up falling down, and he actually ended up hurting Aurora with the rotation that they were looking to do into the main island.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate there. I mean, that's what it's all about. You know, you're trying to get to make those plays, and if you're Aurora, you know, 24
मैं like इसको अगर background पे run करूँगा guys,
being able to get that win, push
कर
themselves
सकते हैं,
up
ऐसा
to
नहीं कर
third place.
सकते, but
I like what we were talking about there about
दो रन नहीं होगा, समझ रहे हो?
Yeah, I mean, look at that.
दो मेरे इस पे रन नहीं होगा, मेरे को फिर लाइक मॉनिटर चाहिए होगा, मेरे पास सिंगल मॉनिटर है, तो मैं दो रन नहीं कर सकता वही सीन, वो थोड़ा सीन है गाइस.
In action, making some serious plays, but hey, again, super clutch moments here.
नहीं तो मैं कर देता भाई लोग,
Other teams are currently on the second page. I know it is the first day of PMWC at EWC 26 finals. It's only 2 games, but there is some things that we're starting to notice here, especially with 4 Thrives, the passionate that you were kind of talking about earlier, Neptura, as well as OG. OG needs to start being a little bit more aggressive and making sure that they look a bit more cohesive when you are being aggressive, because they were pushing one by one. It seems like a chicken without its head.
Yeah, it really did, and also they're losing players very, very early on. I think we've had that in both games now, where they're at least losing at least 1 or 2 of their players. Godlike have had a better opportunity to keep their players alive. They've been split up a little bit more. They've been using a little bit more of the zone, but it's just when they actually get down to the fight towards the end game, that's where they start to falter, and that's why we're not seeing those
चलो गाइस, चलो लेट्स गो. सब कुछ सेट कर दिया मैंने, वैसे मैप फीड भी सेट कर दिया गाइस, तुम लोगों को मैप फीड भी दिख जाएगा. थोड़ा सा एडजस्ट करना पड़ेगा बीच बीच में, वो मैं कर दूंगा गाइस. जब भी मैप फीड का दिखाना होगा ना, मैं एक बार दिखा दूंगा गाइस. दीदी थोड़ा ज्यादा जोश में आ चुकी है, समझ रहे हो, चिल्ला रही है.
Just kind of scoping what the rest of the teams are doing, making their game plan. Game 3, 4 is where they set their sights on fire.
Oh, I like that one. Now this is the group of death. This is the group of death, and this does feel like a finals right now with the way that some of these teams are playing. One man that I know is happy because he ended up picking that team that was in the top 3 here, none other than Team Flash. Maxman is looking to make sure he reverses curse. So let's send it over to Maxman and Kalaris.
Well, we're not going to let him do any predictions here. That would be very, very serious indeed.
Let's go guys, let's go. हम लोग कर सकते हैं guys.
In these 2 games, and we did have
थर्ड गेम शुरू होने वाला है. पॉजिटिविटी के साथ स्टार्ट करेंगे.
I saw the hot drop that could happen on the map before this event. I'm like, they're not going to go
and
for it because
I hope
Galaxy has been dropping in Pachinki before I was even born.
अच्छा गेम जाए ये वाला.
Contested away from them. And as he said, they're going for the hot drop, but they're not fighting and very confused, and they just see the loot truck pass by like, oh, my P90, no P90. So, Ida, I might want to change that because it's not helping you out.
I think it's going to be difficult for them to go up against that, but we will see if it continues. Ralph is also a little bit confused. Let's pivot kind of where we're at here as well. They've already alluded to it on the desk and how things have gone down so far for S2G, but just masterful control of the double hovercraft, some crazy plays, and the send out of Kamikaze to be able to make that work. For S2G, that was very, very impressive.
Yeah, it's just a domain expansion, double hovercraft. I'm sure you get that reference right there, Kalaris. But no, great use of it, especially you saw there in the church during a little bit of a replay analysis where they block out the line of sight of one of the players of Alula to really separate them and win the fight off the back of that. When you're near the water, when you have these open-ended finish, hovercraft are, I'm going to have to say it, they're completely broken, and S2G made full use of it until the very end of that game.
A tough circle though, right? If you think about where Aurora was when it comes to the bridge as well, we're having kind of conversations in the back about this is a military island kind of heavy team, and yet the bridge seems like a conundrum to them that can't solve like a Rubik's Cube.
It was a bit weird, especially because Top was on top of the bridge itself. And I think the player 4 Thrives got an angle on him, so he goes down, kind of drops to his death at that point, right? And then the team tries to go and back up and hopefully get him back up on his 2 feet. But then Al-Ula were very sneaky, pushing right behind them on the bridge. I think Aurora, they're very experienced on that western bridge. We should be expecting more on the finish like this. So, you know what? First Durangle, it's fine. But the next Durangle, they need to show up.
All right, thank you very much, Maxman. It is time to head on over to the commentator team once again for game number 3 of the finals. Let's do it.
There we go, we'll pick up that throw. Thank you very much, James. There's a good arc on that one. Swift, great elbow on you. You can tell he used to be a drummer, but we'll be beating the drums of absolute anticipation and excitement here, Blank, as our 3rd game of the day is about to get underway.
Yeah, national goals as well as we get to this game, because it is going to be a lot to talk about going so far. I mean, even from watching the desk, to watching the stage hits, to watching the interviews, there's a lot to break down over the last match.
Let's go, guys.
Games we've had so far, there's been a lot going on. 4 Thrives on the first game, and a little bit of a misstep, and then coming to the second one, looking a lot better. But so many good teams. I'm very confident to say this is about as competitive as it gets in PUBG Mobile right now. I think we have the right teams here with us. We go into our 3rd match of the day as we get towards our halfway point.
Let's go guys, 3rd match.
Shooting range to start off down towards Novo. straight through the center, really easy one here, Jackie, very nice. I think most people can get exactly where they need to go. Aurora, last game, like you said before, looked a little bit weaker, right? I mean, even Max picked up on, he was saying that, hey, the team's very experienced around this area of the map, should not be going down so early like this. It should be a game that
don't worry, guys. Don't worry.
Wasn't the case here. Tiamba, they go out early. A little bit further down
ये लो guys,
south side of the map.
let's go guys, let's go. तुम लोगों को मैं पूरा फीड यहाँ पे एक बार दिखा दे रहा हूँ, छोटा करके दिखा दे रहा हूँ तुम लोगों को, लाइक ये भी दिखेगा, मैप फीड भी दिख जाएगा और ये जो है पॉइंट टेबल भी दिख जाएगा, तो इजीली तुमको एक्सेसिबल है. मेरा फेस कैम इसमें कोई ये नहीं है, ठीक है. चलो अब तुम लोग गाइस इधर ही फोकस करो.
We wonder if we'll have something early here from Aura and Aurora. And where's that zone going to go? We've had some
थोड़ा OG एंड इसका थोड़ा सा ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा भाई लोग, क्योंकि थोड़ा सा मेरे को लग रहा है कि चाप है. बस अपने बीच ना ड्रॉप क्लास हो जाए भाई, वही चीज. वैसे OG तो शायद से रोज़ॉक लेंगे, maybe. NGX and ईदा फिर से भाई, फिर से ड्रॉप फाइट, फिर से इनका ड्रॉप फाइट देखने को मिला.
No idea why this is happening, by the way. It's actually very strange. I'll explain once it's done. I mean, Kalaris already went over it in the interview, but
दिया.
Crazy on it. Thoreau with the M249.
Oh,
there's some good shots done. Actually, we're going to do quite well here, but already losing a player does feel bad, and it being Coops is even worse. Taken on side, Lord hits some shots with Abacan. It's back and forth here, Swain last left to face. And Ralph will get it done with the M24. He's screaming!
भाई निगमा का Coops को तो दे दिया. एक इन लोगों का एक कैजुअलिटी हो रहा है भाई, लास्ट गेम में भी एक कैजुअलिटी हो गया.
For context, Nigma Galaxy has dropped in this location for years upon years, and they say it every time. In fact, they actually say it to the crowd and to all the players, we will never switch our hot drop, so it is never worth it to fight Nigma Galaxy inside of Pachinki. Sadly for them, Fourth Rise feels like we can get some easy points off the back of this one. You guys just come off a fight. We know you've come off a fight. This is a great read from Fourth Rise, actually. Look at this.
Ooh, mate, didn't see him on the angle. Fourth Rise spotting Lord. So as much as there was a pop-off of them defending their home turf on the hot drop, like you say, Fourth Rise know you're slightly weak. They'll look to get in there, twist the knife.
ईदा वाले खुश हो गए भाई.
Denying any more points on this.
ईदा वाले खुश हो गए भाई.
I mean, to be honest, you do wonder. Fourth Rise boys, they see
भाई ईदा वाले खुश हो गए भाई. बदला ले लिया, बदला.
Galaxy camp, and they're like, they've just won that fight.
We should get it back.
Now 2v2 fight है guys. इधर लोग का 2v2 fight है.
Work, but you got to make the point somehow. Ralph the M249. Looking for some good damage, but the shouts from the crowd start to ring out. Fourth Rise.
भाई मजा आ गया इन लोगों का देख के.
Allowing Ralph as well as Satan to live another day. Circle did move him towards the northeast side. I don't know what he needs to do, man. It's akin to throwing away all of your errand goals.
Yeah, it feels like one of those where it's kind of cutting your nose off to spite your face.
Yeah.
As much as, you know, it's your spot too. If it's not working, you got to adapt. Gigantic prize pool on the line. You fought this hard to be in finals. Don't ego challenge if you don't need to. But for Fourth Rise, can they find those elims they wanted off the back of this counter play? T24 spotted on the drop. Let's see if he can go for the peak off this. And of course for you, you can get involved with that Naruto event at home.
4T up top. T24, he's got an inkling. Smells him out on this one. Senses his Reiatsu inside the building. Satan underneath.
तो भाई ये क्या है?
Slightly slow on the timing there, and T24 tries to use the DBS. He's swinging around in circles. Satan's not
ये क्या गोल रानी? किसमें कितना पानी? दे रहा है 40 को दिया.
Takes more damage.
Oh.
Ralph is nowhere nearby to help. Drops him down to 1.
डब्बा डालने का सोच रहा था भाई, दे दिया गोल। भाई क्या गोल 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 रानी सीन कर दिया।
Then get the revive back on T24. Ralph's just had to stay, man. It's where he's been for so long.
You'd be furious.
Yeah, you'd be fuming.
You win it twice. You win the hot drop twice back to back. It happens again, it costs you a game. And not even because of them.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, that's the thing, it just comes back to haunt you, right? Here we go. This is the full replay on it, so you get all the action. Oh, mate, it's carnage from the start. Obviously, we had Coops go down early. Like you say, they pop off to win it. We saw the celebration from Ralph literally sending a message live in the event. Live in the flesh. Said it with his chest. They deserve the drop.
चाकू से भाई मारा उसने, नहीं तो गोल ले जाता वो। उसको सीधा गन मिल गया था भाई।
Comfortable for both of those teams to get anything in these games.
It's the best Enigma guys he's looked in a long time as well. I think that's the saddest thing about it, and now it's happened in finals. And it's happened so frequently in the past as well, where Enigma guys has just got to challenge another team for their drop spot.
इस पावर नॉक हो गया, इस पावर फिनिश।
They've held it the entire tournament. Come on, guys.
No fear getting ran down by Aurora, as Top will find him on the move. 4-5 did peace out, going slightly deeper into the zone to do a bit of loot, and obviously wasting a decent amount of time on that as well.
इस पावर को कहाँ से दिया? भाई अपना मेन असॉल्टर को ही दे दिया।
Vitality down towards the southwest, started in Kameshki style, but this time we're seeing him over towards Gaka, but they grabbed themselves the loot truck. Feed as much as they can out from there. Circle up towards that north side, split between the lake. Yasnaya on the south side, on school, as well as Saverni. Shooting range.
ये लो map fit guys, map fit check कर लो.
Tiamba tighten it in with E-Arena, Aurora, Godlike. Salme currently holding down the gas station. Pops of tire. He can't come through here for a best.
Aurora भाई अपने पास.
Yeah, only 18 left. One in the clip, 17 in a hole. Let's see if he can turn some bodies cold on this push-up. Top going to drop down back behind the car. So Aurora taking a fair bit of damage. More reserve taps now. Got to find himself some ammo to play with. Switch it out to the Tommy just to keep the pressure on them. Suppressive fire.
Spreading it through, cutting the grass, but not quite finding the shots over towards the players. Next circle, 10 seconds roughly on this one. Aurora still figuring out where they want to play. Probably going to be a big old retreat here out. Migrate for a lot of squads. Hardship potentially? No, actually. Very, very kind. Up towards that north side. Obviously, Lake is a bit of an awkward one to play around. You're going to see a lot of people playing on the rocky outcrops. The staging that goes up towards Stalba. Big old mountainside. There is also... Never mind, it's horrible. I lied to you. It's not great. You got the field down towards Yasnaya too, so there's not a huge amount of fun spots to play in. You have to decide a rotation in now and quickly. Do you wrap on the north? Do you wrap on the south? Because you can't really change that as time goes on because of Yas Lake.
Woman from E-Arena once again, being able to throw out some big uppercuts. That's back onto Aurora. So single knock there. We have the Tiamba POV on rotation. Get themselves into a fair place so far. Mormon keeping it going.
S-Power भाई मर गया, वो अपन के लिए थोड़ा सा प्रॉब्लम हो गया भाई. S-Power का जिंदा रहना जरूरी है भाई. S-Power का जिंदा रहना जरूरी है. आरू नॉक.
Lot of fights breaking out across the battleground.
भाई पुश आया, OG के पास पुश आया.
With some show-stopping rotates.
Oh, nice. Nice भाई, who's got? क्या फोड़ा यार?
Got it primed.
W, भाई.
Aaron comes in swinging. But yeah, got shot down very, very quickly there. Scarface looks to send a nade, but I don't even know if I think it's worth it anymore to go for this. Also deep on the south side of the map, need to swing back further up in Yas way. Alula instantly takes up the cliffside. Aurora decides they're going to go loot Savannah.
Nice.
I mean, to be fair, they had taking quite a fair hit earlier on. Spent a little bit of ammo. Potentially some of the vests are starting to wear down, some of the helmets. Get some resets on that before you get moving.
भाई गॉडल का आखिरी बंदा बचा यार.
Tiamba tackling against the Vitality Killer Bees once more. And it's Milu that's already showing that consistent form. Putting himself up to 10 elims on the day, I believe then, after that. Nice start for the first 3 games.
Oh.
Milu keeping it a little bit quiet though. Now playing a little bit split.
Soon देख लो भाई लोग.
Eagle a little bit further forward, perched up. Over towards Aura. Very much slowing down now the halfway portion, Jackie. Trying to maintain some of that lead.
Admino भाई अपना है, सामने team Vitality है.
Big way. Enigma Galaxy absolutely 30 points right now. Aurora at 26. They're able to earn 3 after that last game. In the first, we got 23 on that one, so last game was a bit of a dud. Hope they can find more of this one. Send us up over towards Tiamba as well as Aura, so those 2 compounds there are going to be a big deal.
मुश्किल है एडमिनो के लिए.
Plateau that surrounds them. Very nice to be able to take shots out towards teams as they push on in. Sadly, Alula's much more high ground spot gets pulled off. So you're going to have to...
OG अच्छे जगह पे है, लेकिन पता है OG बहुत अच्छी जगह पे है. एडमिनो अगर होल्ड करता तो हो सकता है एडमिनो अच्छा निकाल सके.
Let's move for Thrives though, Jackie. This is good.
For Thrives still looking pretty nice in some of the encounters we've seen individually. Another roster that we know that can be very explosive. Let's see if they can bring the boom on this one straight up towards the setup from Alula. Quick on top. Got a pump action in the back pocket ready for it if they can close the gap. Bit of overwatch from R3B on the top side with Claws relatively close to assist. Fast reactions onto the position of Falag, but the shot's not connecting.
Falag taking a little bit of damage here, not the half. Claws of the nade though, it's not the
एक बार मैं फिर ऑन कर रहा हूँ गाइस, एक बार चेक कर लेता हूँ कहाँ पे है.
Bounce on it actually. That would have been on target if he had the mood. And Falag just takes the time. Here's the arc on that one.
एडमिनो भाई जा रहा है पीछे से.
Tough circle though, man. Very, very tough circle. The majority of the center is taken up by that water. I actually do really like S2G's position. They're playing towards those compounds that sit just a little bit east over towards the lake itself. Oh, sorry, the cliff face. You got flash down towards those compounds, but S2G currently playing on that rocky outcrop on the northern side, just holding out teams on the south here.
JX का भाई बंदा एकदम दूर है भाई.
Tiamba's actually even gonna
जोन डैमेज लेते हुए दूर है भाई, बहुत दूर है. टीम पॉइंट्स निकाल रहा है भाई, अपना प्लेस पॉइंट निकाल रहा है.
Fine margins between this going wrong for either of these 2 teams in 4 Thrives and Alula. So not wanting to risk it too much. Meanwhile, OG crossing past the crosshairs of Nonshin Red Force was busy taking the peek over the top.
Bhai,
the heavy weaponry ready to rock them if they stay close by. And luckily they have a
आराम से भाई OG भाई आराम से
between the 2. Double back over to the bridge where Rolf is stationed.
Yeah, they know OG's in the area as well. See, Aaron struggled versus them.
भाई उल्फ वाले वहीं पे है भाई, वहीं पे बैठे हैं भाई.
Gas station. Tried to go for the movie entrance, but we went straight to credits instead. Yeah, all hoping to hold them on the bridge side. Next circle though, I'm feeling the pizza slice here over towards the west. I mean, Aurora currently have a really strong position on it, and we do head over there, in fact. But it's like a case of Aurora holding the central spot. They have a lot of 360 vision, but it's very open.
भाई
It's very,
मस्त
very
जोन है
open
भाई,
area,
मस्त जोन
a
है.
little bit on fun. There's quite a few radio towers and the square concretes that sit underneath them that end up being like where you play. You literally just lie down next to them, try and set up vehicles. You can see Vitality already sending over. But this is quite
भाई इन्हें वाले फाइट इनिशिएट कर रहे हैं, लेकिन अगर उल्फ के पास पूरा थर्ड पार्टी करने का मौका भाई.
Well, that's the last man for Enigma Galaxy, and Ralph trying to stay alive for as long as he can, but finally falls to S2G. S2G possibly being collapsed upon as well by 4 Thrives. They fall next.
Yeah, good fight. Very good fight in 4 Thrives.
S2G खत्म भाई इसके साथ. चलो टॉप टीम खत्म है भाई. टॉप टीम खत्म होगा तो सही है भाई. अरोरा है बस. अरोरा आई गेस इसमें टॉप पे जाएगा.
A lot of hopes riding on these 3 players from Aurora though. Another good game here. Sits them a little bit further ahead. Make up for that previous match there on Arangle. Not the greatest of pushes across the bridge to begin.
To be fair, with Enigma and STG going down early, not really
By
able to make too many points on this one. It could be the dream recovery for Aurora if they can keep it up.
एडमिनो को ले लिया भाई.
Unfortunately for Godlike, Adamino unable to withstand the hit that is thrown towards him.
इसके साथ बॉटल खत्म भाई.
And live on to fight on this one.
बॉटल का खराब गया भाई.
4 of our squads out of
बहुत ज़्यादा खराब
the
गया.
third game so far.
Nongshim on that south side, actually trying to push on him. There's quite a few teams there. Nongshim's just going to barge over towards OG. Tanky's already down. Another nade towards the backside here. Good damage from Hyunbin, as always. Looking very, very strong. Hit the deck. Good dodge on that.
Oh.
Second nade's a bit stronger though. Aru now needs to get back into action. The rest of Nongshim Red Force lagging behind as Flash still continues to create a little bit
अच्छा है भाई. 2 नॉक है
nuisance
यहाँ पे.
for them in top.
लेकिन भाई किल चोरी हो जाएगा. किल चोरी हो जाएगा भाई.
Back and forth blows, but
भाई आरू भाई प्रॉपर
एकदम
एकदम इसमें गया भाई.
Uncomfortable for Nongshim, actually, man. Yeah, that's a nice flick back up towards the Wizard Tower, and it keeps him pinned in position, so he can't provide too much Overwatch.
Bad spot now. I mean, no position to help the rest of his team. It's a cool side swipe coming through the tops as well. Caused so many problems on the back line there for Nongshim Red Force. Just weren't quite quick enough. He's going to have an even deeper look into this one. He wants to get up close and personal, investigate. Potentially some more eliminations here left at the crime scene.
He's still trying to get an angle on this. Minute you got to move, he'll be ready for the catch.
NX का आखिरी बंदा बचा है. NX का आखिरी बंदा बचा भाई.
So it's all been a little bit uncomfortable for the 4 squads that have been collapsing in onto that one position. This gas station for OG somehow being a very formidable defensive area.
खत्म. फ्यूरिया वाले खत्म कर दिए भाई.
I got a little bit lucky, but yeah, Aurora in a really, really good spot now. This is definitely redeemable city here for Aurora. We just need to not see them go for something silly again. That is all.
Yeah, just keep their cards close to their chest and be able to close this one out with some good plays. To be honest, mate, that is kind of the dream with what we saw off the back of this game with the other squads above them falling out early. It has presented that opportunity, and like you say, if they can grab it, they've recovered from that. We can all forget about game 2. Everything looks good for them, and they'd actually be on that podium spot in first place come the end of this game. But that's still in the future. Still a lot of other teams that could potentially look to upset them. So we'll stick with the narrative as it develops. This is their position right now. 4 Thrives going in against the arena. Doc looking to decimate some damage out, and he does hit nice. Good shot onto Falak, a little bit more they can do it.
I like that though. Good smoke. Over towards the rock side to kind of isolate this engagement between them and 4 Thrives in the arena on the northern edge. Makes a ton of sense to me as well. That vitality location is going to be a real problem for you. That's a long nade. Actually hits on target. Great damage, and they just keep on pumping in. 4 Thrives are out. But yeah, I mean, that's some massive nades on that one.
Just chaining them together as well, one after another, after another. They want to go in to grab the bits. Drop the smoke, try and stay alive. Issue is you're now in a position where other teams can take shots onto you for free.
Yeah. Good shot. I mean, Doc is holding on. He is holding on. I think he's got that mentality where it's like, well, I'm sorry guys, I ran out that
OG का भाई last बंदा बचा है
for
भाई,
the
one
rest
man
of the day,
standing.
and I will keep you lads safe. It's a good shot over towards Silence. The rest of Fury need to re-angle over
And
towards
खत्म
it.
OG
But
भाई,
it takes a gun away from that western side. But Aurora had to do that. They had to push over towards Four Thrives. They knew that it's not likely in the near future they're going to be getting many more death crates, and they need that util. They need that ammo to carry on inside of this match. Tiamba though looming off in the wings.
भाई दोनों टीम के लिए यार खराब क्या पॉइंट यार, गॉडल के लिए तो 0 पॉइंट है चलो, और ओजी भी भाई 2 पॉइंट ऑन भी सरवाइव करके भी बहुत खराब पॉइंट, बहुत खराब जा रहा है गेम.
Keeping pressure on them, playing a little bit safer here in their setup. Window peek with good eyeline onto some of the other teams. Scarface on the long wrap around back up the coastal ridge over towards the bridge side. Going to be coming in from the back near Vitality and Flash. This is his angle on the move. Ooh, spotted out. Starting to lose his HP bit by bit. Got to drop down to the deck and hope that he can hold on.
I'm not sure how he's lived this long. Tops has got to know someone's moving here, the pitter-patter of the footfall. Bows the distance, Scarface is instead just going to go for the heel. Tops pulls the pin. He should know, it should be right on the edge of the blue here. Good airbush will do the trick. Ruins the amount of healing that came through there. Aura from the sidelines though will get sleepy and over towards Bows. Top though is the one to refrag over towards that. Tiamba aching moving forward. Gets behind that radio tower. This is a good spot to aggress over towards Aurora on. But more importantly, hold out on the southeast side. Good nades again, goodness me. Aurora's having none of it.
You feel the base on that one, more coming as well. Airburst over the top side, trying to arc it round the corner. Ooh. Eagles crossing his fingers, hoping the smoke is enough to get the pick-up play back on A.
Aurora भाई जैसा नेट कर रहा है.
I wonder if they're going to push this, Jackie.
I mean, with a Money, you could. You get the spread on it, just try to follow up off the back. You know they're weak.
Oh man, I think they just wanted to get the flush at least, but not meant to be. That's a lot of nades invested there for basically nothing. A-King's going to send back one of his own. Now they're fully set up over here on the radio tower. From Molotovs, more damage done. Chip damage from the nade should be good enough, so start to bombard now. They're splitting the difference on these ones. They know they have to go for one side, and it is over towards Dog. Survives the first blaster shrapnel, and should survive the second.
So many nades though. And Doc, although the shrapnel hits him in the face, he takes that peek and shuts one player down.
भाई Doc मार रहा है यार.
6 nades thrown out for no real follow-up from it. So it goes both ways for either of these two teams. Top with the instant adjustment back over onto E Arena. No, he's being collapsed upon from two sides between this team.
Shrebs now. Get the res on of E Arena. E Arena, you know, actually haven't been too bad. I think for the points they currently have, 19, but they've been consistently up towards at least the top 8 every game. Vitality still taking more shots here. Tiamba is the one to take down Tops. Tiamba's playing in the format, and genuinely the way they weather the storm here versus Aurora, they have a place to play inside the circle going forward. It's more about dealing with the couple of players inside that shack right there. And it's hard to line up those nades past the side.
Oh bhai.
Always have that angle of Doc to worry about. He is so critical to his other two teammates living.
Schwab's with a bit of a forward scout play in the buggy, reading onto it. QZZ was knocked towards the backside. Thing is though, they've been here for so long and they've invested so many nades, so many bullets, that they're starting to run dry and can't actually push out to get themselves anything. Availability of crates becoming an all-time premium. The longer this goes on, the worse it gets for Tiamba.
Yeah, they needed a break, honestly, and that break was going to come in, be able to get those shots, get those nades over towards Aurora.
ये लोग ऐसे पूरा map check कर लेते
swing. Moment's got 5 nades to play around with too. QZZ finds shots over towards Vitality. They are trying to stop two teams from squeezing them together. But they will. This is a good play. This is actually a good play. It's a desperation play, but it's one.
Oh bhai, oh bhai, oh bhai, oh bhai, oh bhai.
King moves in. Razak last step alive. Where's the rest of the team? QZZ moves up. How is Razak living this?
Oh, this is unbelievable. Razak raising hell amidst the chaos as he stands strong to punish back.
भाई क्या सीन हुआ भाई, चढ़ गया पूरा उनके ऊपर, एकदम चढ़ गया भाई.
Clash in, knowing they needed to shut them down to get themselves any sort of ammunition, any kind of supplies to play on, and it does not work how they wanted.
Wild stuff. The arena now. Send some nades in. Joel's the first to fall off the back of that. They have just played this game nice and slow from that northern side, trying not to get too involved in things. They've been saving up these nades for that end game moment. Will move in.
टॉप को फिनिश डाला, जियोल को फिनिश डाल दिया, टॉप को भी फिनिश डाल दिया भाई. इसके साथ आई गेस अरोरा खत्म.
Finishes off the stragglers. Slowly but surely, the team's exit stage left, and the final fight begins to have itself set up. Furia coming back in with some of that firepower we had seen prior. Good damage onto E-Arena. It's Tony K that's knocked behind the hard cover. Joker looks to wrap over to see if he can save his mate and put them back into an equal situation. 3 versus 4 right now. Schweppes warding off Ayala.
Eagles
nice.
Still coming out strong. He wants more.
निकाला भाई, 4v4 fight है आराम से.
Delivering. He goes down. Big player on the squad. Now it's time for the likes of Ayala as well as Chief to stand
सीरिया का एक को दिया है.
E-Arena, they saved all their potential up for that late game though. We saw how much ammo they still had, how many smokes they still had remaining. His team basically played this one out for the chicken dinner. The arena, it's sort of not worth it unless they get the chicken dinner on this one. The amount they saved up, 5 nades still in the hand of Schweppes. Getting a second place is nice though, but yeah, it's this open ground.
मेन बात है ये के पास गाड़ी नहीं है, पता है, ये को ओपन में पूरा ये करना पड़ेगा.
A big old bombardment from E-Arena in the near future though.
ये के पास शायद इसके पास ओनली गाड़ी है.
He got down, man. It's kind of so brutal because he really has been this pop-off player for the team. Is that going to be enough of a deficit to really make this one uncomfortable?
Igor, he's just providing all the information back all the time. Chief moves up over towards the loot crate. The nade has to be invested. Don't miss on that. Yeah, good. I was thinking that he was going to send it over towards Igor's. But he is just calling every single time they pull the pin on this one. When to move, when not to. Finally, the play zone takes him out, and Fury is blind again.
You lose your eyes in the back line.
कहाँ घुमाते हुए गाड़ी से सारा नॉक लिया भाई. सारे बंदे लाइक कर दो गाइस, सारे बंदे लाइक कर दो गाइस.
Waiting to be crunched forth. Silence with the big guns in the back line, ready to spray. A lot of nades invested, dashing them in towards the middle here.
I mean, they're mega blind. I mean, they can't move that far. Unless Igor's giving them back the worst information in the world, but... Yeah, I mean, with Fury, I think there's a little bit of scaredness of that front line being aggressed upon. Schweppes pulls the nades. We are playing battleships right now. Grenade to E5. You missed by a mile.
Just dashing them out. He's gone wide, man. Start forest fire out in this field of Erangel right now. Be the best opportunity for them. That one actually hits.
He's having to drive into it though. Okay.
Assist.
I mean, I think we could just wait on these nades. There's plenty of time to wait on this one. E-Arena can play off the back of the tree in the near future. Ayala's just going to swing round. Right?
ओ भाई क्या है भाई, मुंह पे जाके भाई किल देना जरूरी है.
Going in and opening things up with an advantage for E-Arena.
This is PMWC here at EWC.
पूरा मुंह पे जाके किल दिया भाई.
It's been an end game. It has been an end game. Eagles confused everyone. Silence now. Trying to be as quiet as possible. Decent Molotovs, these ones actually. Trying to catch them on the rotate out. MG3 could make all the difference. Joker's about to send this nade back into the blue.
A little bit of a pre-fire. Problem is the info goes both ways. Silent's got a good read of what angle they're actually playing from now.
Oof. He actually did.
Oh, okay. Cheap for the peek up. There you go. Follow up off the back of it. Let's see if they can deal some damage. Silence peeks up. Warning shots out. Low on health. Got about half left to play with. Runs in towards the tree. He's got the shotty in his hands now. Yeah, all right. It's all kicking off here. They're going to be able to find it through in the end. E-Arena do clutch on. A bit of a topsy-turvy one, but a chicken dinner they'll still be proud of.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you?
अच्छा निकाला है, अच्छा निकाला इन लोगों ने.
Good game from E-Arena.
फ्यूरिया ने पता है फ्यूरिया ये कर सकता था.
Egos, as he went down, I think he might have thrown out some information that was maybe less than useful. Unfortunate stuff. To be fair, whilst he was still alive, they had a real good pinpoint on what the arena was doing. So I am joking. It's a joke, guys. I do think Egos are great.
चलो गाइस थोड़ा सा ब्रेक लेते हैं अपन. ठीक है, इसके बाद ब्रेक होगा आई गेस. थोड़ा सा ब्रेक लेते हैं अपन भी. चलो आता हूँ गाइस 10 मिनट में.
We don't want to push, so we're just going to lob everything.
Yeah,
and then have that respectful gunfight once we get in.
Exactly, because I do think that for E-Arena they just wait a little bit longer, play up towards the tree line. With the amount of nades they had, they could have blanketed the entire thing. But even then, they were like bouncing them out into the blues. It's a little strange. Was a little strange. And you're right. I also did not expect that to be the first domino to fall, which was just Isla just getting mega impatient.
After all that waiting, it was kind of really like a curveball just came in. Swift gut punch. Didn't expect that.
I know they're behind. I'm just going to go for it. All right. Confirmed, that's where they are. You're dead, Isla. That's where they are, lads.
Yeah, I got the info.
Okay.
Got the info.
Info game. Sick of playing battleships. But yeah, overall, I think if we look a little bit prior into that game, I think Aurora, the way they set themselves up, not bad, but there was a couple of moments where it got real hectic. I think a lot of teams made it far into that end game. Tiamba play out that radio tower really, really well. Even I think Tiamba's decision-making does require bringing up a little bit. The fact that they decided to push over towards Vitality in that moment, the play almost works, but the speed at which they do it, like we're getting crunched right now, we have to just fly over towards this team and take them out. They have no qualms about just fully going for it. I really like that, and I think that that's the type of playstyle that
the impossible doesn't happen overnight. It happens in the hours nobody sees. It starts with a thought that turns into a dream. Reach your impossible.
I think, again, that was one where it was like Razak just kind of popped off on the hold.
Yes.
It was, honestly, it was better play from him than it was bad play from them. He just popped off on a solo mission where it's like, oh, fair play. You've actually kind of owned us there.
Yeah.
But what the play was meant to do was great. They needed ammo, they needed supplies, and they went for it. So
absolutely.
It was a head-on call.
It was the right thing to do. And the right thing for us to do right now is to go for a little moment with the boys over on the stage. And we'll be back real soon.
Powers here at PMWC 26, joined by John Allen, Kalaris, and Neptura, and we're playing a round of Hot Drop Dance.
Ooh, we're going to be getting stuck into the board, hopefully. Maybe not for some. Some are having a bit of trouble during practice, but we're going to be taking some shots at the board. The person with the least score is going to have to give their hot take, so let's jump into it. You guys, I think you two have to go first.
I think we get Nep up there first. Let's get Nep's in a prime position for this. I feel like I'm in the danger zone, but let's see.
Get ready to dodge.
Oh, it's your best one. Yeah, that's
it's on the board.
Thank you very much.
Let's shuffle up.
Thursday.
And Kalaris up to the bat. Oh, okay, all right.
This is good. This is good.
There you go, James. There you go.
Shuffle in.
Thank you. Don't hit me, please. Oh, it's a 17. Currently, Nep's in last with 6.
No way. Oh, a double 17.
It's a triple 17.
It's a triple one, I don't know.
That means Neptura is last.
Are
There
you
go.
serious?
Yep. What's your hot take, Neptura?
My hot take is that the Uzi is a bad weapon and shouldn't be played.
There you go.
That's it. Wait.
This one was Neptura.
That one was mine.
bullseye.
No, it's in 25.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh.
It's you.
Well, she's already done a hot take now, so.
You did that on purpose.
No,
you.
no, no. I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. All right, here. Go on.
John starting us off. Let's see. Oh, hey. It's
Not
in.
bad.
That's all that matters, really.
It's on the board.
Here we
I
go.
haven't missed.
Kalaris now. Forearm strength. It's good. It's good.
Ooh. That could be a treble.
That's nice.
Get out
There
the
you go.
danger zone. The splash zone's coming for you, Kale.
Good maths.
Oh, that's a triple.
Okay.
Triple 3.
God. All right, there you go, mate. Take this.
I'm pretty sure it's currently the lowest. Wait, no, it's not.
I'm
John's
on a
the
5.
lowest. Yes, John's the lowest.
Or is that a 2? It's a 5, I think.
It's a 5.
Oh, and that's a 2.
That is a 2.
I've been saved by the upside down
It's true.
version of my own
Jackie,
number.
it's your turn.
There you go.
Okay. Hot take. Dino Park and Vikendi, infinitely better than Ronda. I miss it. Bring it back.
Oh, okay.
All right, considering I actually lost the first round, I should probably do a hot take because I cheated you out of it. I'm so sorry. Tiamba will not win PMWC despite looking really good.
I feel like I've got to follow in with a hot take as well.
Oh, okay.
I feel like over-reliance on ARs, nonsense. I want DMRs in, give the players a little bit more expression in the secondary slot, you know? Those submachine guns, something else popping in. Give a little bit more individuality. That's what I want to see.
I like it.
Don't give me this mic. You know what I want? I want all of your opinions from the viewers at home. You in the chat. Tell us what you think. Let us know right here, right now. What are your controversial takes?
If I'm not mistaken, Neptura, I think you actually won at darts, and I think you got that chicken dinner.
I did.
You were lied to, but
Very mad.
in this last game, eArena wasn't lied to, Max, because eArena came out with the win.
I never know how to react to an eArena win now since that Rondo 39 pointer. I'm like, okay, that's great. That's a cool win. But what's next? No, it genuinely was a good game. It was very open-ended finish between Furia and eArena. I think it was kind of even Steven until eventually Ayala got a little bit overly aggressive on that push. Then he gave the man advantage and eArena using every resource they had available to get that win. Good to see, but again, I need to see that continue in your next coming matches.
Take it away, Lace. I know you've been wanting to talk about this team for a minute.
Hey, Arlo, I am revoking your driver's license because I was waiting for the Furia drive by Max. eArena, obviously, they deserved that win because of Furia and their driving and not taking that position early on. I mean, I liked the way that they sort of held out eArena early on in the map. Yeah. They had Silence kind of scouting Vitality's movements right down at the south side. So this was such a better play from them. They're actually defending and looking where other teams are sort of pushing into that position. They had such a strong split hold. Obviously, a little bit of tunnel vision coming out of some of the players there, and then I don't know what the vehicle situation was, and you could hear me screaming in the back, he's like catching nades with the vehicle as well, and I'm like, what plan is this? They had such a strong position after getting like
this one.
After moving their way into zone on the rotation on the southern side, Max.
Look,
I'll give you my back, Neptune. I'm really upset.
I know what happened, actually. I was talking tonight. I saw him as we were leaving the talent room, and I asked him, like, what was the play with Ayala? And he said the idea for Ayala was to get an off angle on the team and actually catch them from behind. But then he saw two players and he got scared. And that's the thing is, right, lack of information will make you do these kind of mistakes. So it could have been a good idea, and catching nades didn't work out. It could have been great, but unfortunately, two-player setup was exactly what eArena needed in case of those kind of pushes coming their way.
That was just a big, something I like to call, what the Furia? WTF, because that's exactly what ended up happening with that one. I've been working on that one all day, especially with the way that they were playing earlier. There was a squad, though, that was able to put up a good amount of eliminations, and it was none other than Aurora. Aurora, once again, Neptura being able to back it up with the limbs, even though they wasted a lot of utility with Tiamba.
They did wait. It was a big old red zone, and it was fairly unnecessary. However, it does get you those points, right? And it's been really nice to see them actually, because I think in the group stage, right, we saw them just doing just enough to get into the top 5, just enough to get to where they wanted to be. Now we're seeing true Aurora here. Now we're seeing the team that we're used to seeing, and I'm really enjoying that. I think they've actually played a lot better, right? They're very even. They're not splitting. Doc's not doing his thing. He's staying with his team, and Rifus, Enzio, we've seen some really cool off angles from them, so very happy with them.
And something that I enjoy seeing there, especially out of that graphic, Max, is Top being able to bounce back. Remember, earlier in the previous match before this one, Top was on top of the bridge. It didn't end up working out for him, but 4 LMs out of him, a person that has been an MVP before on an international finals, that's exactly what you want to see.
Yeah, really happy. I mean, the best way to describe it is what you said, Niptra. They became a red zone at that moment in that game, and I love the way that any team would get in contention of their zone, they would start just nading them to hell and back. So Aurora playing it really well. I am still not sold though on their performances so far. I feel like there's still a lack of fragging power that they used to have in the past. Doc is underperforming quite significantly. So Top, GG's, I'm loving it. Zol too had some great moments, especially in that rondo. But Doc, he's still sleeping right now. He needs to wake up.
Wake up, Doc. Wake up. Just make sure you don't start going away from your team, because that's when things ends up falling apart for Aurora. But Aurora, honestly, 36 points, currently tied. But the tiebreaker does go to eArena with that win that they ended up getting. Tiamba, though. Tiamba right now, the aggressiveness that we've been seeing out of this team, if you want to give the mic to Lace, they're currently putting up those numbers, Lace, because 27 eliminations for that squad and only 4 placement points.
Yeah, I see that. This is what I'm saying. They're finding those fights. They're gathering those eliminations, finding a nice power play position, but then unfortunately losing it, which is where we see the decline in placement points. But obviously this is still a really good trend for them, especially coming out of survivals into this sort of scenario, and to have that amount of points and that sort of trajectory is incredibly good for them. But of course, we got to bring it back to kind of the smash rule and the way that you have to gather these eliminations. It's fine. It's good to do it, obviously, today, but then we got to see more of those placement points and those wins out of them to be able to take more than that.
100%. And another team that's currently doing that, Max, is none other than Nangshem. And I know you weren't quite happy with what Nangshem, especially Human, was doing that last game.
Yeah, initially I love the way they initiate the fight onto, I think it was Orangutan in that gas station. I'm like, okay, you've got some solid off angles, I like it, they're pushing the fight. But the thing is about off angles, they lose effectiveness the longer the fight goes on. And I think it was one of the play on the Harry Potter tower, he had a great line of sight, but eventually Orangutan know you have that line of sight, so they're not going to peek you that aggressively. That would be the prime time for them to regroup, fully commit to the fight and send it, and hopefully come out on top. But they're very slow to respond to these moments, and I'm very upset with their opening performances so far.
Yeah, one team talking about aggressive, talking about people committing to a fight. We saw Nigma Galaxy and Ida finally commit to the hot drop, and if I'm being completely honest, I don't want to see it. I don't care about it. Leave that ego to some other time, because right now it's going to be hurting those two teams.
Yeah, it is, and we did see Fourth Thrives take advantage of what's been going on there, right? Just dropping in on, trying to get a few limbs and then move back to their position. They were trying to punish that as much as possible just because it's kind of silly. In the finals, maybe day one you kind of get away with it, but keep on doing it. It's not going to work out. Fourth Thrives knew that, and you know, they might not be the only team to take advantage of that. If the playing path's a little funny, if that keeps happening, other teams might just third party that.
Yeah, they will end up third partying that. We saw there towards the bottom of the leaderboard as well. Godlike, OG currently not being able to put up those numbers. Those are two teams that are looking to bounce back. But right now, we are halfway through that mark. Lace, any team that has surprised you so far?
I would just like to say that, like, I'm very proud of you, Furia. You know, I know I was a little bit mad in that situation, and I was surprised about you in the first couple of games, and I just want to make it note that that was a much better performance. But still, I'm taking your driver's license away.
That was a good performance. Next time you ever take my mic, Lace, this big old chicken is going to be hitting your head once again. But as we're getting ready here for match 4, let's send it over to none other than Barney and Luti.
Luti, yeah, you know how last week we were talking about how to win PMWC?
Oh, yeah, the big secret I told everyone.
You gave everyone some incredible insight for those of
indeed.
you at home that were listening. Teams were listening as well. Aurora Gaming, Tiamba, the
Doing
Arena,
good.
they're playing very well at the moment.
Indeed.
But let's like break it down into the finer details,
Oh,
okay?
it's pleasure,
So
yeah.
I want to ask you a little bit more, okay? So like, what's the best map to like capitalize on points?
I mean, there is different teams with different play styles, so it depends.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, it depends, yeah. How about like vehicles for like late rotations, getting into a good position? What's the best vehicle to use?
The horse, the buggy, and so different maps, so it depends.
It depends.
Yeah, as well. Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Utility, okay, so like end of game, you know, smokes, nades, you know, medical packs, bandages. What's the best thing to have in your arsenal?
I mean, depending your situation with the cycle, so I will answer, it depends.
It depends.
Yeah.
Okay. Luti.
It's not that easy, you know?
Luti. What's the best gun in the game?
I mean,
let me guess. It depends. Sacre bleu.
No, Barney. Everyone knows it's a P90. Not depends. Okay, back to you, casters. I hope you're ready. It depends.
And yeah, he's right. The P90 is where it's at, but we are here live in the finals, getting ready for the last 3 matches.
Absolutely. We have got a great day unfolding before us. We've had some real step-ups from a lot of teams coming on through, some great rotations, some insertions, some side swipes into those zones. That S2G hovercraft double roll-up, that was looking pretty, but we're going to be sending ourselves once again over to Erangel to find ourselves one more chicken dinner.
Let's see who's gonna get it. Yeah, I mean, this is it, the last Erangel of the day, and it's time to put up some serious points. I mean, we're still super early in this tournament, but we're already starting to see some teams, right, make some things happen. I was able to talk to one player in particular as we were getting into this game. I happened to see S-Power from Godlike. You know, the hair is hard to miss. I went up to the man and said, hey, you know what, give me 3 words before we get into this next match. And he said, the domination begins.
Ooh, using a whole word on the. That is bold. That's the sort of confidence that you want to see coming through. For Godlike, they do want to try and push a little bit further up those tables, try and get in the competition for those top spots. Of course, having only seen 3 matches, we are still in a fairly uncertain situation, in a state of flux when it comes to those tables. Obviously, some performances standing out more than others, but it's definitely still achievable because of the fact that we have got an 18-match set, right? We've been playing so far on 12-match sets time and time again, but moving over to that expanded 3-day approach, that 18 set, that's where consistency really comes into play. So it's teams that are able to earn 6, 7, 8 points on those games that are going to be the teams that will take those top spots, those podium positions.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, it's all about putting up as many points as you can early on, and consistency is going to be the king here at the end of the day. I mean, we saw in the group stage, right, E-Arena 39 points in one single game, and they weren't even able to make it. I mean, straight to the finals. They had to deal with the survival stage, and let's be honest, I mean, luckily we're able to get here, right? So,
oh, yeah.
I mean, but they're crushing it now. They did a great job in that last game, right? And so they're off to a strong start. Let's just see if they're able to keep that pedal to the metal. Aurora starting off strong is really good because historically, they've always taken a long time, right, to really get warmed up. But for them to put some points on the board early just goes to show that come finals time, they're adjusting their strategies and it's working out for them.
Maybe able to finally claim a title spot, you know, that's what they're going to be looking for. Plenty of other teams looking to do so as well. I know there's plenty of fans in the crowd for Furia who are there, really giving them their backing, which has been nice to see. Hopefully they can keep up the pace towards the top side as well. But yeah, I mean, there is so much on the line. That trophy, a threat to so many, but a promise to only one of our teams.
Man, one of the sickest trophies you could put on your shelf. I love every single year I see it. I'm like, oh, you gotta get one. And this is what these teams have been hunting for. They've been working all year long to get here. And we can tell the teams that have prepped, and it's every single one of them. It's wild to see all these names, and the level of competition has never been so even, in my opinion, right? I mean, there is squads all across the board. They get a good couple zones, good couple situations. They're not messing around. They're going to take full advantage of it here. You talked about Furia, right? I think it's only a matter of time before we see them get a chicken dinner. We got to see some keys a little earlier. We saw that Team Vitality key, Tianba, 2 monster squads as well. So it's just really about that consistently like you talked about. But you know what? We're in the final Erangel of the day, John. One thing that stands out to me, without a shadow of doubt, is Pachinki, right? What is going on there? That last game has to mean that something's got to switch up, right?
It has to. Something definitely has to change. For me, I feel like Enigma Galaxy, they kind of, well, certainly we know how consistently Ralph will just sacrifice tournaments to hold on to Pachinki. So for me, I'm just unsure as to why Ida made the decision to stick to that drop spot. There are obviously other opportunities, and it's sort of, it reads ego to me. It reads ego that they aren't disengaging. I liked Fourth Ride's adjustment. They were able to get in. They were able to get, I think, 2 eliminations right at the start of the match. Really, really nice stuff from that very peer position that they normally drop around. They were able to move on up. They exploited that situation. But I think that the second good decision that Fourth Ride's made in that scenario was not to hunt down Ralph, right? Because he's a solo. He's hiding in a corner. You don't know exactly where he is. You disengage. You don't go hunting, because a solo in a corner in Pachinki, you could lose a player to that very, very easily. So I liked their withdrawal there coming on through. The other side of a hot drop in Pachinki that is a massive factor, certainly for later into the mid and later game, is the fact that in a hot drop, you don't get that loot truck, and you can't get it double either, which means that it went over to Vitality during that last match. It goes over to other teams who just sit on that northwest side. It's also an incredibly clear indicator that a hot drop is happening to a team out there, so they can grab that one and send on in to maybe pick up the pieces.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the highlights here before we get started, as these teams are going to get locked and loaded here in just a second here, folks. But yeah, you know, when we go back to that hot drop, it's wild to see. I've been kind of watching these two teams talk to each other all along here in Paris. And I'd see, you know, Enigma Galaxy players walk by Ida players. They kind of have some exchanging of words. And I was hoping they would kind of get this settled before the finals, because I think it's just a devastating loss for this to continue here for both of them. And in the last game, it showed, just like, because guess what? 4 Thrives. They came to party right after. They were like, oh, you know what? There's a silly fight happening in Pachinki. We'll take those eliminations, and they got some of them, right? So I think now that you have 4 Thrives, especially now on the hunt for this, it's got to make, you know, Ida and Enigma Galaxy have to start second thinking, I think, some things. But at the end of the day, like you said it, you know, for those of you guys that don't know Ralph's true name, it's Ralph Pachinki Sanchez Montero III. Okay. Pachinki is in the name, all right? And he will refuse to let it go. And I mean, they've dominated it, right? We saw them be able to take out Ida, but now that you have 4 Thrives coming into play, it's got to make you second guess things.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that dropping in Pachinki is in Ralph's will somewhere.
Yeah.
For when he eventually, hopefully, in the very far future. But if he keeps dropping in Pachinki in-game, he's certainly not going to have a long life expectancy. Aurora Gaming able to do the business, but we are going to head to a quick video whilst we get this lobby ready to rock for our last Pachinki today.
안녕하세요. 저는 농심 레드포스의 엑지입니다. 여기는 현빈, 소이지, TG입니다.
프로 선수로서 경쟁하는 일은 항상 힘든 일입니다.
하지만 이런 플레이 라운지에 오게 되면 즐거운 게 되게 많죠. 저희가 이 플레이 라운지에 왔기 때문에 이 플레이 라운지에 있는 것들을 즐겨보겠습니다. 가시죠.
이 공간은 협력 공간입니다. 대회 측과 소통하거나 협력해야 될 일이 있으면 이곳에서 해결하실 수 있습니다.
EWC 공간에 있는 한 공간 중인 탁구장이 있는데 저희가 한번 재밌게 해보도록 하겠습니다. 오! 연습반이네 완전.
어이씨 뭐야? 여기는 여러 가지 즐길 것이 있는데요. 저희가 한번 다 체험해 보도록 하겠습니다.
대회를 할 때면 항상 배고플 때가 있는데 WC에서 제공해주는 음식이 있는데 그 품질이 아주 좋고 최고급이라고 해서 저희가 한번 먹으러 와봤습니다.
아 배고프다 빨리 가자.
Welcome back to the Hot Drop Watch here as we await the fate of Pachinki. It is still undetermined as to who is going to last the longest in that location, and if we may have a fourth, a fifth, or maybe even more teams. Perhaps everybody is going to Pachinki. It's going to be a 64-player brawl in the center of the map.
You know what? Ah, man, I want to see that action. That would be absolutely insane. I mean, if it was going to be possible, now would be the time because it's the last one of the day. But you know what? It's time to see what exactly is going to happen as we get into the map. Final Erangel of day one of the finals. And let's see who's going to be able to put some serious points on the board before we get into the sandy deserts of Miramar.
I mean, I'll take non-serious points at this stage. Of course, every single team would as well. Plane path on the west side of the mainland here, coming through from North George to the west point of Sosnovka military base. And it will be going fairly close to Pachinki, so we're not going to be denied it by the plane path. Hora out early over towards Saverny. Tiamba over into North George. I'm keeping an eye out to see if any of our teams on the hot drop are going somewhere else, but I'm really not holding my breath.
I kind of am here. Oh. You know what? I will say, yeah, you can see already. Look at that. Looks like we're going to see another hot drop in Pachinki as Ida and Enigma Galaxy are headed in that direction.
Uh-oh.
Very, very interesting. I will say, though, we got to give massive props to Enigma Galaxy for being so high up on the leaderboards, considering that they've been dealing with this all day long here. I mean, they're in fourth place, 30 points. That's pretty insane.
Sure, I mean, they were able to take a chicken dinner towards the start of the day, right? So they do have a little bit of a foundation to try and do this with, but they could be so much further ahead without this situation. It looks like we're not going to see a fourth Thrives flex out. Instead, S2G are the closest by on the southwest side. Nongshim Red Force, who have yet to touch the floor off their parachute, could potentially also flex in from the southeast side, but I feel like S2G are the most likely right now to cause problems for Ida. Enigma Galaxy on the north side of Pachinki, they're split right now, but you can see Rita on that off angle could be quite important. Ralph, seems like they know he's in this building, but the nade won't connect.
Yeah, that was a warning nade for sure. You can see Satan up on the roof here, or on this ledge, trying to get a little bit of information. He knows exactly where Rita is. It's a big stalemate, though. This is the hard part about these hot drops, and I can hear it. That loot truck is now driving on by the precious loot. Satan's like, that should have been ours. I want it. No! Oh, Lord gets knocked. And did he get thirsted? No, he actually gets beat up pretty bad. Satan, oh, through the door. What a clutch knock for this team.
Able to take out the off angle there, and Ida are going to really struggle to get back to this one. It's across the road, and I don't think you can break past that. The res, though, in the meantime, is going to be there, and because it's so early in the game, it's so much less likely that you've got the nades on side to just completely suppress that res position, which allows Enigma Galaxy to go back to 4 and leaves Ida stranded on 3. Rita getting knocked there is the most crucial part of that fight, Jukes.
Man, that was an insane shot there from Satan. I mean, that's that game sense, guys. Shooting right through the door. He knew he was there, and he makes the play for his team. It's one of those micro plays, right? That when you make that kind of play, it just changes the entire situation for your squad. And now, because of that, Enigma Galaxy up ahead against Ida.
They still have to get a little bit more pace to it, though. And Ida are retreating now right to the southeast point of Pachinki. They've read that immediately Satan can move out, get this position on the off angle that they were previously in control of. The fact that they're aware of that is good, but you're just going to keep losing players. At this stage, I feel like Enigma Galaxy definitely have had a better result so far in this Pachinki hot drop. They were very ready for it. As you said, they will have known, they will have been aware that this is unfurled.
Yeah, and what are you going to do if you're Ida at this point? I mean, look where they're at on the leaderboards. I mean, this is crazy. 16th place, only 2 points so far. If I'm their coach, anybody that is in the leadership of this team, I'm like, give it up, guys. We lost. I mean, I get it, right? Day 1, you're going to battle it out with Enigma Galaxy to see if you can conquer this location, but it's an L. Like, you got to at some point realize that this is not going to work for us. If we want to be able to do well in this tournament, I mean, Erangel is the majority of the match we're going to be playing here. We cannot afford to continue doing this.
It is pretty devastating. They have only lost 1 player this time around, but the loot is going to be fairly thin on the ground. The vehicle condition, like, I don't know, man. It's really cutting the legs out from underneath themselves.
It's terrible. I mean, you're down a player. You don't get the loot truck. You don't get any. You're under looted at this point. I mean, it's just a loss overall, and where they stand on the leaderboards is a pure reflection of that. So. Yeah, you know, I always say that when it comes to these kind of hot drops or these situations in general, I really do think these need to be settled in rehearsals, you know, in the pre-matches, where it's like, hey, you know what, guys? Have a little handshake agreement. We're going to drop in Pachinki this game. Whoever wins it gets it, you know? Fair enough.
Yeah, well, I don't think that would ever happen, but yeah, I mean, I kind of understand. It is a question, right, that is rooted in a lot more, I think, subjective opinion for a lot of people. Sure. Because you have that question of, if we give up our drop spot, are we just going to be easily pushed around in the future, right? Like, are you trying to do that sort of thing? I mean, it's like negotiating contracts, negotiating business there. It is one strategy is to just be like, okay, we'll go somewhere else. We'll go somewhere else. But you can hold your nerve. And if you guys want to be the best, then you guys need to hold your nerve, and you can look good doing it using the Naruto skins here. Make sure you're heading into game, get that character set, get that Ninetales Fury AUG skin, get that one developing as well, because you can get some variations on that bad boy.
Yeah, you want to be maxing that bad boy out and looking real good. As you know, Tiambos have been looking really good today. They're in 4th place, 31 points. Milu, man, the way he started off that Rondo match was just wild. I mean, this man has been performing all tournament long for his squad. He had, for sure, right, the play of the tournament. That 1v4 earlier in the group stage was so sick. Yeah. And then come finals time, the way he started out, they are looking really good.
Absolutely. They are currently in 4th place right now. Looking to try and keep themselves within striking distance of that 1st place spot. Godlike would love to try and join them, but they are a little bit more destitute on that points front, with only 8 towards the bottom of those tables. Another circle heading up towards the north side, split by that central river. A lot of open ground south of Severny, being covered actually mostly by Aura, who have a wide spread around the river, are causing a lot of problems. I'm
Interested to see how many teams look to head east of Yasnaya. Furia likely going to do so. Could potentially see that from teams who are still on the military island, by the way, Aurora and Al-Ula. And maybe we'll see it from one of the two teams who are still in Pachinki too, because, well, it looks like either looking to push back in and re-engage. Enigma Galaxy have been working the ground in the meantime, snaffling up all that loot and checking every corner. Or at least I hope they are.
Yeah, they better be, that's for sure. I mean, you can definitely tell they're keeping their head on a swivel here. They got to know that Ida's around here somewhere. They're just clearing building by building with Satan on the other side, rocking a 3-1 split. Got to be careful, though. One day could be dangerous. Oh, the shots ring on out, and the knock onto Coops is huge.
He's got another nade as well. Coops is in danger here. Ralph does need to get some healing done before he can go for that revive, but he should be okay to do it. You can't step forwards and go for the cross. And again, Satan is on that off angle. Just about misses Swain on the cross, but he should be able to call that one out. Should have spotted it. Lord is already cooking a nade. He knows he's in the building now. Launches it forwards and he takes it down. Beautiful communication.
The plays from Enigma Galaxy in Pachinki are just insane. How do they do these wild bounce back shots, nades that just turn the fight in their direction? This just goes to show you, when you know this side of the map like the back of your hand, it's gonna pay dividends.
In the meantime, Nongshim Red Force and Fourth Rise are going head to head. And at the moment, it looks like Fourth Rise are in the driver's seat. This is out to the east side of Potato Hill, but they are grabbing a couple of flushes on board as well. As we keep going with this hot drop, though. Yeah, Nongshim Red Force, they're going to try and get out, just leave a solo survivor coming on through. And another knock goes on in. This is Enigma Galaxy sweeping it under the rug. They're putting this hot drop to bed. It cannot come back tomorrow. It would be a terrible idea.
I can't stress how difficult this is to do, right? To be able to deal with this hot drop so frequently and to just execute in this perfect fashion. I mean, not losing a single player, getting those four points early on is just insane.
There was a hard north shift on the circle in the meantime. We are watching all of this hot drop unfold, but it is pushing teams now north very, very quickly, which is causing conflict around the crossings as Coops finds the final player on Ida. And down they go. All four players from Enigma Galaxy are there, and no third party came on through as well. Now we're going to jump over towards the teams that are looking to put pressure on up towards the north side. We talked a little bit about Nongshim Red Force losing 3 of their players. Fourth Rise lost 1, but they did manage to get the 3 points for that fight. They are both still south of the river. Ulf Orangutan now on this northern side of Roshok River, and trying to get their foothold to move in towards those shooting range hills, potentially over towards Severny Way.
Yeah, we've been really focused on that Pachinki fight for so long. This zone is all the way up to the north, like you mentioned. We already got Fudia up there in Severny, E-Arena over by shooting range right now, taking that Snake Hill position. And now we're gonna see a lot of these teams start make that rotation. Aurora Gaming, oh, the one rock! You gotta hit it for good luck.
That's a map open right there, guaranteed. 100% looking at the map.
Yeah.
No ways.
I think we're gonna go here, guys.
Oh, he's gonna go again? Oh, no. Oh, okay, we're getting a little replay. This is on the Fourth Rise and Nongshim Red Force fight. They'd already lost T24, but the hold from Hazaifa, the angles that he was able to clock, it seems, pretty efficacious on the high ground there. Love to see it for Fourth Rise. Aurora on their crossing, run into Vitality. Looks like they may have run their last across these bridges. This western hold looking quite good for Vitality, who, for the time being, have been a little bit quieter, I think it's safe to say, than their group stage performances, but they're still very much there. They're still very much present. Well, certainly their presence is being felt by Aurora on this northwest side.
Vitality. Oh, southern shift here, and a big southern shift. This actually might be really good for the side of Enigma Galaxy, as they're going to be mushing in super late here. And are you kidding me? If this zone actually south shifts one more time to Roz, that would be devastating for this lobby. Aurora, I'm trying to figure out, what do you think they're doing here, right? They're over there by North George, splitting up, maybe trying to find some late loot.
Well, I mean, they were being held out by Vitality,
yeah,
right? So
you're right.
They're just trying to take a turn around the town to maybe allow Vitality to disengage and then maybe re-engage later on, see what they can do with a little bit less pressure from the river crossing on that front. Team Flash over on the east side need to settle their score with Al-Ula to try and get towards the circle. And it is not looking pretty for Alula. They lose a player. Not a good start, but yeah, it would be kind of mental to send all the way down to Rozhok. It'd be great for Nick McGalaxy, right? They're still just on the north side of Pachinki, so yeah, they could just take up that mountain and lickety-split, get themselves another chicken dinner. Godlike, in the meantime, on the hunt in the middle. Getting stuff done, getting bits out to Aura, and it seems that they are going to be able to take at least one and get the flush for Godlike.
Mormon, the nade looks good. Puts them all the way down to 1 HP. Mormon, pow, pow, pow. S12K getting the finish. And look at that. I mean, teammate instantly there with the vehicle to make sure that they can get him over to safety. So Aura going to have to go out pretty early here in this game. Only one single player up, see what he can do later on. But now we're off to the gas station with a Furia. Keeping their eyes onto Team Flash. Win has the P90 and the ghillie suit. So he definitely won that crate drop. He came out absolutely stacked to the teeth and hits the tree for good luck. That is a necessary thing to do here, folks.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bold
just
strategy.
Little tap on the tree. You know.
Tap, tap, tap.
Little shout out to Mother Nature there, just saying hi. And then...
Gotta make sure it's secure.
Yeah, and then proceeding to unleash lead into the hillsides around him. Hopefully. With that P90. Team Flash getting out of dodge from this east side could be tricky. S2G managed to make their way to one of the buildings here that is this lineup from S2G, from Orangutan, from Tianba, and from Ulf. On this lineup, very central on the circle, some very defensible positions, but teams will start to crowd in around them. Vitality and Aurora, this is the re-engage, Dukes.
Here they go, they're battling it again, and it looks like Aurora are on top so far with that knock on a Razak. Here you can see Zol driving around, trying to get some information. Federalis up close and personal, having to run back. Oh, it's Godlike on the other side. Yeah, that's too dangerous. Vitality need to disengage this, as their 6 is not covered, but Razy is driving up close and personal, giving an opportunity for Reesmus to put some shots onto him. And yeah, it's just down to these 2 players left for Aurora. This fight would have definitely went off earlier, but that third party from Godlike bought Aurora Gaming some time.
A little bit, but now they're down to 2. And Vitality do eat a little bit of nade there, not ideal. E-Arena in the meantime trying to find their way in on the north side, but it's not looking super accessible right now. And now it seems like they're engaged with the final player from Horror. Sleepy is holding it, but in the meantime, a crash. S2G trying to roll across, but Tiamba are holding face against it, and they are not going to let S2G in without a fight. Aurora want to jump in and join the party here. A nade in, that could be brutal there, right under his feet. Is it going to blast him down? But there's an answer, and Reefus falls. A third knock over towards Tiamba, but now everybody has been isolated and evacuated from this fight. Nobody's left to put the pressure on this triple knock.
Are you kidding me? It looked like these guys were fighting in a lake of fire here. QZ in the center of it. And Top could have been there to make that play, but unfortunately, there are too many teams surrounding him, and it stopped that crucial third party.
Oh, another nade from Top. Doesn't quite connect there. There is an answering nade, and that is going to back Top off nicely. The run around there. Orangutan maybe missing a beat there, maybe missing a trick. Not able to flex out. Didn't quite have the angles on it.
Top!
Oh, Top just about behind the concrete there to keep him safe from catch, but they know exactly where he is. He's got 2 smokes. He is slap bang in the middle of the circle, though, Jukes, and that might be a little bit of a help until another team rocks up with nowhere to go. They're going to roll right on top of this guy.
Yeah, Top's cooked right now. He's just like, I think I'm just going to lay down right here.
He's on the simmer.
For as long as I possibly can. No standing up for me. It's straight hit the deck time on the side of Top. But hey, you know what? That's good, right? He's got a good position in zone. They're pretty high up on the leaderboard, so they can just kind of hang on and get some placement points. That'll be good for him. But meanwhile, I mean, Tianba on a tear. 7 eliminations. Fortunate for them. They're able to get everybody back up here. And they're in a solid position in this circle as we now look on over to Furia. Igor hopping out the vehicle here, getting punished by E-Arena for it.
Oh, it's not going well. It is not going well for Furia. Unfortunate, they're just going to be down to Chief, the other 2 players down on the hillside. Tiamba, by the way, managed to fend off a triple team crash on their compound, right? They're now on 7 eliminations. They have done phenomenal stuff. It's likely they're going to have to fend off at least 1 more, but the number of crates around them is going to be ludicrous. They're going to have to try and figure out exactly what they want to put in their backpacks as Flash try to find their way through, thread the needle, but eArena are just going to roll it down. Mormon over the top, doesn't even need to ring the doorbell to open that door. And Tops has to turn tail. TourneyK sees to it. He's going to get backed off by a third party. I think that might be Orangutan chiming in. And now Tops has to head towards 4th Thrive, so nowhere real to go for him as Hyunbin finally bites the dust, the last player alive for Nongshim Red Force.
eArena are putting some good points on the board here. I mean, they're having to really battle it out, holding the edge of that circle, because there's a lot of open field in this zone. And now you're going to see 4 Thrives. 6 eliminations so far. Falak with 2, Zypha with 3.
It's keeping Rozog in.
Oh my, I just saw that circle shift. Are you kidding me? Enigma Galaxy, they'll take that all day long, right? Hey, you know what? Sometimes you got to get a little reward for those crazy hot drop efforts, and they'll definitely take that one to the bank.
Yeah, that's going to be friendly for them for the time being. For them, I feel like a good strategy is to start scouting the other side of the river now, though. I feel like you need to get someone in fast. The difficulty, of course, is that 4 Thrives, and now Vitality is starting to move in, and they don't have an outpost there. Move over to the bridge, a little bit out of the zone.
Yeah.
I feel like somehow you've got to find a coastal position on that riverbank. And if you hold towards the warehouse, towards the triple stack, it's just going to be a bleed out for Enigma Galaxy. The placements aren't really going to be enough. Yeah, I want a little bit more forward thinking there as Aurora lose their final player. Top could not stay in for too much longer. 4 Thrives though, getting crashed on.
Here they go, eArena not messing around here, just full sending it, non-stop aggression from this team. And it's been paying off so far, and that's why you can see them on top. Mormon hopping on out, trying to hit that flick shot onto Zypha. Zypha's really hurt here. Great teamwork though from eArena, picking apart the likes of 4 Thrives.
Zypha has been so difficult to deal with, but eArena the only team to be able to take him down, and it took at least 3 of them. TourneyK goes down with him, but 10 eliminations now for eArena. Very possible to get this res. This is the chance though for Enigma Galaxy to move across, and look at Ralph, he's getting over. Koops is looking to join him. This is the perfect opportunity whilst these teams on the east are preoccupied. A little bit slow to get the third party, but it is a good first step. I like what they've been able to do there. We've seen counterpointed river cross positions in 2-2 splits work well in the past. I'm hoping they can leverage that here. I'm a little bit disappointed in Orangutan on the north side. I feel like they could have poked their noses into that fight, and third party did as well. Moved a little bit further out to the east, been fairly safe from Tiamba, and gotten stuck in there, but they hold inside. And I don't think it was going to be enough.
Yeah, one thing I've noticed here in the EWC is the quickness these teams are ready to third party and take those opportunities. And it's just kind of surprising to see OG just kind of hold back there for a second. Enigma Galaxy, just due to the terrain, weren't able to even think about getting that third party. But because of that fight, it opened the door for them to be able to at least make that safe rotation and get that 2-2 split going that you were talking about. So let's see how they're able to capitalize onto it, though. As now is the calm before the storm. We are in stage number 5. All these teams just planning it out, trying to figure out, okay, if the zone goes over here, we're going to have to make these plays. If the zone stays on us, then GG, baby. We just shoot at everything in sight.
Yeah, we're going to get the next zone unveiling itself in the next 20 seconds or so. It's Godlike try and keep their ridgeline in play. This is a replay of the roll-up. Okay, this is when eArena crashed on towards 4 Thrives. Falak. Yeah, went down very quickly there to Joker. Not much you can do about that. When the flying vehicle launches over the top, the bunny rabbits bound on into your sightlines. He wasn't ready for it, which is kind of unfortunate. Next circle, though, comes in Jukes, and it will head over to the west. So I think the Galaxy do have to get on the road. Ulf fairly happy in their compound, but Godlike are putting pressure on.
Yeah, Godlike. Remember, as Power said, the domination starts now. Let's see if they can actually make that thing, though, as they got Ulf right behind them. They're super pinched, making it very difficult for them to make a play from their position. And now you can see Scarface getting up close and personal. As Power trying to smoke some things out, buy his teams some time. It's going to be up to him and Edmino, though, as they are just trying to hold this spot. Unfortunately for them, though, it's outside of circle. Yeah, so now Ulf are in a perfect position to gate cardi this. Oh, nice shots though from Edmino, but unfortunately those smokes are perfectly put, and he's not able to get the thirst.
The nade is up high, doesn't quite go the distance. It went completely out of his viewing angle there. If it had been just a little bit further, that could have been a straight knock there. S-Power gets across. And just to get some healing started as well, but that blue zone pressure is coming through. We're looking at OG and eArena, as well as Enigma Galaxy, also having to make moves in the meantime, Dukes, and move in from this east edge. Tiamba gonna have to move. There is a lot of teams that have to make some difficult decisions now, and OG are making it right now. They're gonna roll straight on forwards, try and get dead center here and contest with Enigma Galaxy on the coastline into Vitality sightlines as well. They drop down, and 3 of them managed to get across, not unscathed, but alive.
Great IQ of a rotation. They knew that one little plateau was right there. They were able to head straight towards it. They get their safe. Coops in trouble. The closest nade, he's done. Able to get the heal off, and now get some shots downrange. Headshot onto Mormon. Joker right there next to him, though. Can Coops get to safety? No, he gets knocked, and eArena are going to continue to apply that pressure, getting that thirst immediately there onto Coops. Enigma Galaxy just getting picked apart. That 2-2 split not working out.
That was insane for Coops to be able to do so much damage on that angle. He really held Ralph in the game there, and are leaving Enigma Galaxy on 3. Orangutan lost players on the center as well. They are now down to just 2 as eArena make the same mad dash. The mad crash against Tianbao will not work out for them, and eArena evaporated.
eArena evaporated, and they end up feeding the beast that is Tianba. They did put some good points on the board for them, and I love to see that aggression. Let's see if Tianba, though, can put even some more points and get this chicken dinner. They already have 10 eliminations. They're looking pretty unstoppable. S-Power forced to hit the deck. Now with those sight lines just punishing them. I mean, they have this position locked down.
You needed Admino to be on an angle there to suppress Ulf, but no, not quite there, not quite ready, didn't have the presence, and it's a difficult spot on the north side, so I can't really blame them too much there. Now the transition to the rest of the circle. A knock over towards Tiamba, and the final flush onto Godlike as well. Another nade over towards Tiamba. They're getting caught in the crunches. Enigma Galaxy move up the hill. They're challenging Orangutan. They're challenging Tiamba. They're doing a lot on this eastern side. Enigma Galaxy strike at the opportune moment.
Perfect timing there for Enigma Galaxy. They understand the situation. Hey, we got to push up. We can't just sit back and relax, wait for them to come to us. And you can see Lord with those nades applying the pressure. I think they need to slow things down a little bit, though. The circle is coming. The circle will push these teams out. So you want to make sure you hold on to all of that utility up until that last and final second. And I think they realize that. That's why they're starting to hold on to those nades. But the shots ringing out. Eagle getting a nice knock on the air, and that's their biggest threat right now.
Catch, though, with the response over to QZZ. And it leaves Eagle alone. Dropping that smoke, the zone starts closing in 15 seconds, so this res needs to be now. It needs to come through as fast as possible to be able to be in a position to move out. Orangutan lose their final player.
Gone.
And it is going to go down to Enigma Galaxy, who are now up on 7 elims. Their transition from across the river has gone so well for them.
What a game for Enigma Galaxy, getting hot dropped over and over and over. They take out Ida in just a beautiful fashion, and now with this fortunate zone shift are putting the punishment on this lobby as they take down Eagle from Tianba.
Now QZZ will go down too, and Tiamba knocked out. They managed to get a whole host of points though, 14 on the match. And they will keep themselves in the running for the podium. Enigma Galaxy looking to join them. There's not enough room for both of you. You've got to organize it. Back to front, stand the line. But Vitality gonna have to leave as well from their cover on that south edge.
Does Solus not see Satan right there in that corner? He had to see him now. No, he's too focused downhill. Oh, never mind. It's gonna be Axel that catches him out. So it's all up to Vitality. Axel, the last player up. Is he able to survive?
Oh, Ralph gets knocked as well. Ulf are captaining from this compound for quite a while now. They haven't had to leave it. And when they do, it's against 2 duo teams with one of their players on either side knocked. For Ulf, this should be a clean sweep. There are no two ways about it, but it might get a little bit hairy. Lord is shut out first, and Aaron doesn't even hit the deck. A 2v4 here would be needed for Vitality, and they are getting cut across, sliced and diced. Ulf are on the hunt. Downhill, they roll on in, and it's just Razy to stand in their way. The smoke billows, the P90 at hand. You couldn't ask for a better setup, but Ulf are here, and they have the nades, the ordnance to blast them apart at the seams.
And that is how you do it, folks. Ulf just taking full opportunity there and capitalizing it on it. We love to be able to see that. That building so strong, it was in circle all the way up there towards the end, but they didn't just sit on their hands, right? They just saw, they hunted down every elimination they possibly could, and then once they realized that those teams were weak, they pushed out immediately and were able to get it done.
Some real heads-up plays, some proactive plays during that match. I mean, we focused a lot at the start on the hot drop, but the rotations up towards the north side also came in to be really impactful later on into that match, right? It was the teams that got there early that had the staying power. For me, a highlight of that game was also Tiamba holding off against the triple crash. It was Alula, followed by S2G, followed by Aurora. Everybody wanted to get into that central compound, but they denied them access at every single turn. It was a shame that Tiamba couldn't go the full distance. They did get shut out. And I feel like for Orangutan, they could have had more of an impact on that northeast side that would have changed the tune there. And hopefully they can find those opportunities in the future. It would be great to see them perform at the level we know them to be capable of from their performance in the group stage. But it is looking pretty powerful on multiple fronts.
It's so tough. I mean, everybody here is playing just hyper aggression. Zero hesitation gameplay here live in Paris. The second you see an opportunity, these teams are taking it. One team in particular, right? We got to talk about it. Is E-Arena. Just straight aggression there towards the end game. They soak up a ton of eliminations. Unfortunately, don't get the chicken dinner, but when you get that many elims, that's a good game no matter what.
Yeah, that fight with 4 Thrives over the ridgeline worked out well for them. And again, the lack of third party allowed them to keep in the match for a lot longer. They were down to just a single player standing at one point, but they managed to get back to 3 to recover that pressure without any third party look-ins coming on through. And yeah, for E-Arena, it's a good result. I would even say it's a great result to keep them at the top of the tables, to keep, well, I don't know if they're actually at the top of the tables anymore. We'll have to double check that, but a man who could find out is Kalaris down on the stage with E-Arena.
I'll try my best, John Allen. Yes, that's right. E-Arena looking fantastic so far, so let's ask them a few questions about the games here to get things rolling. So first things first, your previous win going up against Furia. Were you surprised by Furia's approach to the late game? And talk to me about that late game in general after you got the win.
ในเกมที่เราต้องเจอกับฟิวเรียนะฮะในเกมที่เราชนะเมื่อสักครู่เนี่ยฮะตอนที่เราเจอกับฟิวเรียฮะเรารู้สึกเซอร์ไพรส์นะกับวิธีที่ฟิวเรียเล่นเพลย์สไตล์ของฟิวเรียในเกมนั้นครับ
แปลกใจอยู่ครับแต่ก็รู้ว่าเขาเล่นอย่างนั้นอยู่ครับก็เลยไม่ได้ตื่นเต้นเลยครับ
Well, we expected, but we still surprised with how they approaching the teams. But even though the last result is that they're winning the games.
Okay, so you guys got very close to qualifying via the group stage and then came really close to not qualifying via the survival stage. So has there been any difference in approach here to the final? What has the team talked about to adjust here coming into the finals of PMWC?
ก็ขนาดที่2นะฮะในกรุ๊ปสเตจเราก็เกือบที่จะได้ควอลิฟายแล้วส่วนในรอบ survival stage ฮะเราก็เกือบที่จะตกรอบแล้วด้วยซ้ำในตอนนั้นอยากถามว่าในตอนนี้ฮะรู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็พอเราเข้าไฟนอลมาได้ใช่ไหมครับก็ทุกอย่างก็เริ่มใหม่ครับทุกคนเริ่มจากศูนย์เราก็เริ่มจากศูนย์ก็เลยไม่กดดันอะไรครับ
Well, right now we have zero pressure at all. Like, so we are here to win, of course. And it's like since everyone, this is a new day, new group. So this is a champion group now. Everyone's starting at the 0 point, so that's no different. And we're gonna claim all the glory back to Thailand.
Okay, so that does it then. Well, thank you very much for the answers. That does it down here on the stage. We'll be with you for more from PMWC in just a moment.
Today, our players are taking on a brand new challenge, Drop Hunt. Each team will be split into 2 pairs, with each pair receiving their own map. 5 locations are marked on the map and hidden in the player lounge area. At each location is a mystery envelope. The mission is simple: find them, grab them, and bring them back. But there's a catch. There are only 5 envelopes, and each one is worth 20 points. The team that collects the most envelopes wins Drop Hunt. Ready, set, hunt.
Mana kita? Iya, so. Mana ya? Ini bang. Ini bang. Kita stiker di sini bujang. Kita di sini aja. Coba tengok mapnya lagi. Mereka mana tengok di daerah sini? Kayak mana cara dapat amplopnya anjing? Tengok tahu cara. Mereka mereka. Ini kah? Mana si amplopnya? Pernah diambil harusnya. Lihat mana? Di sini. View di situ, view. View ini nggak sih? Kita orang aja gitu. Iya, serangin aja mereka, ayo. Woi, Rai. Pet. Sini, Pet. Kau mati juga kan jangan. Ini, Pet. Ambil, Pet. Lari, Pet. Lari, Pet. Jam. Ayo. Oh, yang ini. Mana dia? Ini, Mas. Oh, tren juga, Ren. Ambil. Gini. We have 3, they have 2. We lost. Yeah. Nangis dulu, jangan nangis yang. Yeah, let's go.
Today is going by so quick. It feels like a final here at PMWC at EWC 26. And these players are currently putting up the numbers. By the way, for everybody currently watching home, don't forget about the PMWC Lucky Spin that is currently in the game. Log into PUBG Mobile and get those PMWC skins. They are co-created with PvP creator, none other than Nana. You guys want to check them out, make sure you do so. The Alien Fusion Grossa looks absolutely stunning. On top of that, the Electron Energy set and the Proton Power set. Maxman has all of them, if I'm not mistaken, and I personally just want the Grossa.
Yeah, I do have the Groza. Unfortunately, I don't use it much because I cannot control that recoil. So I just stick to the AUG because I'm basic like that 7. But the AUG is cool.
I'm with you, honestly. I won't be able to control the recoil, but I just want to see it. I want to see it glow, even if I'm able to get at least 1 elimination. One team that was able to glow in this last match, being able to keep all their 4 players alive, none other than Ulf, Natura.
Oh, finally. You said it, right? We're finally getting a play where we actually have all of Ulf still around, still here to fight for the end game, to fight for that chicken dinner coming on through. Yeah, really nice to see. I mean, yes, they didn't have to contest it too much. They had 1 or 2 fights in the mid stage of the game, OG more notably, but then they were able to just hold their position, wait for the right time, and then once that time struck, Max, they were all over that final circle.
Yeah, I mean, really able to get himself some good presence at the end, keeping 4 players alive, which is my biggest issue with them since PMGO Season 1 in Jakarta this year. And you know what? They're able to finally get it done. I told you, they're a slow starting team. We're getting to the finals. We're finally starting to see these more dominant finishes from Ulf. But second place, Nemo Galaxy. I got a segment later on, but you know what? It's good to see that once they do get out of the hot drop 7, they can actually put up big points.
They can put up those big points. Talking about big points here for some teams, it was none other than Godlike and OG. This was a match that they really needed laced because the middle of the pack teams were eliminated very early on. They needed to be able to catch up, but both teams were only able to catch 5 points apiece.
I mean, look, it's still a great improvement from them. And being so, they had like that kind of control in the middle of zone. So they were there for that early rotate. I would have liked to sort of see, I guess, OG apply a little bit more pressure to their eastern side. But still, to get to that point after the first couple of matches is a better thing for them. Obviously, we talk about slow starting teams, and they are one of them. But I do believe that coming into like the next match, we're probably going to see them a little bit more active. I mean, they need to be a little bit more active in that, but to get to that, I guess, spot that they have, it's a lot better than the previous match.
It is, and one team that was able to, that's also been starting off slow, but finally being able to wake up, Max, none other than 4Thrives. 4Thrives getting 8 eliminations this last match.
Good to see. Finally, good to see it, especially a lot of those eliminations actually secured on 2 teams that were interesting. You had Team Flash a little bit early on in that game too. That was fun to see how they won that little bit of an encounter. Huzaifa in particular, he carried that fight from start to finish. Really good numbers from Huzaifa. But they had a very good early rotation, and you could say a bad rotation for Nongshim Red Force, where they catch them off guard. They didn't expect to clash next to Potato Hill. And you know 4Thrives, right, Niptura? If they can take a fight and you are in a weakened state, they're going to chase you down until the edge of the earth, and that's what they did, and Nongshim Red Force took a massive L there. So 4Thrives, if you know where they're going to rotate, I would try and avoid them because they don't like having neighbors around them.
No, they don't. And even in this state of where we're seeing them of just kind of indecision, I think they don't really know what's going on. But it is nice to see that, yeah, they're still a threat even in this state. And it's just been really difficult for me to actually watch 4Thrives because I'm used to a very confident team that knows exactly what they're doing at all times. And I can tell that they're not sure what's wrong, why this isn't really happening. There's a little bit of the old spark there in this last game, but I think really it's just indecision. They're hesitating just too much.
Didn't you say like something about T24 going out a lot early recently? Like that's been a big issue, right?
Early. Yeah, and he's one of the big fraggers. He's really up and coming as a big fragger for the team. So for him to go out early, yes, Huzaifa is able to clutch, but you know, T24, they need a 4th player. They need somebody like him on that squad to just stay alive a little bit longer.
Yeah, T24 was able to start slow during groups as well. Then he was able to pick it up. But right here in the finals, you don't want to be starting slow. So that's one team we'll definitely be looking to see bounce back. One team that has been really consistent, especially with eliminations, we talked about it earlier, Lace, is none other than Tiamba. Tiamba just keeps putting up those eliminations in a big way.
They absolutely have, and I also want to add into that, like, keeping up those sort of eliminations. It's also E-Arena. Like, we sort of, like, look at these 2 powerhouse squads, and we're going to have to get a mashup with these 2 teams because they are making it in those top 5 positions. They are clearing their space. They're grabbing the eliminations along the way, even in a fight where I think it was Nigma Galaxy could have pushed E-Arena a lot earlier in their position, but for whatever reason, I'm sure Max will cover it, they didn't sort of get into that contention, but E-Arena just kept making power plays for the spot that they want. Tiamba is also making those power plays to get the position that they want. And obviously early eliminations, especially in today, is what will capitalize you for going into tomorrow. So this steady, I guess, excel in eliminations has been awesome from both of these squads.
Yeah, especially for E-Arena, right? Remember what we saw of E-Arena in day 1 of their Group B? They were able to get those 29 eliminations in Rondo, and then after that, they kind of just ended up dying off us. We're actually going to be looking at a comparison between Group Day 1 and also what they're doing here in the finals. And something that I want you to keep in mind is the placement that this team is currently being able to put up, being able to survive even longer, and the eliminations are even higher because they have been consistent with those eliminations.
They have been very consistent. It's been back-to-back games of just really good placement, good strategy, good synergy with the team as well. They look fairly confident. The lobby is hard. I'm going to say that. It is a very difficult lobby, night and day from the group stage, from the survival stage, but they are handling it very well. I do want to say very quickly, what I loved about the fight with 4Thrives, right? That dip, the way they use the terrain, because there's a bit of a cliff area there, it's a dip, and then you got those 2 cliffs, and what actually they ended up using is they went off the cliff, back behind 4Thrives, and then used that terrain where they couldn't actually see to move around in front of them as well. So it gave the illusion that they were everywhere at once when really they weren't. And for a team that is slightly struggling like 4Thrives, that was just the death knell. So very well played by EA. Good knowledge of the terrain and great synergy overall.
It was a magic trick almost.
It was. It really was.
Max, there is something that has been pretty much pissing us off when we talk about Aaron Gill, and that is the hot drops that we're seeing between Nigma Galaxy and none other than Ida. It's good for Nigma Galaxy right now, but Ida is just, they're just squandering their hopes.
Yeah, I mean, Nigma Galaxy, you saw what we could do when they can actually get out of the hot drop, but here you go, Pachinki, Nigma Galaxy dropping there since the 1990s at this point, and Ida going to be joining up on this one. And initially I was like, okay, Ida, you should not be going for this hot drop. You know as a clear-up fact that Nigma Galaxy will never go up this location. And it's almost getting to the point for me, Niptura, where I'm thinking Nigma Galaxy maybe this would be a good opportunity for you to start leaving, because EDA are not just ruining your Erangels, they're ruining your entire tournament run so far.
Yeah, it's really weird, right? Because for Enigma Galaxy, it's like EDA is the newcomers. They need to get out. Clearly, it's not working for them. They have 2 points over the entire day. 1-2, that's it. But you're right, Enigma Galaxy is ending up ruining their tournament chances as well, because we are seeing really good performances.
Hello boys, hello. Sorry yaar, sorry. Sorry to keep you waiting guys. हम like last match नहीं आ पाए guys, थोड़ा सा help issue था. And भूख लगी थी भाई, कसम से यार इतनी तेज भूख लगी थी भाई, क्या ही बता. Guys सारे बंदे जाओ guys, फटाफट like करो guys.
I understand it's your drop, you've been there for the longest time, but I do not care at this point which team leaves. One team has to leave. This is a waste of time and it's making me angry. I'm just looking at that on the early game.
Can I also just interject here?
What are you doing? Because really,
40 minutes.
This is a team, remember, that got in through the group stage. They were second in their group. They had a fantastic second day. They won like 3 of the games. They were hyper aggressive. We know this is a team that can play very well, but they're wasting everything on a hot drop 3 times in a row. Again, they have 2 points. You're not gonna win.
Guys यार बुरा लगा यार, ये देख के बुरा लगा. I expected कि थोड़ा अच्छा होगा ये मैच, but चलो कोई नहीं guys, कोई नहीं.
Because they're so focused on that clash between Enigma Galaxy and EDA. Of course here, big respect by the way, Enigma Galaxy, the smokes and the way they started pushing these solo players, that was very well executed, but one mistake, one slight error, and you lose a player and instantly your chances of a win dwindle to almost nothing.
Well, we know exactly what happened when 4th Rise joined the party, right? Enigma Galaxy lost a couple of players and then we didn't really see them in that game. They went out fairly early on. They had to full send, game 1, they had to full send to the beach and just kind of stay there. There was no opportunity for them to get any points whatsoever. So yeah, for Enigma, this is bad on both sides. I'm mad at EDA for initiating this every single game, but Enigma need to figure out how to adapt to this.
Yeah, we'll have to figure out how to adapt to this. If I had to pick one team to stop hot dropping in Pochinki, it would have been Enigma, because Enigma has been getting the better end of this, especially they showcased what they were able to do in the last match. They're getting the eliminations too, so Enigma Galaxy, keep on doing your thing. If you're EDA, get the heck out of town. You need to find a different spot. But when we're talking about someone, you're gonna pretty much see here just the finish of this engagement between this squad. You know what, Max, Lace, who would you want to see just give up this hard drop between Enigma and EDA?
It's gotta be EDA.
लेकिन भाई मेरे को एक चीज बताओ तुम लोग, यहाँ पे ये जो लोग हैं ना EDA, भाई 2-2 बार क्यों गया? भाई NGX का गेम खराब करने के लिए गया है क्या? लाइक NGX को आज रोक के रखना चाहता है, कल वो परफॉर्म करेंगे, ऐसा कुछ है क्या? कि वो उनका मोमेंटम खराब करना चाहते हैं? Because वो 2 बार गया वहाँ पे, दोनों बार पिल गए. हाँ, ये है कि निगमा गैलेक्सी को कैजुअलिटी देके गए.
In the game, teams are not going to wait for you. And while that's happening, you're still in your initial drop location and you have no scouting done. The loot truck you could see on the left side of your screen, he came back for round 2. Round 2 and the fight is still not done. What are we doing?
But this is Picado red buildings.
Okay, तीसरा बार भी गए थे वो.
Annoying. It's Picado red buildings all over again, Max. I mean, we get so mad at that hot drop, and we still have the Miramars to go. So if either of you hot drop red building Picado, I am going to come over to your table, and I'm going to
moonwalk.
Be aggressive. Yes, I'm going to moonwalk.
Look, okay.
I'm going to hee-hee at you very aggressively.
TLDR for the entire segment, we don't like it. End of story.
Yeah.
अभी रैंकिंग क्या चल रहा है गाइस अपन का? अरोरा 4th पे है, ये अरीना 48 पॉइंट्स के साथ. इस मैच में पूरा ये हुआ है गाइस, बॉटम 2 टीम्स ऊपर चले गए गाइस. बॉटम टीम जो थे ना वो ऊपर चले गए गाइस. NGX तो था ही, NGX और अरोरा के बीच में फाइट चल रहा था, लेकिन ये लोग तो बीच में आके थर्ड पार्टी कर लिया लग रहा है. अरोरा के साथ बहुत गैप है.
I would even take the docketing at this point. I want to see something come out of it, but yeah, they've definitely been slowing down quite significantly. Keep in mind, they've got 11 placement points, sure, but they got 2nd place on the first rondo. That's 6 placement points. After that, the rest of the day is only 5
वैसे कोई नहीं, अपन ने गॉडलाइक का कमबैक देखा है BMPS में.
quite disappointing, especially when it's just outside of Ferry Pier. I was expecting way more. They're slipping down, and especially when Ulf now, they've just got a 4-man finish. You know Ulf are going to be chasing for that podium spot.
I mean, for me, I'm not too worried about Aurora right now. They've had a good start to the day, or start to the finals, and we do know that this is a team that really waits until the last minute to actually do something. They just do just enough to stay ahead. But the problem is when you're seeing teams like Ulf, like Vitality...
अभी अपने दोनों टीम का hot drop same location पे हो रहा है ना almost, तो उन लोगों को engage करने में थोड़ा दिक्कत हो रहा है.
Momentum as the days go on, Aurora are going to get left behind pretty quickly.
So you are worried or you're not worried?
I'm on the fence as of right now. At the end of the day, I'll be a bit worried.
Okay, because you say I'm not worried, and then you started sounding very worried to me.
I'm not too worried.
It started to sink in. She's like, oh, actually, this isn't looking too good.
She just kept saying more teams, and I'm like, okay. That sounds like you're contradicting yourself here. Fourth Tribes ends up finding themselves here in the first page, but going here towards the second page, we really haven't seen much lays out of S2G. With Furia, it's been a hit of a miss, and then we got some of the other squads there.
S2G are getting busy, right? But they are sort of like losing the
थोड़ा hot drop का scene change करना पड़ेगा भाई.
able to get the placement points. It's been great. Chicken dinners are coming through.
यार.
But it's kind of like more of a gifted scenario.
Point को देख के दिल में लग रहा है यार. Point को देख के सही में दिल में लग रहा है यार.
You've heard me about Fury, guys. I'm not going to go on.
ईदा को तो छोड़ दो, वो लोग छोड़ दो. बाद बाकी भाई अपना टीम लाइक बॉटम में ही है, एकदम ऑलमोस्ट दोनों बॉटम में.
They are playing incredibly scared. So Neptura, after your sort of.
बट हमने ये दोनों टीम को ही कम बैक करते हुए देखा है. OG भी BMPS में एकदम बॉटम में थी. S2 ऑलमोस्ट वो लोग के एकदम मतलब हाथ में था. ठीक है कि वो लोग अगर नहीं भी जीतेंगे ना, जीतना नहीं बोल रहा हूँ, लाइक उन लोगों का हाथ में था कि वो लोग तो जा ही रहे हैं EW, वो लोगों का टीम जा ही रहा है, ऐसा था सीन. लेकिन OG ने भाई क्या ही करके KI रैंकिंग में ऊपर आया भाई. होगा भाई, होगा.
He is the only one that's performing for the squad, being able to average at least one, but the rest of the squad is just not looking good.
It's looking pretty bad in terms of eliminations, and the reason why the eliminations are so low is look at their survival time. They're not even breaching the 20, and some of the players not even the 18-minute mark, which is not good in a lobby of this caliber if you want to be contending for that, let's say, top 5 situation right now. So Godlike, even looking back on this game, they should have pushed up onto, I think it was Ulf's compound, but they got very idle because the thing is, compared to the group stage where some teams might do mistakes and you might be able to weasel your way in, here you have to take fights head on if you want to have a chance to get very late into those games, get those placement points. Godlike, in a lobby like this, you cannot be hesitant. We've seen in your group stage, you have that raw fragging power from S-Power, from Admino, even Sommei. And Mania is a great IGL, but you need to utilize it and take your chances.
Yeah, what I've noticed is Mania is making like these sort of scouting power plays, but the rest of the team is not supporting him, which they're getting caught out. So, I mean, it's surprising to sort of see that level that they're at right now, because Mania is making incredible decisions, but it looks like a few other sort of on the team are just kind of tunnel visioning into the wrong direction, and then that's when they're getting caught in.
Yeah, I think also one thing that we really need to think about, or they need to think about, is it seems like they keep going for positions that put them in a position to have to fight teams head on, and they're not succeeding in winning those fights. So if you want to make sure that you're actually going to get a position and be in there in the late game, you know, if you know that you're not really fragging out against these squads in the finals, then stop putting yourself in these tight positions in between teams that mean you have to frag your way out of them. Play a little bit more like Vitality, the way that they're on the edge. Nigma Galaxy as well, they're on the edge. They try to just wait out other teams, take a fight here or there, but just survive and keep their players for later.
Survive. That's the name of the game, all right? Just survive. It's so easy. Why don't you do it, Godlike? Actually, I believe they'll be able to turn it around. It is their first time here in the finals international event for a lot of its players. S-Power, I'm still proud of you, brother. You're still putting up the numbers, and I think you're going to do even more as the day goes on, as the days do end up going on. But for right now, let's send it over to none other than the stylish man, Blank, and our special reporter, Kalaris.
Yes, the stylish man and the short man. I get it. It's fine. Don't worry about it. We've got ourselves Mr. Blank here to talk about everything.
Oh, you're my special little reporter, aren't you?
Right, yeah. I'll try my very best to rise to the occasion.
My special little man here on the stage here.
Shut up and go away. All right, we've got Tiamba to talk about as well, of course, as they have looked stellar in terms of their positioning and how they've been playing these games out, Blank.
Yeah, they have been really, really good. I'm so sorry. I do love you, bro. But honestly, there has been moments where the decision-making has been fantastic. I think that the way that they are speedily going to sometimes their demise is actually astonishingly good, right? Because I think me and Jackie were talking about this. I don't know if you'd agree, but there are times where they'll make what feels like the best decision in a bad moment, right? Where a lot of teams would just stand by and probably get naded and be like, oh, it's over.
Well, Circles haven't been kind to them, so they've been able to kind of fight against some of that adversity. And I think that when you watched as QZZ was able to get MVPs on international stages this year alone, I think a lot of people, including Max and some pundits, etc., wanted extra people to be able to step up to the plate alongside him.
Sure.
Milu's been able to do that like twofold, which has been really phenomenal to watch so far.
Oh, Milu has been amazing.
Yeah.
Milu's been really, really good. It's fantastic to see. I mean, you were talking about it was FMVP for PMI, where he was able to get 39 eliminations over 7,000 damage for QZZ. But yeah, they have balanced the load in a big way. I think it's a really, really nice thing as well seeing A-King, because it very much reminds me the way that Alpha 7 used to play. They're not playing now.
Ignore that bit.
Ignore that bit. Let's just put that to the side for the time being. But yeah, A-King's kind of like the Revo of the team. He plays forward, he plays shotgun for the team. Milu's just very good in those clutch moments. And yeah, the load is spread out very, very evenly across the squad. Eagle is also a great survivalist. I think they have all the tools necessary to actually honestly win this at this point.
As you're talking, you're getting further away. Come back. It's fine. No. Okay,
where's
so
my box?
The thing is that I think when you look at Tiamba's performance so far, and we can wrap it up on this and move on to our next team, is that double chicken dinner that they got at the start of survival stage, huge revitalization for them to be able to get themselves back on the road again and actually push to be able to find themselves in this state that they're in right now. What do you think?
Yeah, very, very good. I do think that that's what they needed, because the confidence came through. Every time I look down at Milu on the stage, right, it's very...
Like Milu.
I do like Milu. It's very heartwarming because there's... I like it when players are enjoying themselves, and Milu definitely enjoys himself. He's one of the smiliest guys I've seen. QZZ is a little bit more serious, I would say, other than the winning moments where, you know, he almost breaks his fingers on the high fives. That was funny. But I do think that for Milu, it's just nice to see a guy who's so good at the game, but also very much is passionate and enjoys his time in it. And he should be, because he's having an unreal run.
All right, let's move on to another team then, as we have Ulf, who has looked, I would say, towards some of these latest moments, pretty good as well. Obviously, they qualified off the back of having that last game survival win, which was extremely important for their campaign as a whole. And they are one of the teams that a lot of people thought was going to be able to attain those top spots. Right now, their space control is looking good, especially in this last game.
Yes, very much so. I mean, I'm one of those believers. I'm an Ulf believer. Everyone knows that. Everyone knows that Eren is one of my favorite players. Ketch also from way back when, MVP in PMPL Season 1 Spring.
He's not quite as old as me, but he is pretty old. He goes way back.
He's old, yeah, but he's still got it in him. He's got the grizzled beard, he's a grizzled warrior, but he looks good. And I think that for Ulf, though, that last game was fantastic for me in particular, because we were talking about it backstage, right? And I said, if Ulf wins this game, I want to talk about them. But it was nice for me to be in like stage 6 and really believe in Ulf to actually win the game that they should be winning if they make the necessary movements, which was to take out Tiamba and slowly corral the rest of the squad. So the fact that they did one, kind of a prideful moment for me, because I was like, get in, lads. This is fine. You've got it.
And you liked your prediction.
I did, yeah. Also, I was quite chuffed about myself. Yes, that is right. Okay, 50-50.
Yeah, okay.
Great job, lads. Great job, me.
I think as well, you know, controlling that compound, it actually has great lines of sight on the south side. Any vulnerability normally comes from the north, which actually didn't really exist in that game due to the way the circles were shifting. So they had to turn all their attention to the east as the next main threat. And I think you're right. They prioritize those threats very well from a compound like that. So good stuff by Ulf so far. Let's turn our attention as well to E-Arena, who has looked... It's funny because I'm a little bit conflicted by what E-Arena's been putting up so far. Because even in this last game, I really appreciate the wide wraps that they're doing, but Fourth Thrives have like almost zero opportunity to be able to react to the snowball coming down the hill and, you know, crushing them all. It was tough.
It was tough. I mean, E-Arena is just a strange team right now where I'm not sure if they're really good at the game or very lucky, which even I don't think are very sure about at this point in time. I remember a time when Schweppes, you know, was sweeping aside the competition. But again, I think E-Arena just hasn't quite hit that full stride yet. But they do have the massive potential, Caleb.
He's been able to win twice on the stage in the past with Schweppes, with, of course, Vampire in the past. But anyway, thank you very much, Blank, for joining me here down on the stage. It is time to head on over to Glitter with an update.
Trav, because there's a lot going on in chess today, and a lot of it is very CC heavy. So talk us through what's been going on.
So currently the game going on behind us at the moment is Magnus Carlsen.
The impossible doesn't happen overnight. It happens in the hours nobody sees. It starts with a thought that turns into a dream. Reach your impossible.
So they're probably lower down than SAUL at the moment, but they're expected to get a win here this weekend, considering Magnus Carlsen being the chess player that he is. And he is up 2-0 at the moment as well. So even if he gets one more draw through the next 2 games, he'll be progressing to the semi-finals. Earlier today, we had the first quarterfinal, which was Denis Lazovic playing against the Na'Vi representative. And he managed to get a win. So that's huge for AGL as well, considering they're trying to keep the top of this leaderboard. They pretty much need to outperform Falcons, which in itself, you know, it sounds kind of doable, but then you realize they've got 2 players. One of them's already progressed through, and Ali Reza Farouja's kind of playing now and beating his opponent as well.
Okay.
So Hikaru Nakamura already through to the semi-finals, which lines up a Hikaru Nakamura versus Denis Lazovic, AGL versus Falcons in the semi-final.
I mean, to be fair, Denis was trying to almost preempt the win. He was practicing putting the key into the trophy yesterday. So, you know, maybe that's a good omen?
I mean, the thing is, he was literally putting his opponent's key that he'd beaten in the winning trophy. So it wasn't even his own key. He was like knocking someone out and then putting them on a pedestal straight away. But yeah, it's been a good one over here in chess. You know, there's so many club championship storylines that kind of lay on chess at the moment, considering, you know, AGL have been knocked out of PUBG Mobile, have been knocked out of several other competitions as well. So Team Falcons have to be outperformed by AGL if AGL want to keep that top spot. But then again, Falcons are in Rocket League as well. So they're kind of in a great position to go far in the club championship this week.
And of course, already have managed to secure some points being in the top 4. So it's going to be a very close race is what we're hearing right now. And chess is going to be a big impact on just how close that race for the leaderboard is. We actually have way more matches coming up on the rest of the day. So as we have some more updates, we'll check back in with you, Trev. For now, we're going to say goodbye.
Shout out to the amazing Glitter Explosion and the amazing Trav as well for the Club Championship update. But now going back to PUBG Mobile's esports here at PMWC at EWC 26, we got to talk about Aurora. I would love to see Aurora player stats because there is one player in particular that you're not happy with his performance. You're over here like George St. Pierre, Max. You're like, I'm not happy with your performance. That's exactly what it sounds like because for this squad, I mean, they were able to start off hot, but they're just gonna keep going down that leaderboard.
Yeah, it's not even just Doc, actually. I feel like I kind of want to see more from Reefus as well. That has kind of like been underperforming a little bit. Even Ziol. Ziol, I can give him a pass because he had some incredible grenades early on Rondo. So sure, maybe it doesn't showcase itself in the stats, but in general, I feel like Ziol has definitely also been pulling his weight. But top, it's been the top show. Getting almost 3 average eliminations per game is crazy in a lobby of this caliber. But it's not enough when only one player's putting up those numbers, Niptura. Doc, Reefus, again, Zioli get a pass, but Doc and Reefus, I want to see those guys doing well here in these coming Miramars.
Oh, absolutely. We know they can offer so much more than they are right now. I also want to give Reefus a half pass as well, because similarly to Ziol, we did see Reefus have some really cool information scouting off angles, like way across certain areas of the zone, really trying to get as much information as possible for his team. So in that regard, yeah, I do feel like he's kind of pulling his weight a little bit, but yes, overall, I do agree with you, Max, that all of them need to really be stepping up to the plate here. 4th place is okay. It's not far behind first, but we just want to see more because we know that they can do so much more.
Yeah, and for me, no pass for Reefus. Okay, Reefus, I expect a lot better from you. You're the only player right now that hasn't gotten one of the international MVPs in that squad, so the pressure is on you. Okay, any passes that I had for him was last year. This is a new year. I want to see more survival time out of him as well, but here we go. We're looking at the overall lace. We're talking about Tiamba. We're talking about Flash. We're talking about some of these teams that we need to see more placement points out of.
Yeah, I want to ask Max, if he were to be an embodiment of a coach, you pick Team Flash, right?
Oh, if I wanted to coach a team, which team I would coach?
No, so I think Flash was, wasn't that your
They're my prediction, yeah.
Yeah, your prediction?
Yeah.
Obviously being 7th place there, not doing terribly, but come on.
23 points behind.
Inner coach, what do you think they need to do to be able to skyrocket up that leaderboard so your prediction is correct?
Oh, it's complicated exactly to pinpoint what's going on with Team
Tell us,
Flash.
Max.
Ooh, you're putting me on the spot right now. I didn't prepare a segment for this. But, no, okay, no, Team Flash, I feel like...
You thrive on this.
There was one fight that was versus 4 Thrives that I find interesting. That was actually the one that happened last game that eventually was won by Ulf. And I feel like what happened with Team Flash, they got caught off guard and they didn't find a good way to get themselves back up on their 2 feet and get ready for the fight, which under pressure, that is what you need to be able to do. Flash is a great team, right? If they take a fight they're ready for, when they're not ready for it, they just tend to crumble a little bit. So I don't think it's a gameplay issue per se. I feel like it's more of a mindset issue that Flash need to try and resolve.
As we're looking at the second page here, I'm also going to be looking at Hora eSports, Neptura. This squad, I mean, they have the fan base here. They have the support from the fans. But right now, in the second page, knowing Hora eSports, they're not going to be happy with this performance.
No, they're not. And I think it's a bit of an odd one, right? Because I think it's hard to say, like Max, right? It's hard to pinpoint what exactly is going on with them. But typically, this is a team that likes to play edge, likes to survive, likes to wait until the last few phases of the game to really start spreading out and taking third-party opportunities. They're very good at those third parties, and we're just not seeing that from them. They try sort of half-heartedly making good on some of these plays, but they get overthrown very, very quickly by these more aggressive players and more aggressive teams, and so they just seem to be a little bit too passive. I know Hora tends to be called passive a little bit more, but this is not a passive team when it comes to those fights, and except for today, it just kind of feels like that's what they're the name that they're living up to, unfortunately.
I mean, it's an incredible start from them, though, from the first couple of matches. So, like, obviously, we talk about teams that sort of start out strong, start out weak. I think they started out incredibly strong, but it seems like, obviously, coming into these later matches and everybody's reading the zones a little bit better in these positionings, they are getting caught out on that. So I do agree with you in that sense. But look, it's just kind of that balance of mentality that they're sort of struggling later in these matches, but I feel like even though it's just today, I feel like tomorrow it's going to be like a little bit of a different scene from them in the start. I do believe so. I do believe they have it. They got the fans to back them up, of course. I'm backing them up. Maybe not for the rest of today, but tomorrow.
I was about to say, you're giving them a break until tomorrow. No, these fans, I want to see it. They want to see it coming up in Miramar.
I mean, yeah, the thing is, right, is that, okay, if you only had like your typical rule set, sure, fair enough. You can have one day off. We got Smash ruling. You might just have only 2 games there on that day 3, and you just don't know how it's going to go. If it happens like it happened in the Macau Invitational, boy, oh boy, that was crazy. We had 5 teams in the Smash zone at the same time. Eventually, Nongshim Red Force did get the win, stealing it away from Furia, but Smash ruling in play, you just don't know how long you really have, Niptura, so you got to make the most out of the games you're currently playing, because otherwise that gap, it might be impossible to come back from in that final day.
Oh, exactly, and there's your point brings up 2 teams to mind for me. The first one we've already talked about, Aurora. I said that they typically are a day 3 team, which makes things very complicated when you get to that Smash ruling. Exactly. What day 3, right? The other one is for Thrives, because again, they do very well, typically, very well on day 1, because day 2, they tend to dip. The momentum just drops significantly, and then they can bring it back up on day 3. Again, what day 3? We could very well have a scenario where day 3 is really non-existent. So for those 2 teams in particular, that's really scary thought.
Yeah, day 3 will still happen, but depending on how the leaderboard is looking and depending on what other teams end up doing, we could end up just seeing 2 games because Smash Rule is in effect. So just to remind everybody, the way that ends up working out is when we end up going to Smash Rule on the last day, whoever's in first place on the previous day, you get plus 10 points if I'm not mistaken, and then that becomes what we like to call the Smash Zone. Once a team is able to pass that threshold, in the next game, if they do end up winning, or whichever game after that, if they do end up winning, they would end up winning via Smash Rule. And this is something that we kind of you were especially hitting on just now, Max, because it could come into play. If a team is too far ahead, I mean, especially with Rondo starting off as well, it could be an easy 10 points for that squad, and later on, we can see teams just readjusting their playing style because all they have to do is just win, baby.
But it also adds so much pressure.
Yes.
Right? We do have to highlight it. I mean, I want to take you guys back to Pmwc Season 1, Jakarta, right, in Indonesia. 4 Thrives. What was it? 50+ point lead after day 1. Like something crazy like that. They just destroyed everyone in those 6 games. And then comes over day 2. They're like, oh, wait a minute. We try and get into the Smash Zone. They get in the Smash Zone very early. Pressure gets to them. Ulf is like, oh, you're crumbling. You're having a bad time. And they catch back up to that team and almost take it away in that last Miramar. But luckily enough, 4 Thrives do maintain that top position. But the Smash ruling is a blessing and a curse based on how you approach it. And for 4 Thrives, I am scared if they do get into the Smash Zone once again, how are they going to perform? Because back in that last event, it was looking shaky. They can't afford to shake up badly here back-to-back.
Yeah, that team, they ended up pretty much just showing us what we have seen in the past with 4 Thrives, which is the biggest question mark, and that is the mental state of the players, because when things don't end up going their way, they do end up getting into their mind.
Yeah.
For them, being able to be champions, though, for 4 Thrives is going to be looking different. For a team that's wanting to become champions, none other than Enigma Galaxy, they have had a great start here today, but I know Jackie got a chance to talk to them.
Hello everyone, Jackie Powers here, live from Pmwc at eSports World Cup, and I'm joined by the legend himself, Raouf, from, of course, Enigma Galaxy. Now, buddy, I gotta get in there and ask, the pop-off moment, Ida's been hot-dropping you every game. It feels like every time we're in Erangel, they're willing to sacrifice their own points to target your team. What's going through your mind in these moments, and what was that like, kind of asserting the dominance of, we keep winning this, and I'm gonna prove it, standing up on the stage?
I mean, Ida knows we've been landing and pushing me personally for 7 years now. So they want to challenge us. They want to prove themselves as a new team. But they know we won't change, and they know we're better than them. So just a waste of time for them. They're just giving us 3 points. First match, they were scared to fight, and they ran away. The other 2 matches, we fight them, we push them, and we just kill them easily. So, yeah, that's why I pop off, because it doesn't make sense.
I mean, we kind of mirrored that on the cast in the moment, thinking it's doing more damage to them than it is you guys in these moments. Obviously, let's talk a little bit more on a positive term.
For every click, every clutch, every respawn, we were there. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
On our best, everything is going our way for now. It's a good start, but the tournament is still long.
Crusher of my own! Through totally legal means. Ah! Now let's crush this watermelon! That's how eSports should be done. So this nerd...
क्या सब्जी को ये क्या है?
For T1. Okay, France was stronger than I thought. Don't need soap when you're in eSports. Squeaky clean. Can of beans.
ऐसा ही स्मैश होगा भाई, देखना ऐसे ही क्रश कर देंगे, ऐसे पिचका देंगे टीम्स को अपने टीम।
Can of cola. eSports! What time is it? Time to go.
I love seeing that. I love seeing them just crashing other stuff, you know? What's one thing, Lace, what's one thing that if you had the power to crush it, you would end up crushing? Besides Maxman's hopes for Team Flash.
Damn it. No.
Why?
No, I think, you know what? 7. You.
Oh! Wait, what?
I've got to take the shade off of Max at some point. I need someone to pick on, and I just was kind of looking in your direction, and yeah.
How would you do that though? What's like?
We don't need to go into details, Max. What would you be crushing?
7 also. What would I be crushing?
Who would I be crushing?
Who would I be crushing? No. Ooh, can we do Niptra first? I don't know.
No, don't do me. On the spot. Come on.
I would be crushing. the key of Ida, because they're making me very angry. I would take it like this, and it would not. The tournament would not even end, and I would just take it and crush it and turn it into a paste and squash it under my feet. So I don't know. I really don't like the hot drop, as you can tell. Probably, I don't like it. It's not fun.
How about you?
He's looking at me. I can see him on the monitor. He's looking at me very intensely. Is 7, and I don't have an answer.
Oh, you're gonna have to find one.
You know what?
You have to pick something.
Oh no! Don't put it on me. This is bullying. This is bullying.
Come on.
What's it gonna be?
Instagram DMs.
Actually, that's a good answer. That's a good answer, actually. Yeah.
She's gonna be printing them out and just crush them.
गाइस एक न्यूज़ पता चला यार, मानिया का अपन का फूड पॉइजन हुआ है। एको हो रहा है बहुत गंदा। कैसा एको हो रहा है? मेरे को तो पता नहीं चला। 1 सेकंड। दोबारा हो रहा है क्या?
Squeaky chicken.
दोबारा हो रहा है क्या?
Squeaky chicken. Crack that. See what happens.
Jeez, come down there in Farmville. As we're gonna be going into Miramar, one thing that we've been noticing. Oh my gosh, talking about Miramar, perfect time too, as we're seeing some of the bloopers that we have had so far. A PMWC, Aurora with this one. That one hurt to see. But this was honestly ended up working out for EA, especially because they jumped at the same time.
Yeah, it did. That was the only redeeming quality, but otherwise it was a sticky situation that they had to get themselves out of. So yeah, GG on that one. But yeah,
Did they hit the light post?
A little bit.
You say they got the light knocked out of them.
अभी देखना, अभी हो रहा है क्या?
Maybe not. Hora. Oh, we love self-nading.
अभी जो आवाज हो रहा है उस पे हो रहा है कि नहीं पता?
It's so much fun, and it's dumb. But here we go. You do have it occasionally. Here we go, Aleko. I mean, and it's, you know, any team can do it. We had A7, we've had Hora, 721 GS now.
Sometimes you're just such a powerful player that you need to be humble and eliminate yourself from the competition. God damn, we have some humble PUBG mobile players.
We do. Oh!
It's like what we do, Max. It's pretty much what this is exactly the playing style when we end up playing. We're just so good at the game that we had to give the other teams a chance, give the other players a chance. We're like, okay, time to nade ourselves.
You have to intentionally throw sometimes. You know, if you want to give other people, the noobs, a chance, unlike us, they need to be given an opportunity at redemption in these games and get those chicken dinners, because otherwise they're just not going to get anything done. So yeah, that's the best way to do it.
Yeah, and as we're going to be going into Miramar, we're still waiting for the matches to be ready here. That's why there's been a bit of a delay. As we're going to be going into Miramar, there is some drops that we've been kind of keeping an eye on, especially for Godlike and Hora, and you can see Max just starting to get even more and more red. I love how the shade just went from like your regular color to now starting to get a little bit more red with this hot drops. But the thing is, with Godlike, one thing that they have a their way, and they stop hot dropping.
I mean, they make these decisions based off of, I guess, all their play styles from previous matches. I like the fact that they're trying to make different decisions to see what can benefit them. Obviously, they need to capitalize on more eliminations, so seeing hot drops come out of them is better, but also they do have the power and the great positioning to go into these final circles. So when we bring into Smash Rule, and if obviously they can catch up that leaderboard in eliminations, this is a team that can finalize it and break it out by getting that win at the end of the day. So even though their eliminations are slow now, say we come into tomorrow, they can capitalize on these eliminations, moving on up the leaderboard, they are a team that will be able to hit the Smash Rule because they can capitalize on the wins. What are you guys doing?
I believe so. I think they could put themselves into that position, and we're just showing our support here. We're looking at some of the teams that we ended up predicted, and for everybody currently watching at home, for everybody here in the arena as well, don't forget that you can go into the EWC Play app and put in your predictions turn in with, just scan that, scan that real quick right here. Just go ahead and scan it and see what teams you're going to be selected.
अब देखना guys.
Aurora being in the top 3. This is the first time that I know one time that I haven't picked them to win.
That's fair. I think that is fair. I wish they would win, but
अब देखना guys.
the way it's going, at least it doesn't look insanely likely unless they have a massive comeback in the next couple of days. But 4 Thrives, also a team that needs to step up because, look, I've been supporting you for ages and ages. And you won PMGO, and I want you to have a back-to-back. I know you can do it. Do it.
Yeah, I mean, ages. So many ages.
Oh wait, this is 4 Thrives. I thought that was horror. I can't touch that. Okay, I thought that was horror. I'm not. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I thought.
Bad. No.
I love that Tura just kicks it too. She doesn't even try to pick it up.
Okay, yeah, I can't touch any 4 Thrives merchandise. Okay, I need to.
By the way, huge shout out to Jackie because while we're waiting for the game to start here, Jackie has been running around getting some interviews, and I think he was able to get another interview with maybe a fan this time.
We're still roaming around talking to the fans. We're going to see what sort of teams people are enjoying over here and who they think's going to win. Excuse me, buddy. Who do you think's going to win the event?
Ulf, I think he's win.
Yeah?
Yes.
Let's go. Big up for Ulf.
Let's go, Ulf. Ulf.
What about you, brother?
Ulf.
So we got some old fans in the house. Personality, what do you like about him?
How he plays, he's a aggressive player, so and personality as well. Yeah, so yeah.
What about all 4 Thrives here in terms of being
अरे ये तो वही मूवी का सीन है। ओ भाई ये तो वही मूवी का सीन है। अभी देखो नहीं होगा।
I wouldn't want to run into that.
अभी देखो नहीं होगा। I guess अभी नहीं होगा।
Scary. Talking about scary, we had some hot drops that we were talking about with Godlike versus Hora. This squads, I mean, the
अभी नहीं होगा। अभी मैंने थोड़ा उसको निकाल के फिक्स किया, मतलब जस्ट निकाल के ये किया।
We don't want to see any hot drops from those two squads.
Nobody wants to be Eda 2.0. Okay, sorry. You know
It's
what?
fair.
If you're an Eda fan, I'm sorry. I'm gonna start. I'm just memeing at this point. No, but they didn't do the hot drop in their respective group, right? Which was Group A back then, if I'm not mistaken, or the other one, but one of the groups. And they didn't go for it. But the reason why they didn't go for the hot drops, really, the real reason is because the planes were very focused over to the eastern side and the southern side, meaning La Cobreria was not in reach. I want to see a plane, right, Neptune, where it goes and reaches La Cobreria, and we see as a fact that Hora and Godlike, and hopefully also Chama, that might drop there, will not commit to the fight because, yeah, right now they're not in a good position. They cannot afford to lose points, and I think they're not going to commit to it, but it could get bad.
And for Godlike, I mean, you don't want to go up against a team that's currently being able to put up even more illims than you, that usually ends up being more aggressive, like you were talking about in the stance of Hora.
Yeah, no. Again, yeah, if they were doing much better in the last 4 matches, if they had, you know, if they were top 5, top 6, something like that, and they were feeling really good and looking very confident, maybe you could try to contest the drop, right? But the way it stands, honestly, for either of these teams, I don't think either of them should really try and contest this. It really is down to who had it first and up to the other team to kind of figure out where else they want to go, because I'm not confident that either of those teams would win against each other. I think it's a 50-50.
Even if you lose a player, right, it just hurts your potential performances
Especially
onto Miramar. So yeah, I do think that Godlike, talking to S-Power, you and me, right, Seven, we had a bit of a chat with him. He's like, you know what, it's not worth it. They had that first hot drop onto, I believe it was Hustler Crew, onto Erangel in their group stage, and like, you know what, it's just not worth it. Let's give it up. And I think that was one of the best changes in this entire tournament, was from Godlike, and I want to see that bleed into Miramar going into today.
Maturity, honestly, from the first time being at a global event, especially in finals, and well, during group stages, it ended up happening. But maturity out of that player for S-Power, saying we don't want to continue with the hot drops. We want to stop that. We see that it's going to end up hurting our performance. And Lace, I want you to put your mindset into a coach right now, into the biggest hype coach for some of their squads. Godlike and Hora, which team are you going to be picking, and what are you going to be telling them if they do decide to hot drop, or if they don't decide to hot drop?
Just get it together, man. No. Look, Godlike, and because, we were just saying S-Power, their adaptation to each and every game deserves to get a little bit further, and I just hope that you guys can find that great little key that you need to be able to push through into those final zones and capitalize on those eliminations. They have it in them. You've got it in you, and I believe that you will be able to do that. Obviously, we may need a little bit more time to sort of get that, but I just like the way that this team calculates and puts in a strategy. Might not work out for them, but then they'll try a new strategy that they'll be able to solidify a lot more in this competition. So look, I think they can do it.
Yeah, especially for both teams being in the second page. You want to be able to build up the momentum. We've seen some teams being able to build up momentum and just carry it on throughout the matches. Only 3 days here at Pmwc at EWC the finals. We've been sending it to Jackie.
मतलब मेरा वॉइस का जो माइक है ना, माइक पे ये जा रहा था, समझ रहे हो? माइक से वो जा रहा था।
Thank goodness.
भाई कितना टाइम का ब्रेक लोगे?
And the survival stage is done.
मैं खाने के लिए बैठ जाता
and save our voices for a little bit.
Playing some ball was a good time. It's been an incredible event so far, honestly, in Paris. Very, very fun. I mean, we're here right now in the Players Lounge, which is honestly ginormous. I think the first place we saw when we came in. I'm trying to hit some trickies right now, but it ain't happening. Also, I just want to let everyone know that I play pool. But I don't really, I play snooker. So this is very different for me.
It's not the same thing. Not the same thing at all. Matter of fact, I've never even seen a snooker table in real life. This is the game to play. I thought it was only one singular game.
Yeah, I'm gonna break the rules.
Okay, what are you thinking? What are you thinking?
I think I'm gonna break the rules in terms of
He is looking to take the shot. Will he hit the stripe? Little bounce shot. There we go. Well, you know, we're getting things figured out here. Let's see if I can finally hit one of these things.
Okay. So what have you thought about the tournament so far? I mean, for me, tournament's been great. I've really enjoyed it. It's been insane. There's been some crazy moments. That's a good shot. It's a good shot too. Fourth Thrives look fantastic. I mean, Orangutan, Godlike coming in over towards that top 5 is just some crazy stuff. Couldn't believe it. I think everyone I've talked to whilst they're being here saying they're having a really good time. Again, everyone's really taken care of here as well. Plenty of stuff that we're taking advantage of as well. Honestly, that's the big thing. Like, we're having actually kind of a pretty damn good time here. All right. Yeah, we got our 3 games in. I do watch the other ones, but afterwards I like to come chill here. It's a lovely spot.
This place is stupid, to be honest. It's ridiculous. Dude, the by far some of the best food I've ever had at an event ever. And this place really does have it all, dude, right? I mean, like every game you can imagine, manicurists on stage, and dude, that lady's insane. Like I've seen some of the girls walking out of there, and now she's like booked out for 2 weeks, which is wild. But I might even get a haircut in a second. I love it. I love it here.
You're so hyped about you taking the mic back off me as well. Yeah, I know. I'm about to get a manicure, dude. I'm getting ready. I'm getting ready for mine. Yeah. But overall, genuinely, PUBG Mobile is always, I think PUBG Mobile might be the greatest event at EWC. Pmwc, EWC, so good. We're biased as hell though about that, but we do get like 2 good weeks out here to enjoy the vibe. You know, it's been in Riyadh quite a few other times, but even there, it's been very, very fun coming to Paris. For me, Paris is good because it's a 1-hour flight as opposed to an 18. But I'll still take the 18 to go to Riyadh. Very, very good time. But it does mean I don't have to get a massage while I'm here. So my back is not ruined.
Yeah, I'm in the same dang boat. I mean, when I heard that there was massage therapists actually available, I was like, please, where are you at? Because my flight was a whole lot longer than that. But yeah, man, so far this has just been a crazy journey. And the survival stage just finished. It was tough leaving the hotel room this morning and seeing like 10 teams go home. But at the end of the day, someone's gonna be the champ, and another team is gonna be the not champs. I don't even know what I'm saying at this point. I'm just watching. I saw him shoot 2 different color balls. He really does play snooker here, folks. And that was close. That was close. I like it.
Look, I'm just hitting balls in holes right now, okay? I'm playing the equivalent of golf, just with a long stick. I hope that's fine what you did. I don't know the rules. Tell me the rules. Right? That's fine. I got you, bro. Yeah, I heard you like stop. I heard you stop. You kind of confused what was going on. That's fine. Yeah. So you're solid as I'm stripes. Is that how that works? Or the numbers? I just know. I just go for colors. That's where I'm from. It's just colors. It's so much easier. Black goes in last. Boom. It's easy. That's all I need. So I'm stripes. Okay.
Okay, he's locked in now, okay? But what's one thing that you really need to make sure whenever you're playing any game is understanding the rules, right? But even if you don't understand the rules, sometimes you just send it, baby, right? You just put it in the work and you might come out on top. Like, that's what I'm talking about. You see what I'm saying? This guy is, I like it though. You know what I'm saying? That's how you make the plays, baby. Let's get it.
Yeah, sometimes you help other teams. That's kind of rough. Okay, I respect it. Sometimes you gotta make some difficult shots in your life. I trust you. It's a long reach. It was close though. It was I thought you were gonna really ruin that. I thought you were ruin that. Okay, like tell me something. 4 Thrives. Overrated or not?
Hell no, dude. 4 Thrives is insane. I mean, they are coming in champions of PMGO Season 1. I didn't think we were going to see a Pakistani team be our champs, not this soon. And this guy's giving me a chance. I really, really appreciate it. And hopefully, we'll see 4 Thrives try to give some of these guys a chance, because in Group A, these guys look like they were unstoppable.
They look really good. I mean, they were beat out points-wise by Vitality. But Vitality... It was ridiculous. You're right. It was ridiculous. It was a good time though watching them play. big return to form for Indonesia. It's not been like this in such a long time. Oh, almost. But yeah, big return for Indonesia. It like feels like the spiritual successors right now to BTR back in the day, but there's no BTR pranks happening. No jokes, just gameplay.
Just gameplay indeed, dude. The whole Vitality Day was absolutely insane. I just kept on talking to some of these dudes backstage, and I was like, guys, what do you think about Vitality's performance? And all I heard was, what the, and it was like filled in by any word you could possibly imagine. That's what I'm talking about. That was good. That was good. I like it. Purposeful shots here. Let's see how this one goes for Blank. Side pocket. Oh, just barely off the edge. But you know what, dude? That's the one thing about I love.
कब तक start होगा भाई?
Sometimes you get put
कितना देर से
in
बैठा
some
हूँ?
beautiful situations, but the best teams always find themselves a way out.
I mean, AJL is a good example of that. They got themselves in a real good situation. I mean, top team Tiamba going for the crown, and honestly, they completely flubbed it. That was a lovely shot, by the way, dude. Well played. Winning up against Tiamba in that last game, survival stage. They're given all the chance in the world versus Nongshim Red Force, but Nongshim, I would say they're one of the teams looking to continue on. And I don't think AGL had it in them this year, but Tiamba just had a massive turnaround. But these things happen. Some mistakes happen. Oh, dude, I forgot that you're like right at the finish line. I've got like some more steps to go.
You got it, but hey, you know what? That's what it's all about. You just take things one step at a time. No matter what kind of situation you put in, you've got to just figure things out and make it happen. Yeah, take another one. Sometimes you got to take a mulligan. Little combination shot.
I tried.
I like it. I like it.
I've made it easy for you, though. I've lined you up. You're lined up. You're ready to go. Look, I've created a runway for you. Look. Say, you come down here and go in this back pocket. Yeah. I've got the lights. I'm guiding you home, dude. I'm guiding you home. Oh! Okay, that was a real. The lights, they guided him home. It was good to see. Let's hope that some of these teams can get themselves guided home to a victory at the end of PMWC here at EWC. Thanks for watching. My name's Blank, and this right here is
Hot Jukes.
Catch you guys later.
This is probably my best acting performance ever. Man, it's gonna be a crazy finals. I mean, we got 4 Thrives who from Pakistan. They won PMGO season 1. They're a huge favorite. Team Vitality, dude, they had the craziest group stage performance I've ever seen. Godlike, yeah, we got OG, yeah, they're insane. Dude, anybody could really do this, you know what I'm saying? Team Furia is a huge favorite of mine. They qualified in through survival stage, but it's one of those things where like, I feel like this year we're gonna see a team nobody expected win the whole thing.
Okay.
Which should be fun to see.
All right, $5. Who is it?
Who could it be, dude? It's gonna be so wild of a pick. Honestly, if 4 Thrives wins this, it'll be like the nuttiest thing ever.
Yep.
It would be crazy.
What do they got to do to win? Get a little lucky, obviously. But what else? What can they do to set themselves up?
That's the biggest thing, right? Like PUBG Mobile is a game. It's such a team game that even if you don't get those lucky circles, you got to put up consistent points no matter what. You know, I mean, and if you don't, it get a little, just even the slightest bit lazy, you're going home. You know, like.
अबे थोड़ा खाने गया था बे मैं भूख लग रहा था सुबह से मैं उठा था लेट को ना तो भूख लग रहा था भाई
tiniest little car mistake, they end up losing and went home by 1 point.
Wow.
And
the margins here are insane.
And if you look back,
हाँ मानिया का सुनने को तो वही मिल रहा है मानिया को फूड पॉइजन हुआ है अभी ये आया ना ग्रुप से पता चला
was avoided. They could have got that extra point and went to the finals.
But don't you have to risk it to get the biscuit?
You gotta risk it, dude. Sometimes the wall looks too juicy. there's those coin flip decisions, dude, right? And you can go left, and if it works out, you're a genius, you know? And if it doesn't, you're like an idiot. So like, I think it's just avoiding as many of those coin flips as possible.
To be very honest,
if you do have to make those coin
it's
flips,
an management
you gotta have
poison
enough
and
trust in your team to like.
अबे वो
for
कुछ
them
नहीं
to
कर
just
सकते
send
बे.
it
फूड पॉइजन देख, वो तेरे ऊपर है भाई, तेरा बॉडी है, वो मैनेजमेंट का सीन नहीं है, ठीक है? इसमें मैनेजमेंट कुछ नहीं कर सकता. अबे हो सकता है भाई, अबे ऐसा सीन हो सकता है कि मेरे को वहां पे पेरिस का फूड नहीं आ रहा है, ठीक है, पसंद नहीं आ रहा है, वहां का फूड मेरे ऊपर जम नहीं रहा है सही से, समझ रहे तू? क्योंकि वहां का लाइक फूड चिकन कैसा रहेगा, कि लाइक जो भी XYZ फूड है वो कैसा रहेगा, हो सकता है मेरे ऊपर ना जमे, ठीक है? क्योंकि वो भाई मैनेजमेंट के में जो फूड देगा वो तो भाई पेरिस का फूड होगा ना, वो तेरे को थोड़ी ना इंडियन फूड प्रोवाइड करेगा, वो चीज है. टोटल 20 पीपल. अभी देख, मेरे को टोटल कितना हुआ है उसका पता नहीं है, ठीक है? मेरे को बस ये पता चला है इसका मानिया का पता चला, बिकॉज वो गॉडलाइक का ये है, समझ जा, वहां से पता चला. वही 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 भाई भाई. अब देख वहां पे, देख वो फूड का क्या है, थर्ड पार्टी रहता है कुछ तो, ठीक है? तो वो लोग वो चीज देखेंगे, क्योंकि इतना दिन से हो रहा था, किसी को कोई प्रॉब्लम हुआ नहीं है. क्योंकि अपने जो बंदे गॉडलाइक के गए हैं ना वहां पे, उनको भी कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. देख अभी वो लोग को अलग से विला वगैरह मिला है रहने के लिए, ठीक है? अभी इन लोगों का पता नहीं, ई स्पोर्ट्स एथलीट्स को शायद से अलग मिला है, एंड जो क्रिएटर्स वगैरह क्या गॉडलाइक उन वो तो अलग विला वगैरह में रह रहे हैं, उनका तो वो अलग रह रहा है, उनका तो मतलब EWC नहीं उठा रहा, वो लोग खुद ये कर रहे हैं. तो अब फूड का हो सकता है भाई डिफरेंस हो. देख फूड का आई गेस कि देख फूड कोई अच्छा इंडियन रेस्टोरेंट पे जाके खाना बेस्ट रहता, क्योंकि सडन फूड का ये होता है भाई चेंजेस. मे बी आज ना हो, मे बी. एक बार चेक करने दे. हाँ भाई चेक किया भाई, चेक किया मैं. हाउ मच ब्लेंडर, हाँ भाई भाई देखा देखा। देख रीहोस्ट तो आई गेस नहीं होगा, रीहोस्ट नहीं होगा मेरे को जितना लग रहा है। क्योंकि उसमें उसमें भी प्रॉब्लम है ना। देख कुछ प्लेयर्स को है तबीयत खराब हुआ है, वो उनका इश्यू है। तो वो जिन लोगों ने खेला है वो बोलेंगे ना। जो लोग टॉप पे, जैसे एनजीएक्स पकड़ के चल, अरोरा पकड़ के चल, फिर अभी रिसेंटली जो दो टीम्स ऊपर गया, ठीक है, ई अरीना पकड़ के चल, देन और एक पकड़ के चल, जो भी है, वो लोग वही बोलेंगे ना भाई कि हमारे प्लेयर्स को, हम तो, हमारा इशू नहीं है ना, तुम्हारा मैनेजमेंट का तरफ से हुआ था भाई, तुम्हारा मैनेजमेंट को देखो। हम तो भाई हमारे एंड से अच्छा खेले, हमको पॉइंट मिला है भाई, हम दोबारा क्यों ये करेंगे? तो उसका कोई कंपेंसेशन दो हमको। ये बोलेंगे, इसको लेके बहुत ये हो सकता है, तो आई गेस वैसा नहीं होगा। अभी पता नहीं है, ऑफिशियल न्यूज आएगा तो पता चलेगा। यस वो तो है भाई, 30 to 40% ब्लेम होगा ही भाई, क्योंकि उन लोगों ने किया है ना। देख मैक्सिमम सब लोग अगर बोल रहे हैं कि भाई खाने के कारण हुआ है, उन लोगों ने जो चिकन खाया था वो खराब था, तो ऐसा हुआ है, तो भाई ये मैनेजमेंट को देखना चाहिए ना। अब ये भी एक चीज है, हो सकता है कि बाकी लोग क्यों ये नहीं हुआ, अब हो सकता है भाई, क्योंकि बहुत किसी का मेटाबॉलिज्म सही रहता है, वो लोग खराब चीज को भी हजम कर लेते हैं भाई, ठीक है। तभी तभी मैं सोचू इतना बड़ा क्या ब्रेक लग रहा है भाई, इतना बड़ा ब्रेक कहां से? अभी इसमें बहुत टीम्स जो है उनका अगर ये भी होगा ना, तो भी वो वही बोलेंगे कि भाई तबीयत खराब है मेरा।
देखते हैं अभी क्या होता है, चलो ना 10 मिनट और वेट करके।
लॉल्स ने तो भाई स्ट्रीम ही बंद कर दी। एक मिनट गाइस। आ गया आ गया। साला सोचा था कि सब अच्छा होगा इस बार, हुए कि इंडिया की 2 टीम है, आया था फाइनल्स पर नहीं साला फूड पॉइजन छी बे। ये मेरे को पता चला, मैंने अभी कॉल वॉल पे बात किया, थोड़ा सीन ऐसा है कि शायद से कॉल ऑफ होगा, ये नहीं होगा, कॉल ऑफ हो जाएगा, मतलब बाकी के 2 मैचेस बाद में खेला जाएगा, बट ऐसा नहीं है कि लाइक रीहोस्ट होगा, रीहोस्ट नहीं होगा, कॉल ऑफ होगा। हाँ लाइक मैं खराब खाना खा लूँ तो भी कुछ नहीं होता है मेरे को। अरे होता है, कभी कभार हो जाता है खराब तबीयत, कभी कभार नहीं होता है, ऐसा सीन है। 3 दिन का तो है, 14, 15 एंड 16, 3 दिन का है। अब पता नहीं, देखता हूँ क्या रहता है सीन। आई गेस कॉल ऑफ होगा, आप देखते हैं क्या हो रहा है, वेट करते हैं थोड़ा। लास्ट मैच साला रीहोस्ट कर सकते थे ये लोग, अब पता नहीं, वो देखते हैं ना क्या सीन है क्या नहीं है। एक मिनट चेक करता हूँ, मैं एक बार देखता हूँ। एक मिनट दे, देख लेता हूँ मैं एक बार क्या है सीन।
stages, most lights on them, and they're living up to $3 million prize pool. You've got to bring your best. So we'll find out how it goes here in the finals.
अरे पता है भाई। अरे बहुत प्लेयर डाउन है भाई, ऑलमोस्ट 15 प्लेयर डाउन है। बहुत तबीयत खराब है, तबीयत खराब है। तबीयत खराब है भाई। हाँ, तबीयत खराब है भाई अपने। मतलब गॉड लाइक का भी बोल सकते हो गाइस, गॉड लाइक का भी है। एंड ये भी बोल सकते हो गॉड लाइक छोड़ के बाकी अदर अदर लाइक एक दो का होता तो अलग सीन है ना, एक दो का होता तो अलग सीन है। लेकिन वही कि बहुत सारे 15 एवर प्लेयर्स का है। एक एक दो का होता तो फिफ्थ प्लेयर से हो सकता था। हाँ, तबीयत खराब है भाई अपने टीम में से इनका सब। तभी देख तभी क्या है ना, गॉड लाइक का आज मोमेंटम सही नहीं था, तू अगर देखेगा भी ना गॉड लाइक का मोमेंटम थोड़ा सा खराब था। नहीं तो भाई देख, इतना इतना लीड वीड लेके एकदम टॉप में जाना भाई, वो लोग अपने टॉप पीक परफॉर्मेंस में नहीं थे ना। एक सेकंड गाइस, बता दूंगा कितना आज होगा कि नहीं, एक बार मैं चेक कर ले रहा हूँ। पूछा हूँ गाइस, आज आज और मैचेस होंगे कि नहीं एक बार पूछा हूँ गाइस। रुक जाओ। देखते हैं चैट क्या होता है, देखते हैं गाइस। क्या सीन है भाई। तभी मैं सोचूं इतना ज्यादा डाउन क्यों है भाई। अपना इंडिया का टीम एकदम मतलब भाई जो ग्रुप स्टेज के बाद जो ये है ना एकदम आ जाके ऐसा कोई ये ही नहीं है भाई उन लोगों के अंदर। और मेन बात है ना फूड पॉइजनिंग भाई होता है तो भाई एक दिन में तो आई गेस सही नहीं होगा। बिकॉज मेरे को भी हुआ था भाई फूड पॉइजनिंग। लाइक आई गेस 2 से 3 दिन 4 दिन तो लगता ही है भाई तुमको एकदम मतलब टॉप इसमें आने कंडीशन में आने के लिए। बिकॉज तुम्हारा बॉडी बहुत ज्यादा मतलब इतना ज्यादा लूज मोशन होता है ना तुम्हारा बॉडी एकदम वीक हो जाता है समझ रहे हो। मतलब जो भी खाओगे वो उगल दोगे। या तो लाइक लूज मोशन हो जाएगा या तो तुमको उल्टी हो जाएगा मतलब कुछ भी हो सकता है दोनों में से होता है। अभी किसी को दोनों चीज ही होता है किसी को एक चीज होता है या तो बस उल्टी होता है। ऐसा सीन है। गॉडल का ये है भाई गॉडल का मानिया को बहुत ज्यादा इशू है। लाइक वो क्रिटिकल कंडीशन में है उसका। लाइक वॉमिट हो रहा है एंड लूज मोशन भी हो रहे हैं। लाइक उसको प्रॉपर वॉमिट हुआ है। और इसका एडमिनो भी बीमार है। एडमिनो को भी वही लूज मोशन वगैरह कुछ है। एडमिनो भी बीमार है दोनों। लाइक मानिया एंड एडमिनो दोनों ही है। और इसको एस पावर को कोल्ड है। लाइक वो भी टॉप कंडीशन में नहीं है उसका भी लाइक तबीयत खराब है। तो अपन का गॉड लाइक गॉडल में तो तीनों प्लेयर थोड़ा सा इशू है। बाद बाकी एक बार ओजी का पता नहीं। ओजी का मेरे पास ये नहीं है। अब तो पता नहीं भाई क्या होगा। रीहोस्ट होगा कि कॉल अप्स होगा। भाई क्या सीन है यार। क्या सीन है भाई, क्या ही सीन है यार। रीहोस्ट होना चाहिए, आई गेस रीहोस्ट होना चाहिए भाई। आज का अगर देखो अब 3 प्लेयर का, अपन का 3 प्लेयर का तबीयत खराब है ना, हेल्थ इशू है, ठीक है चलो एक का सोच समझ लेते कि उसका कोल्ड है, चलो ठीक है, वो उसका खुद का इशू है। बाकी जो 2 प्लेयर्स है भाई, उसको तो भाई मैनेजमेंट के कारण इशू हुआ है, वो लोग तो टॉप परफॉर्म नहीं कर पा रहे ना भाई। रीहोस्ट होना चाहिए यार, रीहोस्ट होना चाहिए। बहुत सारे प्लेयर्स को इशू है, 1-2 प्लेयर्स को होता तो अलग सीन है। और सही में फूड पॉइजनिंग लाइक हो गया ना भाई, तो बहुत ज्यादा दिक्कत है भाई। तबीयत तो उतनी जल्दी सही नहीं होती भाई। और कल ही अगर मैचेस होंगे तो भाई वो रिकवर करना पॉसिबल नहीं है भाई, एक दिन में तो पॉसिबल ही नहीं है। लाइक तुम्हारा हो सकता है लूज मोशन, वॉमिटिंग बंद हो जाएगा, लेकिन वो जो वीक फील करना ना, और जो एक लाइक पसीना आना, वैसा वाला सीन नहीं है। भाई अभी स्नैक्स का ये देखा, उसमें तो भाई ओजी के जो ये है ना, वो तो सही दिख रहे हैं, मतलब वही बोल ये दिख गया कि ओजी के ये तो सही है, फिट एंड फाइन दिख रहे हैं। चलो एक एक टीम तो चलो ये है, बट अपन का भाई गॉडल का ये। सीन तो ऐसा है कि हो सकता है आज का कैंसिल हो जाए। देखते गाइस, और कितना 9 हो रहा है ना, 9:15 या 20 को अपन बंद कर देंगे। देखते हैं तब तक अगर कुछ न्यूज आता है अपने पास। वही वही भाई, मेरे को भी वही लग रहा है। मैं एक बार न्यूज चारों ओर तो स्ट्रीम देख रहा हूँ ऑफिशियल, एक बार पूछा भी हूँ। मेरे को तो वही बताया कि ये है, अभी तक मैचेस का कुछ नहीं बोला कि मैं स्ट्रीम एंड करूँ, वही है। मैं वही सोच रहा हूँ एंड कर दूं, बिकॉज स्नैक्स का मैं स्ट्रीम देख रहा था, बिकॉज स्नैक्स तो पेरिस से कर रहा है, तो उसका मैं स्ट्रीम इसलिए ओपन किया। तो उसमें वो बोल रहे कि लाइक ओजी को छोड़ के बाकी कोई प्लेयर वहां पे दिख नहीं रहा है, लाइक अरीना में कोई प्लेयर दिख नहीं रहा है, और मिडिल में एक रेफरी को खड़ा करके रखा है, शायद से स्ट्रीम आज आज के मैचेस नहीं होगा ऐसा करके, ये करने के लिए। वाव मोड क्रिएटर हो जिस तो, हाँ मेरे पास इसका एक्सेस है, वाव मोड बनाने का एक्सेस तो है मेरे पास, बहुत सारा एक्सेस है बे। मेरे मैं लिटरली मेरे पास बहुत सारा एक्सेस है बे। मैं इतना एक्सेस लेके क्या कर रहा हूँ, मैं वही सोच रहा हूँ। मेरे पास वाव मोड का एक्सेस है, ठीक है, वाव मोड बना सकता हूँ मैं, वाव मोड पोस्ट कर सकता हूँ, उसका एक्सेस है। एंड बीजीएमआई में इन्वेस्टिगेटर का एक्सेस है मेरे पास। ओह, ये शायद मैं बोल नहीं सकता उतना ज्यादा खुल के, बट हाँ वैसा कुछ समझ रहे, मतलब बैन कर सकता हूँ मैं, ऐसा सीन है। बैन के लिए डाल सकता हूँ। अब वो लोग, अब देख फाइनल वर्डिक्ट तो शायद से आता है इससे क्राफ्टन ऑफिशियल से, बट हाँ बैन के लिए डाल सकता हूँ। हाँ मेरे पास भी है, सोच रहा हूँ कि बनाओ, बना ले भाई बना, अच्छा खासा बना। मेरे पास टाइम नहीं हो रहा भाई, लिटरली मेरे पास टाइम नहीं हो रहा कंटेंट एंड भाई इतने इतने सारे काम पे अभी फंसा हुआ हूँ ना। इधर का भाई गॉड लाइक का कुछ चीजें होने वाले तो उसमें काम पे फंसा हूँ भाई। देन इसका बैन का भी रहता है, रिव्यू का भी रहता है, तो उसका भी है। गेम पे बोलना मेरे को वैसा ही समझ ले, ठीक है। तो लाइक वीडियोस वगैरह रिव्यू का रहता है, तो वो भी है। बीजीएमआई का ऑफिशियल इसमें हूँ। एंड वो छोड़ के भाई स्ट्रीम है भाई, स्ट्रीम करना, देन घर के भी कुछ रहते हैं। अभी जॉब पे भी घुसने का सोच रहा हूँ, तो भाई इतने सारे चीजें करने के बाद भाई, और ऊपर से क्या है ना भाई, वाओ एक मैप मैं बना रहा था। वाओ एक मैप बनाने के लिए तेरे को लाइक ऑलमोस्ट दो दिन 3 दिन लगेगा भाई। बोलना आइडिया बोल, कुछ तेरे अकॉर्डिंग बनाऊंगा मैं। देख आइडिया लाइक मैंने तो बहुत सारे आइडिया सोच के रखे थे, बट वही है कि टाइम नहीं होता है मेरे को। 4 घंटे बचा के रखने पड़ता है, ठीक है। अभी 4 घंटे, अभी मैं फोन में शिफ्ट हुआ हूँ, तो भाई फोन में लाइक इसमें शिफ्ट हुआ हूँ, तो भाई इसमें थोड़ा सा मेरे को अभी खेलने में प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है, तो मेरे को थोड़ा ट्रेनिंग ग्राउंड जाना पड़ रहा है। तो पकड़ के चल 5 घंटा मैं दिन का खेलता हूँ, 5 साढ़े 5 घंटा ही खेलता हूँ दिन का। आइडिया बोले तो देख अभी सबसे बेस्ट है, देख 3v3 एक ई स्पोर्ट्स राउंड है, ठीक है। वो 4v4 होना चाहिए, ठीक है। और लाइक ऐसे ऐसे जगह पे होना चाहिए जहां पे मोस्ट ऑफ द लाइक ई स्पोर्ट्स लास्ट फाइट होता है, ठीक है। तू पकड़ के चल लास्ट जोन फाइट है, वैसा टाइप का फाइट, या तो टू लाइक 1v1 फाइट चल रहा है दोनों स्क्वाड के बीच। तो वो पॉपुलर लोकेशन पे कुछ लाइक ऐसे ऐसे लोकेशन, एक टीम डिसएडवांटेज पे है, एक टीम को एडवांटेज दे रहा है, ऐसा टाइप का। लाइक दोनों टीम को बराबरी का मत दे, एक टीम को डिसएडवांटेज मिलेगा तो दूसरी टीम को एडवांटेज मिलेगा, वैसा टाइप का। लाइक तभी प्रैक्टिस होगा ना कि भाई उनको निकालना है, वो डिसएडवांटेज से कैसे वो निकालेंगे, तो वो चीज प्रैक्टिस होगा, तो वो अच्छा रहेगा। ओ ओ ओ गाइज, एक सेकंड गाइज।
Of those who are affected, and we are providing them with that care as we speak. In the interest of all players having a fair opportunity to compete, 2 of the matches that are remaining today will be postponed until tomorrow. We will, of course, continue to assess the situation and support the teams that are involved. We are currently working to fully understand all of the circumstances and will provide updates once that additional information is provided. Once again, thank you so much for your patience. And day-1 obviously could have ended with a bang.
एक चीज तो अच्छा भाई, मैनेजमेंट लाइक ईडब्ल्यूसी ने खुद से बताया कि हाँ प्लेयर्स को तबीयत खराब हुआ है,
Day 2 of PMWC is going to blow up. It's going to be an absolute banger.
तो ये चीज तो एक अच्छा, उन्होंने लाइक एडमिट किया कि हाँ प्लेयर्स को ये हुआ है, कोई अनाप शनाप रीजन नहीं दिया है। बट हाँ वही मैंने बोला था ना, कॉल ऑफ होगा, तो वही कॉल ऑफ हुआ भाई, वही चीज है। हाँ वही वही। अबे नहीं हो सकता बे, देख तबीयत खराब हुआ है, देख मेरा जिस दिन सोच जस्ट हेडेक रहता है, ठीक है। मैं हेडेक रहता है ना, तो उसमें हेडेक में मैं अगर मेडिसिन लेके गेम खेलने बैठता हूँ, तो भाई उसमें भी मेरे को स्ट्रीम करने में दिक्कत होता है। ऐसा नहीं कि मैं मेडिसिन खा लूंगा तो एकदम चंगा हो जाऊंगा भाई, थोड़ा सा ये रहता है लाइक डाउन रहता हूँ, कि मेरे को सोच बुखार हुआ है तो मैंने दवाई खा ली, तो मेरा हेल्थ तो चल बुखार तो कम हो गया, लेकिन मेरा लाइक वो हेल्थ डाउन रहता है ना, मैं लाइक वो चीज नहीं हो सकता। मैं मतलब थोड़ा डाउन रहता हूँ, फील करता हूँ उस दिन मैं अपना टॉप परफॉर्मेंस पे मार नहीं सकता, उस दिन मैं परफॉर्मेंस दिखा नहीं सकता, वही चीज है, वैसा सीन है। चलो हम बस प्रे करें। गॉडलाइक का तो भाई मानिया तो सीरियसली थोड़ा ज्यादा ही बीमार है, एंड एडमिनो भी तबीयत खराब है, एडमिनो का भी, एंड एस पावर का भी तबीयत खराब है। तो एंड ओजी से आरू थोड़ा डाउन लग रहा था, ऐसा पता चला। चलो गाइज कल मिलते हैं, बाय बाय। मतलब अभी स्ट्रीम पे आऊंगा गाइज, बाद बाकी कल ईडब्ल्यूसी का स्ट्रीम करूंगा। कल बड़ा स्ट्रीम होने वाला है क्योंकि 8 मैचेस होने वाले हैं गाइज। हाँ बात तो सच है सर, वो तो है भाई, वही बोल रहा हूँ वही। चलो कल मिलते हैं गाइज, बाय बाय, गुड नाइट एवरीवन, गुड नाइट, एंड प्रे करो गाइज, प्रे करो अपने टीम इंडिया जल्दी से जल्दी ठीक हो जाए एंड वो टॉप परफॉर्मेंस दिखा सके, इंडिया का नाम रोशन कर सके गाइज। क्योंकि वो लोग अभी आज का तो भाई बॉटम में इतना ऑब्वियसली भाई कुछ लग ही रहा था ऐसा सीन है, बिकॉज भाई एडमिनो अपना परफॉर्मेंस नहीं निकाल पा रहा था, पावर अपना परफॉर्मेंस नहीं निकाल पा रहा था, एंड बोले तो मानिए भाई वही परफॉर्मेंस नहीं निकाल पा रहा है भाई, वही चीज है, कुछ ना कुछ तो हुआ था भाई, नहीं तो इतना खराब नहीं जा सकता भाई। आरू लास्ट मैच पे सेक्सी जोन लाया था, लास्ट जोन पे, हाँ वही वही वही। गुड नाइट गाइज, गुड नाइट, मिलते हैं कल, साइन ऑफ, कल मिलता है गाइज, बाय बाय, लव यू ऑल, कल मिलते हैं, बाय बाय गाइज, बाय बाय, गुड नाइट।